Hey, what's up, TPO? You were the first today. How you doing? What's up, Solar? Hey, God Fries. I do like fries. What's up, Rachel Go? Got that lettuce, I see. Nicely done. I'm doing okay. My sleep's been a little off lately, but that's what coffee is for. Thanks, Thunderwunk. Yeah, sorry. I know I've been bad about that. A friendly lion's eye diamond reminder. Well, that's a clever pun, too. Well said. Best archetype in Zendikar draft? Probably Black-White Clerics. But I do think you need, like, some of the uncommons. The Black-White deck out of the Cleric deck, just out of, like, the 1/4 that gains life and the 3/2 that pings, those cards are all fine support cards for the good uncommons. But you really win games because of Attended Healer, because of Relic Vial, because of the 2-mana 2/2 Black-White Gold Cleric that's a 2-mana 5/5 that gains life. I thought it was fantastic, Metternich, and hopefully they'll be organizing more of them. We've got some things like that potentially in the works. You know, I think 3v3 is one of the best forms of Magic, and I'm glad to see that LR battled the Lords. No, definitely not Dangle. I figure we'll do the wrap after like the first skip draft is complete before the second or something like that. Because obviously people have to trickle in. Streams tend to grow over the course of the day. I mean, I know we're going to save it and put it on YouTube anyway. But, so the plan will be to do that, like, you know, after the first draft or something like that. It is rap day today. I feel like this has been, like, so overhyped. I, like, actually kind of feel bad. Just doing, like, one short verse. I mean, you know, I'm not, like, cheating it or anything. I didn't write, like, a line. I wrote, like, you know, 15, 20 lines. It's going to take, like, you know, a minute or whatever. But I don't think it's going to be that exciting aside from how I have no rhythm. But we'll see. We are doing a fundraiser today. There should be a donation link. Is there not? I know I put it in the Twitch panels. I mean, I don't technically really set up things. Well, that's a 6 squad, Rachel. Is there not a link to donate to Gamers Outreach for the charity? You say that now, Sean. We'll see. We'll see after I throw down my verse. But as we're getting this started, and as usual, I consider my Twitch chat my tech support. So we'll see. It looks like Dangle said he's on it. Thank you, Dangle. Thank you, Wizard Harry, for subscription of the day. Appreciate the support. I hope you're a powerful planeswalker. What's up, Blink Twice? So for anybody who doesn't know, my esports team, Fade to Karma, is partners with, like, Soft Giving, so they do a lot of, like, charity stuff. You know, of course, I'm all about raising money for good causes. I'm not an expert on each of these, but today we're going to be raising money for Gamers Outreach. It's just basically a charity that, like, helps raise money and provide, like, equipment and fun and games and software and just various things for kids, you know, who are going through stuff in hospitals and could use the gaming and could use the support and so on. So I think that's a cause that we can all appreciate, being gamers ourselves. we learned some lessons last time. Like, trying to organize the viewer draft was too hard. So this time we have new goals. And they'll be easier to do. Ignore that little graphic in the back where it says what the donation milestone things were, the incentives list. That was from last time. Let me delete that. They're similar, but they're hopefully all things we can execute on this time. Actually, I should have that up, so let me throw that. But they should be easy things that we can execute all 5 of now, if we make them. Some were repeating from last time, some were not. Like I said, the viewer draft was too hard to organize, and a bunch of people asked for like an Among Us game in the like charity suggestions in the Discord, and that'll be much easier to organize if we hit the goal, because we'll just set up a lobby during one of the normal stream times. If you can make it, you can make it. If you can't, you can't. But we won't have to coordinate times with a bunch of, individual people. And then I'm going to draw for coaching sessions again, because that was fun, easy to deliver on. I just schedule a time one-on-one with the two winners. Plus, that's like a personal donation from me, so that I felt like that was good. Stipulation drafts are fun and easy, so I made that the lowest goal. And then we can unlock another wrap too. And this time, I'm going to give a little teaser. So a bunch of people seem to want to see LSV disc. I don't know why. I like LSV. I mean, I guess he's pretty easy to disc, but So I touched on it in my verse. It's not like it's about him, but I touched on it. So MTG Wrap 2, since y'all seem to want it so much, if you can unlock it again, we'll write a little LSV disc. It's going to be, even if I did something like that, if that does happen, it's going to be mostly nice. I like LSV. But there's stuff we can make fun of, 3 Hexplate Golems in one deck, his puns, eating ice cream with his hands. There's just good fun things like that, we can always make fun of. The wrap is going to be after the first draft, because people always, come in during the day, and obviously I'd like most people who want to be there to be there. We're going to record it and put it on YouTube, of course, anyway. So, it's not like if you miss it live, it's just not going to be saved and you're out of luck or something. If I'm going to make a fool out of myself, we're going to record it, obviously. But, so there are the stipulations. I just put them up. It's kind of cool learning how to use technology. Not that it's hard to do, but I actually just did that myself. Just made it and put it up on the stream. So I'm proud of myself at the moment. Thank you, Bostorm. Appreciate the subscription. But so that's what we came up with this time. If we hit 900 in donations, we'll do 3 more stipulation drafts. Those are fun and easy to draw winners for, and then they just give us a suggestion. The 2 free coaching sessions, I'll donate as long as y'all donate enough to hit 1,800, because again, that's like $200 in value for me personally, so I really like that as like a way that y'all are donating and I'm kind of matching it, with 2 hours of my time, and Among Us game, like I said, that should be a lot easier to unlock than the viewer draft, because we'll just pick a date during one of my normal stream times, set up a lobby, and then, viewers can join. MTG cosplay. So Rachel has actually done it, and there's been a little bit of trend on Twitter where people are putting these pictures up and stuff. So I thought it would be fun. I'll be one of the planeswalkers or one of the characters. Rachel will probably help me with the makeup and the costume, and I'll just do one of my streams wearing that or something. And then, since y'all ask so much, we'll do an MTG Wrap 2, which will just be like, instead of like this time I wrote like 4 or 5 little blocks of 4 sentences, with one of them really touching on LSV and the other 4 or 5 not. Next time we'll just focus on an LSV disc if y'all can unlock it again, since that's what everyone seemed to want for some reason. I mean, I get it. But, so, that's the plan for today. And specifically, thanks. I see $50 was already donated. I'm not sure who made all those donations, but thank you to those of you who did. It pops up whenever you do, but obviously I've been reading and I was just like making that little graphic. So, but really appreciate it. You know, I know these are tough financial times for a lot of people, so if you can't donate, you can't donate. Don't feel pressured to do something you can't afford. But if you're comfortable, if you can afford, you know, crowdsourcing is the most powerful force in the universe, like I always say. Thank you, Scuba Pence. So no donation too small. I'm not doing anything for like top donors or anything because I don't like to incentivize that. I just want people to donate if they can afford to. And like I said, even if you just throw down $5 or $10, like, you know, this is a pretty large stream in general. If 1,000 people are in, if 1,000 people throw $10 each on something, we raise $10,000, right? So, you know, definitely don't overextend yourself. But if you can afford it, you know, drop $5 or $10 or whatever. You know, if you can afford more because you're rich, great, make a large donation. It's not a competition. We all work together with our own means, with our own ability. But I'm just saying, you know, just do what you can. Don't overextend yourself. But if you are comfortable and can afford to donate to a good cause, don't be afraid to put down the minimum or something. I'm a big, you know, you know, if you follow my politics, I'm a Bernie, you know, average donation $18 guy, not a wealthy donors cater to the wealthy special interest guy. You know, obviously, if you're wealthy and you can afford to drop 100 or whatever, cool. We appreciate it. You can be on Team Good as well. But I'm just saying, basically, no donation too small. We can accomplish things when we work together. Thank you, Subparnova79. Appreciate that subscription. We are helping Gamers Outreach. Again, one of the main partners of Team Fade to Karma is Soft Giving. So they have all these charity streams organized through them. So I'm not an expert on this stuff, but I'm sure it's good. Honestly, there probably isn't even a minimum sausage. I'm probably just going to draw. That stuff was just, like, unnecessarily complicated, I think. In the middle of the stream, sometime, like, after one of the drafts, like, probably after the first draft, I'll do the little wrap. After the second draft, I'll do some drawings for the winner for the 2 free coaching sessions. And the people who get to pick the next 3 stipulation drafts. But if you're just hanging out, if you're here, if you're in the lobby, if you register, you know, like when you do a drawing, it'll be like, you know, type the word R or whatever, the letter R, if you want to be registered in it. And then everybody who's there and live and types the letter R and gets registered will be eligible to win. I kind of felt like, even though it's probably a better principle, you know, to only include the people who at least donate the minimum, it's just not necessary. It's not how I like to do things. I want people to donate to the charity because they can. I don't want anyone to feel pressured to do it. But, again, it's a good cause. If you can afford it, you know, like I said, whatever you can do. It all adds up. The wrap was going to be after the first draft. That's the plan. I have not tried any Zen Quick Draft. I'm just going to do 3 best of 3s today because we're doing stipulation drafts. The stipulations that the people who won the drawing last time sent in were kind of cool. I mean, these are probably pretty standard, but I've never really done stipulation drafts before. So it's going to be kind of interesting trying to win, but having to abide by these rules. There's going to be 3 different ones. One of them, I'm looking them up now, but I kind of remember them anyway, but one of them I have to draft, like, and play all the rares, I think. I'm looking them up. And I didn't pick these. It was just whatever the viewers who we drew chose. So that it wasn't like, you know, these don't hold me accountable for these. But they're, like I said, they're nothing crazy. It's just what you would expect from like stipulations for a booster draft. They're like I said, one of them is like I got to choose all the gold cards and play them. One of them is I got to choose all the rares and play them. One of them is something like I can't use my first 4 picks or something like that. So it should be fun. Should be interesting. I usually crush in best of 3 pretty easily since it's not ranked. So we'll see if in best of 3 I can still win while following these stipulations. I'm going to put them up as soon as I can find them. Here we go. Must draft and play every rare that I see. Can't use the first 4 picks of each pack. If there's a multicolor card, I have to pick it. So those are the 3 stipulations for the day. Whoa! Some big donations. Thank you, Blink Twice. Appreciate the generous $100 donation. Thank you for your support. Thank you, D. Hodgen. Appreciate the generous $5 donation. Thank you for your support. Here, I'm typing them right now. Those are the 3 stipulation drafts. First is going to be draft and play every rare that I see. The second is can't use the first 4 picks of each pack. And the third is if there's a multicolor card, I have to pick it. Oh, not just pick one, pack one. It's all the rares I see. So I guess they wanted me to make some gems by rare drafting, but see if we can do that and still win. Thanks, Dangle. Dangles did like 5 things while I was trying to do the one thing I was talking about. If that doesn't sum up our stream here perfectly, I don't know what does. We now have a command stipulations while I was trying to literally find it and type it. Oh yeah, Dangle's awesome. I mean, obviously I could make good limited content either way, but I have no idea where the stream would be without Dangle. Hey, another $10 donation. Thank you, Thomas Sikorsky. Appreciate it. Thanks to everybody supporting the good cause here. Gamers Outreach is the charity. Again, I'm not going to claim I have like personal familiarity. I haven't worked with them directly or anything. But Soft Giving, one of the like online charity things through like streaming stuff, they partner with Fade to Karma, and so that's how the connection is made. We got Newmont Raid. What's up, Newmont? Thank you for raiding on this charity stream. I know you raid us a lot. I really do appreciate the support. I hope you had a good stream. Okay, well, thank you to everybody who's been trickling in. I think it's time to get started. So if you can donate, just hit that donation link, and there's no donation too big or too small. If you can afford it and you can do a lot, we appreciate it. If you can afford something small but not something big, we totally understand. It's a big stream. Crowdsourcing is really powerful, so just do whatever you can afford if you want to. If you want to support Gamers Outreach. No, I figure we'll let somebody pick that or something, or we'll figure something out. Scuba Pence. I'm not really a cosplayer in any way. I'm not artistic in any way. So we'll look for good suggestions for that. Cosplay as Rune Crab. If Voxy wins. Thanks, Numbers Newsy. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for the support. $300, start the first draft? Sure, we're going to start the first draft, but I'm sure somebody will donate $10 anyway. Thank you, Bostrom. Appreciate it. Okay, so the first stipulation draft is, let's see. Dangle set up command stipulations. Must draft and play every rare I see. Hey, a generous $60 donation from Supernova. Thank you. Also another $10 from, I can't say the name, but Ixmoclim. Appreciate the support from both of you. Thank you for contributing to the 4,500 we're trying to raise today for Gamers Outreach. Really appreciate the support. And let's get underway. So we're going to definitely do a best 2 of 3 traditional, so we don't destroy my ranking with the, plus these are a little bit softer. And we're trying to win. I mean, we're going to follow the stipulations. We're going to follow the rules, but we're also going to try and win. I tried, Ixmoclim. I hope I came close. I always try. I usually fail, but, you know, I'm not a results-oriented guy. You know, I believe life is about participating and trying and experiencing things, not winning or accomplishing things. So I always try. I just usually fail. Definitely not going to do the wrap yet. Probably after the first draft or the second draft. You know, we want to give people a chance to trickle in and stuff. Like I said, I feel like, you know, it's almost going to... I mean, it's going to be fun, but I feel like it's just a quick thing. It's like I said, I wrote like one verse. It'll be about a minute probably. But we'll probably fire that off like after the first draft, sometime before the second or something like that. Give some people some time. But if you miss it, if you got to go by then or you're not around, we're gonna record it. Don't worry. I'm sure Dangle's gonna make it its own YouTube video by itself or something, titled appropriately, so that it's easy to find. I saw we just got another $100 donation. The donations pop up and then go off pretty quick, so I sometimes I'm going to miss those. But I really do appreciate the support. Also, there was another 10 or 2, so thank you to everybody who's been donating. Shout out for the generosity. Really appreciate it. So there were free online beats, but we opted for something a little bit creative. All right, so the first stipulation is I have to draft and play every single rare I see. So unlike normally, I won't be going through all the best card in the pack, the second best card, the third best card, the cards that are close, and talking about them in that way. We're going to take Relic Robber. We're going to play Relic Robber because I'm forced to. If Relic Robber wasn't in this pack, Journey to Oblivion would be my choice. I really like the land spell split cards, so Veil would probably be my next choice after Journey. But I would take Journey over Relic Robber for sure. Relic Robber's good. It's not great. Like, it's easy to block, but if it connects, it's pretty powerful. So, I mean, I think, like, Journey would probably be my first choice of this pack, then probably Veil, then probably Relic Robber would be my third, if this wasn't a stip draft where I'm forced to take and play every rare I see. But in this case, the stipulation that we're abiding by this draft is I'm forced to take every rare I see and play it. So, which is going to be interesting because I'm probably going to have to play 5 colors, so I'll have to prepare for that. Now, if there isn't a rare in the pack, then I can draft whatever I want. So, even though I would have took Journey first, Veil second, and Relic Robber third out of that pack, if it was a normal draft, I was forced to take the Relic Robber, and I'm forced to put the Relic Robber into my deck. Now there is no rare in this pack, so off-color rare lands will just go in the deck. They're rares. We'll draft them and we'll play them, we'll put them in the deck. We will abide by the stipulation. Thanks again, everybody donating to the charity stream. Really appreciate it. I see there's been a couple of nice donations. We're already up to $5.50, and we just got underway, or $5.49 anyway. So thanks to everybody who has been contributing. I don't know if we have to be base green or not. I mean, we also don't know if we're going to end up 5 colors or not. It depends on what rares we see. Anyways, though, from here, we can take whatever we want. There's no rare. So Disruption, Feed the Swarm, Rabid Bite. I guess I'm going to take Rabid Bite because green does have the fixing. And we are going to have to play all the rares we see. So we do want to lean green. Rares that don't have limited value are still rares. I didn't make the rules. Just like in life, I don't make the rules. The stipulation that was sent to us by the person we drew was take and play every rare you see. That was the stipulation. So when there's not rares in the pack, I can draft whatever I want and I can play whatever I want, but every rare we see we will draft, and every rare we draft will go into the deck. Okay, so now we know we're going to have to play red, and like I said, we're probably going to have to play green because of fixing. Malicker Rebirth is probably the best card in this pack, but given the color requirements, I think I'm going to take a green card. Just going to go with Baloth here. Okay, again, no rares. Thank you to everybody else in my draft pod. I hope you are all rare drafting, and I don't see a single other rare this pack. That would be cool. So Cleansing Wildfire is actually pretty good fixing, right? We can kill one of our lands and then search for any basic and draw a card. So I think we should take that, right? Because we have to assume we're going to have to play a blue, black, or white card. Maybe not all 3, but we're going to, see some rares. And this pack isn't great. I mean, obviously, if this was not a stip draft, I would take Moss Pit Skeleton, and I would be leaning towards black-green. But I have to play red. Well, there's a rare, so I have to take and play Confounding Conundrum. At least it draws a card. This card basically doesn't do much in Limited, but it's 2 mana draw a card. If it wasn't in the pack, I would take Veteran Adventurer. I like Veteran Adventurer a lot. Remember, this costs 1 less for each creature in your party, so this is like a 4 to 5 mana 5/5 that also is every creature type for triggering all the rest of your stuff, and Vigilance. So I'm a pretty big fan of Veteran Adventurer. It's a card I'm pretty high on. So if this wasn't a stip draft, I would definitely have taken Veteran Adventurer out of that pack. So far, it looks like we're red, green, splash, blue. These green cards don't help us fix or anything. So I'm going to just take Songmad Treachery. It's the best card in this pack. It's what I would take regardless. Reclaim the Waste. That's a big pickup. with the Cleansing Wildfire and the Reclaim the Wastes, maybe we can make the mana base actually work. I mean, so far we only have to splash blue, but who knows what rares we're going to open or see in the next couple packs. It's weird. That's the thing about Stip drafts. It's like I don't have any control. I don't get to plan. So, you know, now we have a Confounding Conundrum, which 2-mana draw a card basically doesn't do anything. And then we have a Relic Robber. There's another rare. This rare is okay. Actually, this one helps us fix 2, right? Not really. A little bit, I guess. Draw cards and sack lands you don't need, but it doesn't actually search lands out. But sacrifice X lands. For each land you sacrifice, draw a card, and you can play additional lands this turn, so seems fine. I'm going to grab another Cleansing Wildfire, because again, it's a pretty good fixer. We now have 2 red rares, so we're going to definitely have to be playing a substantial number of mountains in our deck. So I think we'll do base red-green. You know, we've got the 2 Wildfires and the Reclaim the Waste for fixing. When there's not a rare in the pack, we can draft whatever we want. When there is a rare in the pack, we have to not only draft it, but we have to play it. We don't just get to spendo pick, like, and then put it in our sideboard. We have to put the card in our deck. So if anybody else out there is in this pod, feel free to rare draft all you want. Don't pass the rares to me. I don't want them. But when there's not a rare in the pack, we can draft pretty much as normal. So when there's not a rare in the pack, we're going to try and take red and green playables. Especially since I already have the 2 Wildfires and Reclaim, we can just do a red-green deck and then put in islands, swamps, and plains if necessary. So that seems to be the plan. I mean, I think, yeah, as long as it's in my deck, I think I could stick a rare in the deck and not stick basic lands of that color if I wanted to. But I don't think I'm going to do that. I mean, we have 3 fixers already, so I think we'll try and cast the rares, right? I mean, I know now we have to take a double white rare, and I don't have any white cards, but I can play exactly 2 plains to search out with Reclaim and with Wildfire. Obviously, if Legion Angel wasn't here in the Stip draft, I wouldn't be... like, if this wasn't a Stip draft and I had what I had, I wouldn't take it. I would take Kazul's Fury. Kazul's Fury's fine. It's not, like, one of the better split cards. It's not one of the worst ones. It's a good spell. It's useful. And then if you need a land, you play a land. I don't mind spending an early pick on Kazul's Fury. Obviously, I'm taking Legion Angel because I have to, not because I want to. But it would have been, if this was a normal draft and you teleported me in right now, I would have took Kazul's Fury. Yeah, Fisher Wizard would be good too. Help us discard Confounding Conundrum. Hey, that's actually another good rare, so it looks like the white splash is growing. Green doesn't do a lot of party types, as you can see. Like, we have like a warrior, a rogue. We don't have many in the way of party types. But since it's a warrior and counts itself, we don't have to prioritize warriors. So we'll prioritize the other 3 types now where we can. Unfortunately, I got past a rare there. Hopefully I won't see any more rares this pack. Draft the rares, y'all. Don't you need the gems? Don't you care about the gems? Take the rares, people in my pod. The MTG wrap I'm planning to do between the first and second draft, so that people have time to trickle in. It's not a Tarmatel diss track. It should have been, really. It's really not an LSV diss track either. I did give him one like little set of sentences. But I don't know. I think it's funny. I think y'all enjoy it, but I also think it's a little overhyped. But y'all love to see me make a fool of myself. So what else is better than that, right? I don't mind. Only live once. Got to be able to laugh at yourself. Okay, so looks like we're going to have to splash every color now. Probably 2 swamps, 2 plains, 1 island. That's fine, whatever. What do we want to take? We could take Cleansing Wildfire for more fixing. We could take Gnarled Colony. It's a pretty good card. Aside from meeting the stipulations, we are trying to win. I think we're pretty good on fixing. We're going to need more, but I think I'm going to grab the Colony. Oh, there's another rare, so I have to take it. I think this card is completely unplayable, but we're going to play it. And it does fix, so it's useful for us here. It can cast anything, so that's good. Whereas normally I think that card sucks. In our deck, it's a fixer. So there's no rare, so we can take whatever we want. We do have Squad Commander, so we are going to try and do different creature types. Maybe we want spoils. I mean, it's a plains and an island, but we're going to have plenty of fixing, so I guess we have to do that. Looks like a pretty easy Groteg bug catcher here if we're going to be doing a little party theme, which we are now. We have spoils, we have Squad Commander. Hey, there's some good fixing. And luckily there's no rare in this pack, so now we can grab Vastwood Surge. We have a lot of fixing. So that part of it's going well. At least maybe we'll be able to cast our spells. So, Rogue, Warrior, Warrior... Warrior. So we don't need warriors, especially because the commander counts itself anyway. I don't think I have much in the way of clerics. I'm going to draft the cleric. I don't know if we're going to end up playing that one or not, but Reclaim is just too good at fixing to not take when we're going to play 5 colors. So anything that's not a rare could end up getting cut. We can't cut any rares. Those are the rules. I didn't make them. So I'm going to start cutting some things that seem like they're pretty obvious. Here's a cleric too that's better. I'm not going to take Relic Vial. We're probably not going to have enough clerics to turn that on, but Turntimber Ascetic is a pretty nice cleric, and I expect to be light on clerics drafting red-green, since neither of those colors really have clerics. So we'll take these Turntimber Ascetics. Alright, the Cleric of Chill Depths is out, because we just got 2 Turntimber Ascetics, so now we have some clerics. So, no choice, because I'm forced to take Valakut Awakening and forced to play it. That's fine. It's a good card anyway. This is one of the split cards that I really like. It's a land in your opening hand, and then in the late game you can just bottom a land and draw 2 new cards, or bottom 2 lands and draw 3 new cards. So Valakut Awakening, it just draws a card, it cycles when you want it to cycle, and it's a land when you want it to be a land. So it functions really well as a land spell modal, because it's a land if you, in your opening hand or in the early game, and in the late game it just isn't a land. It just digs you to more spells, more business. Well, blue-black dual land, not one of the more useful ones for us, but it is rare, so we do have to draft it and play it. If it wasn't in this pack, I don't know, I might take, like, Gnarled Colony or Moss Pit Skeleton, I guess, is only single black, and we are splashing. So maybe I'd probably take Moss Pit Skeleton, I think. But I don't have a choice. Forced to draft and play all the rares. Alright, another pathway. Hey, I mean, we're playing 5 colors. We, unluckily, opened a black rare, and we got white rares, black rares, and blue rares to go with a red-green deck. So I don't really have a choice here. So we're going to draft these pathways, because they're rare and I have no choice, and then they will help us hopefully cast our cards. Finally, this pack, there's a pack with no rare in it, so we can draft whatever we want. So I guess Bala Ged Recovery is a pretty easy pick. It's a good land spell. Similar to the same conversation we had about Valakut Awakening. You can play Bala Ged Recovery as a land if it's in your opening hand, when it would be a really slow and effective card. And then in the late game, it's a spell instead of a land. It's super useful. So again, there's no rare, so we can draft whatever we want. Given we have a couple party cards and 0 wizards, I think we take the Arbor Mage. I think this card's ability is pretty mediocre. It's fine, not great, not horrible, but it's a wizard. I want to lock up a wizard, and there's nothing like too great in that pack. Okay, we're going to draft all these colors. We're not going to pass on the best fixing like Reclaim the Waste. There's no rare in the pack. We can take whatever we want. Actually, I have next to no rogues. Maybe I want the Infiltrator. Oh, but I'm not going to have a rogue to tap to give it unblockable. So yeah, I think the Reclaim is just clearly the choice because it's fixing. Well, that's annoying. At least the pathways help our 5-color deck. This is a kicker land. I guess if we only draw 3 mana, we can use the charge counter and get to kick these Reclaim the Waste. We do have that. I don't think Throne is going to be good for us. I have to take it. Obviously, I would take Reclaim or Blightblade or Into the Royal. If this was not a stipulation, Throne would not be my pick out of that pack, to be clear. I don't really have a choice. So, I don't want Field Research because I don't even want to put 2 islands in my deck. I'm going to have to play 1, probably. But I mean, I have a blue pathway, and I only have a couple of blue cards that are single blue. So I think just grab another Stomper. We do have plenty of spell land modals. I don't think any of these cards are very likely to make our deck. If they are, it's probably the Hellion. I guess, yeah, the Scythe Cat or the Survivor. I guess the Scythe Cat. We're going to make land drops forever. Somebody asked about the Visionary. I don't even remember anymore. I don't think the Visionary is an exciting card. I think it's fine. I'd happily take and play it, but I don't think it's like something we're like itching to get or anything like that. Alright, so, hey, I got more gems than I usually get in a draft. So the stipulation was draft and play every rare we see. So I can't cut rares. I'm sure we're not going to play more than like 2 planes because we have to because of double white rare that we want to cast. 1 island. I have to play 2 swamps as well. We actually ended up with so much good fixing. Maybe, I don't have to play all these mountains because we have like 3 Reclaim the Wastes plus this Skyclave Relic. It's a lot of good fixing. I need a lot of forests because I have to be able to cast Reclaim. So let's say 8 plus that would give us 9, and then the minimum of all the rest of the lands. And then I need some swamps too. This might be too many lands. I may have to accept that I can't kick like things or cast things if I don't draw like one of my 5-color fixtures or something. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 11, 14, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13, 16. Yeah, and we have land spells and we have 3 reclaims. We can't play this many lands. So I have to play these rare lands. I don't have a choice there. How many green land spell split cards do I have? Bala Ged Recovery, and that's it. So I can't really play less forests. If I only play 1 plains, how can I cast Legion Angel? I have Relic. Stipulation drafts are weird, man. And that's it. So probably need to do that. At least with the Inscription Kicker. Oh yeah, we're never kicking this thing. It's triple black. I mean, unless we draw Throne or kick Skyclave Relic. So we'll do 1 swamp. Maybe I do no swamps? No, but then I can't cast it. I can just cast the front end with 1 swamp. So ideally 2 plains, an island, and a swamp, and a mountain. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 13, 16. It's still too many lands. So I guess I'm going to have to cheat on forest a little bit. Yeah, I guess we only have the 1 black card. And we have Skyclave Relic, Throne, and a black duel. Although Throne won't actually cast Inscription. It's pretty hard to not play a single swamp. I don't think we can really afford 2 mountains. Like, I have to play these 3 pathways. And I think we really need to play exactly 1 swamp. Or want to, anyway. Man, stipulation drafts are harder than regular drafts. Wasn't this supposed to be fun? Usually when I draft, I have, like, a plan in mind, and my deck works. Stipulation drafts are hard. Hey, I see some more donations. I don't know who did them, if it was $100 or a bunch of small ones. But I saw the total just jump from $5.49 to $6.49. Thank you to everybody donating to Gamers Outreach. Appreciate the help raising money for a good cause. Stipulation drafts. I got to play all my rares. So this is 3, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, which is... Again, we don't need 15 lands, but I think that's... Like, I have to play all of those. I could cut, like, 1 plains, maybe. And just hope I can cast Legion Angel another way, but that's the stone minimum. I mean, Legion Angel's not that good a card. I have to play it. I would never splash for it normally, of course. Alright, so what do we want to cut? I don't think we need all these Cleansing Wildfires. I think the mana actually ended up reasonable, and we didn't end up with that much red, so I think I'm just going to get rid of most of the Cleansing Wildfires, or all of them. We're pretty good on Warriors, so we don't need to play the Brute. I'm more interested in the Rogues and the Wizards. And then the Clerics are good. We'll just lose one Stomper up at the top. Alright, I think this is going to be our first stipulation draft, deck 1. The stipulation was draft and play every rare I see. So we did that. Y'all think I can 3-0 with this or no? So we got 3 rare lands. How many total rares did I get? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 rares. So the mana's not bad. I mean, we have 3 Reclaim the Wastes, Vastwood Surge, Skyclave Relic for fixing, plus some land spell modals. There's like 1 forest less than I would like, but I mean, with 7 and the duel is 8, and the land spell modal here is 9. I mean, hopefully we'll draw green every game, but we're not that low. I mean, the deck looks okay. I mean, obviously it's not great. I would never splash for Legion Angel normally, or Inscription, because it's only good if you're kicking it. And of course, Confounding Conundrum is 2 mana draw card, basically do nothing. But I don't make the rules, so y'all made the rules. Actually, literally you did. So I abided by them. We drafted every rare we see. We're playing every rare we drafted. And hopefully we can do some winning. Thanks to everybody donating. I saw that it just went up again, another $20. Appreciate everybody who's donating to Gamers Outreach as we try and raise some money for a good cause. We're already up to $669, and we're just getting underway. Thanks, MTG Rojo. It's a good stipulation. It is a good one, I admit it. Have some fun today before we get back to more serious content tomorrow. So this is a good fixture, but it costs 3. We only have 1 land, no land spell modals, so I think we got to mulligan this. Okay, this is a pretty easy keep, of course. What are we going to bottom, though? We could bottom the Arbor Mage, but it's our only early play. We could bottom Stomper, Rabid Bite. We could bottom really any of these, to be honest. We could bottom a Forest and just hope I draw one because I have Bala Ged Recovery. I wish I could just keep this. I don't really want to bottom any of these cards. Could bottom Throne, but it also gives us 2 lands towards Arbor Mage and 2 mana potentially towards kicking a Reclaim, which we have 3 of. I think I'll just bottom Forest. I've got the Stomper to pick up the Bala Ged, so I can always play the Bala Ged as a Forest if I don't draw a Forest or Mountain, and then I can pick it up later with the Stomper. Okay, so there's Reclaim, so yeah, we're definitely playing Bala Ged now. Then we can get a counter on Throne, hopefully. And then we can kick Reclaim for 2 lands, and then hopefully after that we can cast whatever we need. Your top decks are going to be bad. My top decks are going to be great. I'm a professional top decker, professional Magic player. How do you think you get to be a professional Magic player? By being very good at top decks. That's how. Whoa! We just got a very generous anonymous donation of $300. Obviously, you chose to go anonymous. Don't know who you are, but really appreciate it. That's anonymously donated, but it's $300 real dollars for Gamers Outreach. So thank you. Thank you for your generous donation. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I wanted 2 planes, but again, I didn't want to play a million lands in my deck, so, you know, we didn't get to plan like we normally do. We were kind of forced into doing some things differently than I normally would. So let's see, this can be a red, and then if we remove this charge counter, we can then kick it, and then we won't miss land drops after this. We've got green, red, and throne, white and blue in hand, only 1 black card in the deck, so I think we go get Plains and Island. Yeah, Vine Gecko is really good, and Throne of Makindi is not very good. This was not a choice. Alright, so I don't think I'm provoking anything they play to block. So the question is, do we want to play the Relic, or do we want to play the Arbor Mage? The Arbor Mage doesn't stop anything they have, so I think we can, if we play the Relic and take 8 and go to 5, probably dead if they cast anything else. The Stomper's probably too slow. Kind of unfortunate here. Pretty good draw by the opponent. Yeah, we could top deck a Turn Timber Ascetic. That's true. So I can take one of their creatures, and then I could Rabid Bite. Unfortunately, it's... Well, I can't because I'm a mana short, but even if I could, it's a bite, not a fight, so it wouldn't be that exciting. This game is over. So we could sideboard in these Broken Wings. I know we saw that artifact, but if they don't draw that, green creatures probably aren't flying. So I don't think we want to do that. We'll just play first. Hopefully our hand will be a little less slow, a little better. My curve isn't that bad. I mean, obviously this deck has some cards that are not very effective, but I mean, plenty of 2 and 3 and 4 mana cards in the deck. So we got to play first. Gonna keep. It's only 2 lands, but we have a green, so we can cast our 3 Reclaims, which means we have tons of good draws. So hopefully we'll draw lands or Reclaim the Wastes. Alright, so now I think it's more important to get our tap land in play than get our Gnarled Colony out as a 2-2. I mean, if we draw a couple lands in a row, we won't even play this as a 2-2. We'll play our 3-drop, 4-drop, and then kick it. So, now I don't know. I mean, I could play, like, Tap Awakening and Gnarled Colony. I could play Snarecaster to block their thing. A lot of options. I kind of want to play the tap land so I can start playing these Ballats. So I think, given we have 2 big Ballats in hand, I'm just going to put the tap land in play and the Gnarled Colony, and then we can just start dropping 4/3s. Yeah, wow. We are already over $900 and we just got going. Thank you to everybody who's donating. We'll be doing another day with 3 more stipulation drafts because that was the first goal to unlock. So thank you to everybody who donated so far. Okay, I don't really see decisions. I'm gonna attack the colony and then play the Scythe Cat in a land because I don't want to miss land drops that grow the Scythe Cat. We don't have more lands in hand, so I'll trade the Scythe Cat for the Gnarled Colony if they attack and then start playing my Ballats. Yeah, there will be TPO. So we can search out 2 lands or play a Baloth. I think I'm better off searching out 2 lands. I'm only taking 3. Then I can play Baloth and Rabid Bite to catch up. I need 2 green. I have that, so I don't need any more green. I can still play Baloth and Rabid Bite in 1 turn. So I think, again, we're going to get the Plains and the Island, so we can cast a card drawing spell if we draw it. I only have 1 black card. I'll worry about that the least. Okay, not bad, not bad. Of course, Rabid Bite the Dead Worm. The 2/2's not really stopping anything, so there's not really any reason not to attack with that here, I don't think. Given the 1/4 can block the Colony, I don't actually think I'm going to block with the Baloth. I know they're ahead in life, but if I draw a land, I can just play Baloth and Snarecaster. Even if I don't draw a land, I can just kick Reclaim and then play Snarecaster to block their 3/3. Meanwhile, I'm attacking with my 6/5. So that's what we're going to do. Thank you, Jamie Jaco. I know you normally come here, everybody, for the, expert, spiked limited content. Be aware, these are stipulation drafts. These are not normal draft decks. The stipulation this time was I had to draft every rare I saw, and I have to play them all. So we have 11 rares, all different colors. Okay, so I can kick Reclaim, or I can play Stomper. Looks like it's better to play Stomper. I can pick up 2 land spells, but then if I can't play one immediately if I want to trigger the Baloth. But you know what I could just Reclaim for 1 land instead of 2 to trigger the Baloths. So that's what I'm probably going to do. So I think this turn I'm going to Reclaim and just play the land I get. And not show them that I'm about to Stomper back Valakut Recovery and this Valakut Stoneforge. And that'll trigger the Baloths, which can then attack profitably. Sure, they're going to have something, but who knows. And then post-combat, I'll just play Stomper and pick up both these land spells, which are pretty good. Valakut Recovery and the Valakut Stoneforge here. Cool. I mean, we can always replay the Valakut Stoneforge next turn if we need to, if we don't draw a land to trigger those. Or we can Valakut Recovery. All right, we didn't get a match yet, but we got our first game with the stipulations. I'll take it. See if we can get our first match here in Game 3. So we're going to be on the draw. Things that slow them down are useful, but they're not like a burn deck. They just have big green creatures. So I don't think I want something like Nectar Pot. Maybe something like Murasa Brute to help me not get run over. I'll assume by play every rare, I'm also not allowed to board out any of my rares. So that doesn't give us that much wiggle room as far as what to board out. I do have these 2 5/4s that gain 3, Stomper, Baloths. I have plenty of size. If I can't board out rares, then the only things I could really board out would be like Arbor Mage, which isn't great, but it is a wizard. It's not really much, or Bug Catcher if I'm on the D isn't as good. Maybe I'll switch Bug Catcher for like a 3/3, since I'm probably going to be on the defensive. Since it's Game 3 and I'm on the draw and they have like a creature deck. I'm going to assume you can't board rares out. I mean, it's up to MTG Rojo. This was their stipulation, so technically they make the rules. But if the rule is draft and play every rare I see, I'm going to assume that means I can't I can't board the rares out. That they have to be in the deck at all times. Four 5 might have been good. It lines up well against all their 4/4s. But they also have removal and pump and stuff. So go get a Plains, I guess. There's no way I can expect to kick this. That's just too slow on the draw. We have spoils, so if we draw like any creatures, we can play them, draw 3, and then hopefully we'll find another white source or something. I'm not even playing 2 Plains, so waiting to kick it was not necessarily going to help us. Okay, it's not going to be the best, but still counts itself, so we'll get a 3/3 and a 1/1 to help clog up the board. And then after that, we have something to Rabid Bite with that lowers the cost of spoils by 1. So if I draw any creature, especially a party type I can cast, I'm going to play that. But if not, I'm definitely going to play Squad Commander. Even though it's not incredible right now, it still counts itself. It's still a 3-3 and a 1-1. I've got a handful of business, including card drawing. So I've got to try and slow them down. And another forest doesn't sway me in any other direction, so... Hopefully they just don't have any removal or pump, because if we stalemate for a turn and the commander lives, I can then play spoils. And then after that, I'll probably have lands and spells to work with. So I could double block. I don't necessarily... Well, there goes that option. I was going to say, I don't necessarily think they have anything, but I can't really make that play because I need to cast spoils. But this is fine. I can take 3 again next turn. I'm gaining 3. And then, like I said, after that, hopefully we'll have some options. So, just got to chill for now. Take another 3, but that's not that big of a deal. We'll gain the 3 back, draw 3 cards, and then we'll see what our options look like after that. The token is a warrior. I didn't even know that. Okay, so forcing everything to block the squad commander is not great. Canopy Baloth plus Rabid Bite away the 3/4 is good. It's not amazing. Don't forget, they'll just move the equipment. But I want to get the Canopy Baloth out anyway. I don't think they can kill it in response with a black and a green up, so this seems like the right play to me. And even though the equipment doesn't die, it does take their turn to move it, so if they want to move it to a 2/2 and then attack me for 2, I can attack them back for 6, 9, who knows. So next turn I can force all their creatures to... I can kick the Arbor Mage, forcing all their creatures to block the Baloth, potentially. We've got some options. Alright, so now we have 7 mana. I can go get... I have 1 mountain, 1 plains in the deck, so I can't go get lands to cast either of those. So we're probably just going to drop Aesthetic this turn. I see no real reason to do anything else. That's another creature we can target with the Arbor Mage and force all their on-tap stuff to block, and that should be profitable for us. Yes, Baloth Land Bite was definitely the correct sequencing. You're right. No question. Okay, so if I force all their creatures to block Aesthetic, I can go 3 on the Baloth, and then I have 2 more to just trade it with a 2/2. It's not like we're owning them, but I think it's well worth it. I don't want them to be able to make this Baloth fly. So get a mountain out. We can also sack lands and draw cards, because now we can reclaim for another mountain. So this actually looks like it's going pretty well. And then we're going to have a 2/3 back. They're going to have a 2/2 and a 1/1, so we can attack with everything else. All their creatures are forced to block the Aesthetic. Unfortunately, we're actually somewhat close to party, Wizard, Warrior, and Cleric, but I have like 1 or 2 rogues in the whole deck. And I'm not going to let them start having a 6/5 flyer, potentially. That just doesn't seem smart. I think I'll just kill this because it gives trample to things. Happily trade the Aesthetic for those 2. I'm going to go grab 1 mountain, even though it's not as exciting as getting 2 mana. Next turn, I probably want to cast Lithoforming here. Blue and black, so that doesn't really help us at the moment. Lands enter the battlefield tapped. Okay. We draw a card for each land we sack, so we want to sack a bunch of lands. We can only really sack forests. But we have more forests to play, so we can pretty much sack all the forests, I think. So let's just do that. I actually do want to pool a green mana, though, I think, since we have way more green cards than anything else. So I think what I'm going to do here is sack the 4 forests. Actually, I can sack the plains and the island, because this... Yeah, I can sack the plains and the island. Because I can cast Legion Angel only if I draw that artifact that can produce any color mana, and I can kick it. And I have another blue here. And my only other blue card is just 2 mana draw card, so... Alright, yeah, let's sack some of that stuff. So, I'm going to sack 4 forests, an island, and a plain. So I'm going to sack... So X is 6. Well, it didn't let me pool a forest because I didn't pay manually, but who cares? And now I already played a land. Oh, I can play any number of lands. They come into play tapped, right? So let's just put lands in play. If I don't think this matters. Make it a blue because we're going to have 3 black if we just kick this relic. I don't think I actually want to cast this and bottom things. I have like 13 cards left, very few lands. I'll hold on to the Bala Ged Recovery though, of course. Yeah, I could have probably sacked a mountain too, I guess. So we can buy back Rabid Bite to deal with their 5/4. After I kick this relic, I'll have double white unlocked. So I think let's start. I think this turn we mostly want to develop our mana since we're not like dying on board or anything. So I'm just going to do that so that I can cast whatever I want on future turns. I guess I can attack. I don't want to risk accidentally dying. If they kill the 2/3 and hit me with this extra 3 plus the 5 in the air, it gets way scarier. Okay, so now we have a flyer to block their flyer, and we have some creatures to drop. This is looking pretty good. I don't have any rogues in hand. I think I have like 1 in the whole deck, or maybe even 0. So I can't really turn on the commander. 3 mana, 6 mana, 8 mana, 9, 10, 11 mana. So 4, 4, and 3. We don't gain the 3 then. But we're putting out a flyer that can block, and we're at 8, not 5 anyway, so I don't think we're going to die. So now I'm going to attack because I'm dropping 3 blockers. And then we're putting out a 4/3 with flyer, which is big enough to block the 5/4, assuming they don't have anything with their last card. If they do, next turn we can always Bala Ged Recovery, the Rabid Bite, or play the Aesthetic, or whatever. And on board, we are fine. Unfortunately, no, I don't have another one. Although, I guess it would have to be in my deck. I wonder if Rojo would have made an exception for 1 Legion Angel in the sideboard so we can search it out. But even if they have removal, we're still in great shape. It's not like they're going to steal the Angel. So if they kill it and hit us for 5, okay, we can just get back Rabid Bite, gain 3, kill the flyer. Like, we're in pretty good shape here. So they're getting back this spell land, Predation, whatever. They can't cast it here. Try and empty my hand. Like, I can easily cast this, recover Rabid Bite, and play Rabid Bite. Obviously, I don't know what I'm going to draw. So I can kick this and get both the cards out of their hand. I can't kill the Stomper if I do that, though. What are the other abilities? I can destroy their 1/1, and I can return a creature from my graveyard with casting cost 2 or less, which I don't even know if I have. So as exciting as Inscriptioning is, I don't think it's actually right. Let them Predation the Inscription. I think there's more value in just playing Aesthetic, Bala Ged Recovery, Rabid Bite. We take out their big creature. This just looks better to me. I know kicking the black Inscription is fun and all, but we're taking out their big flyer, their only big creature, and just attack with everything. Who cares if they Predation the Inscription out, and that other card in their hand could easily just be a land or nothing. Hey, we got some more donations. We're at an even 1,000. Thank you to everybody donating to Gamers Outreach. I really appreciate it. I don't see a dime of it or anything, of course. It's all for the charity. So, you know, definitely it's a good cause. Donate if you can. Don't feel pressure to if you can't. I know these are trying financial times for a lot of people. But if you're lucky enough to be able to afford to, you know my philosophy, no donation too small, no donation too big. Just do what you can. Do what's comfortable for you. But don't be afraid to slap $5 or $10 on it. I really appreciate, you know, the power of crowdsourcing, of everybody chipping in their small part. That's basically my life philosophy, you know, is do my part, and if it doesn't add up to enough, so be it. I can't control the world. I just try and do the right thing. So if you can afford to donate, but only a small amount, by all means, please do. Thank you to everybody who's been doing so. Thank you, Harry Houdini. Appreciate the 100-bit donation to me. Although today, normally I greatly appreciate all donations to me. You know, streaming doesn't make a lot of money, and so it's great when people donate to me and support my stream. Today, I would prefer donations to Gamers Outreach. I'll be happier if I don't make a dime today. Obviously, look, if you have bits, like Harry donated 100 bits, Harry Houdini, you can't necessarily donate them to Gamers Outreach. I appreciate it, Harry Houdini. I'm just taking this as an opportunity to talk about it. But if you are considering a donation, most days I greatly appreciate any support for my stream. You know, like I said, I'm financially comfortable, but streaming doesn't make a lot, so I normally very much appreciate all your donations. Today, if you're going to donate, please donate to Gamers Outreach. Like I said, 5, 10, whatever the minimum is, whatever you can afford. If you can afford to do a big donation and you want to, that's generous and we really appreciate it. But either way, just direct all donations to Gamers Outreach. The link should be there. So, we're doing 3 stipulation drafts today. That was the first draft and the first match. We got a win, so we're currently 1-0. Pretty hard to win when you have to draft and play every rare you see. Thanks for that $10 donation, Bomb. Really appreciate it. No, I appreciate it, Harry Houdini. I really do. I just took that as an opportunity to talk about it. Listen, donating can't be wrong. Thank you for donating 100 bits. I really appreciate the support. I just took that as an opportunity to talk about how I wanted the donations for Gamers Outreach. And I know you are. I really appreciate the generosity. And I know you drop 100 bits every once in a while whenever anything good happens. And that's great. I really appreciate the support. Like I said, I love making Magic content. Streaming does not make a lot of money. So I really appreciate all the donations I normally get. And I know you're a frequent donator, Harry Houdini. So I do appreciate it, believe me. Okay, so this hand, all forest, but green is our main color, and we have a lot of fixers. If we draw a single one of our 3 Reclaim the Waste, we can kick it. Hopefully we will. If in the meantime, we have 3-drop, 4-drop, 5-drop now anyway, if we just draw a land. Also, it doesn't even look like the opponent has lands. They may just be mana screwed. Thanks, Runji. Appreciate that $10 donation. We don't have land 5, but given they have 3 planes and don't have land 4, and we have 2 creatures out, I'm not in a position to complain. Yeah, it was a stipulation draft, C for John. Your deck looked good. I just had a good draw in Game 3. Thanks, Loco Pelli. Appreciate the generous $30 donation. Thank you, Lock Shamana. Appreciate the generous $20 donation. We're just getting underway for the day here, and we're already at almost $1,100 raised for Gamers Outreach. I always say this anytime it comes up. My chat's the best chat. I'll take y'all versus anyone. Thank you for your generosity. So the opponent got mana screwed this game, so they didn't cast anything. So we don't really have the ability to sideboard. Even though it's a stip draft, I am base green, and I do have 2 Broken Wings, so those could come in, but we didn't really see anything. Thank you, Chris F. Appreciate the $10 donation as well. Thank you, Aardvark. Appreciate the generous $100 donation. Very big donation. Thank you for your generosity, Aardvark. Okay, so let's see. Clearly, we're going to play the Balagate as a Forest because it's our only green source. Then we can decide whether to play Reclaim or wait to kick it. Probably just wait. Turn 2, we have Bug Catcher, and turn 3, Relic Robber at the moment, so probably just want to play my creatures. Yeah, I still play Pokemon Go, Kirkland Signature. The Hard Rock where I grind poker has like 4 gyms and like 15 stops and tons of cell phone activity. So I got into the game a lot because I used to live in National Harbor, which was like a tourist destination with like 6 gyms and all of that. And so, you know, we'd just be walking to lunch all the time and stuff, and it was just like, you know, Pokemon Go was just happening there. It was the kind of place people would like come to play Pokemon Go. And then it's kind of the same at the Hard Rock where I'm at pretty frequently. Okay, so I can't play Relic Robber and attack because they'll just block. I can play the Relic Robber on D. I think we're a ways away from any sort of kicking Arbor Mage for value this game. So what I think I'm going to do is just play that because it's a little bit better of a blocker and it gets a Wizard in play. White-red aggro is going to be tough. Oh yeah, we do have one rogue, the Robber. I'm not really a baseball fan. Like, I'm not against it. It's just never a sport I've been passionate about. Really, basketball is the only sport I'm, like, actually, like, passionate about. But I watch football. Like, you know, I would say that, like, as a fan, as far as the U.S. sports that are popular, basketball, I'm, like, a 10 out of 10 on fandom. Football, I'm, like, a 7 out of 10. Baseball, I'm, like, a 4 out of 10. And hockey, I'm, like, a 1 out of 10. Not against baseball or hockey. I'm just not into them. Oh, yeah, I do have the 1/4 reach as well. It's a rogue. I forgot that. You're right, Floyd. So we party pretty well. Okay, so they gave the 2/2 indestructible. So our choices are block the 2/2 with the Arbor Mage. They'll bounce and we'll take 3. Or double block the Adept. We'll take 2 and we'll lose one of our creatures. Our creatures are helping for party, but we don't really need that right now. I think I'm just interested in keeping my life total up and playing a long game. If I had the ability to kill the Fledgling, I would, because this can gain flying and hit me in the air turn after turn whenever they have a land to drop, which they clearly don't have now. But I can't. It has indestructible until end of turn. So I'll save a point of life and trade my 2/3 for their 3/3. It's a good trade, and we save a life. Okay, so now I think I just play the Relic Robber and attack with both. Even though I don't really want to race, I don't think they want to take a damage a turn for the rest of the game, so they're pretty much forced to block their 3/2 on my Relic Robber. If they really want to try and race the damage token here, I mean, I do have Aesthetic for next turn to gain 3 and put another body out, and they'd be taking 5 here. So I think we'll get the block. We can kick the other one, but this one I'm just going to play. What does this land on? Is this blue? Yeah, so we need black and white, which means we need white way more. We have way more white cards. We only have 1 black card in the whole deck. I'm not a Cowboys fan. I mean, I'm a Florida sports fan, so, like, you know, I like the Heat and the Dolphins way more than any other teams. But at this point, like, I'll also root for some players. Like, I thought Rodgers was one of the best quarterbacks of all time, watching him in his, like, rookie year in, like, 2006 and 2007. So I like rooting for him in Green Bay. Also, I'm a big LeBron fan. I also think he's the GOAT, and he brought us to 4 straight finals. So anytime they're not playing the Heat, I'm rooting for LeBron's teams. But in this finals, of course, I'm rooting for the Heat. Okay, 1/2, not very effective blocker. 5/4, bigger than everything. Cleric adds 1 to the attack and makes it possible to attack into the champion. So I'm just going to play the Aesthetic and then attack for 3. I would love to kill that bird. I don't have much removal. For drafting 5 colors, I didn't see, like, Deadly Alliances. I really didn't see that much that I could splash. I've got, like, a Rabid Bite. I have very little removal in this deck. It's one of this deck's biggest problems, I think. Lock it in, Elraf. I think the Lakers are going to win, but I'm rooting for the Heat. Okay, well, that's not a big deal. Take a bug catcher out. I don't care about that. Casting costs 4 or less, so it can't hit the aesthetic. Well, if there was a rare in the pack Overlord, I didn't even have the option to take it. Remember, I was forced to draft the rares. So I'm not even playing a second Plains. So I can't go get a Plains to cast the Legion Angel. So I think I just need to cast this Valakut Awakening now. Bottom everything. Hopefully we find Rabid Bite. I have to deal with this 4/4. I can't at the moment, but I can go land Snarecaster. The question is, can I attack for 5? It's tricky because obviously they're ahead in the race, but I might sneak in a victory. I have the Songman Treachery. I mean, I guess I can't cast it, but if I draw a Mountain... No, I already have my Mountain, so I'm unlikely to be able to cast it anytime soon. So I'll just play defensively. If I had 2 red, I would probably attack here, just for the chance to sneak in the lethal. But without a second red to cast Songman Treachery, it's pretty unlikely I'm going to sneak in lethal. So I'd rather try not to die. Because if I draw Rabid Bite for Fearless Fledgling, this game is fine. I mean, not good, but maybe I can turn it. I have another 3 life in my hand, and... Am I dead? I'm not dead on board, am I? I don't think I am. I mean, I'm probably going to lose, but... Again, I don't think I'm actually dead. If I draw Rabid Bite, I can play Aesthetic, gain 3, have another big body, and Rabid Bite away the flyer. Again, I'm not saying this is going well. I'm not saying I'm a favorite. I'm probably like 5% or less to win this game. But if they don't have anything in hand, I don't think I'm actually dead on board. So if I go to 2... That's okay if they give something unblockable, because I can go back to 5. So do I block the Apparition, or do I block, like, the Sneaking Guide to get rid of the thing that gives things unblockable? Probably should just block the Sneaking Guide. If I take 9 and go to 1, they have 4 creatures. But if I play the Aesthetic, I'm at 4. The only problem is I have to draw removal now. Because remember, turns they don't draw a land, the Fledgling doesn't gain flying. So I think I'd rather be at 2 than 1. Because now if I block the Apparition, I get a 2/2. So I'm going to have plenty of blockers. So then, if they don't top deck a land, I won't actually die for a while. Okay, well, that's just going to kill me. Nothing we can do about that. So, do we want to board in our Broken Wings against this red-white aggro deck? Let's see what they played. Not much in the way of enchantments, artifacts, or flyers. I mean, I know they have the Fearless Fledgling. We'll get to be on the play. This is a matchup where I might want Nectar Pot. Just an early blocker, and it gains a lot of life. And also a 3-mana 3/3. Board out some slow stuff if there is any. Could board out like Stomper. It's pretty slow. I mean, it's good because it buys back a lot of spell lands, which we have, but that's just not a luxury we have against an aggro deck, I don't think. I can't board out the rares. Obviously, I don't want this Conundrum. I'm just going to take out this aggressive creature. Yeah, Island's not about the Conundrum. It's about the draw 3, gain 3 party blue-white card drawing spell. We only saw like the 1 target for Broken Wings, and it's not even a great one, Fearless Fledgling. Because we don't know exactly when it's going to have flying and when it's not. It's a good card, but it's not a good target for Fearless Wings. Okay, this hand looks pretty... I mean, for Broken Wings. This hand looks good. I mean, we can turn 2 Nectar Pot, turn 3 Brute. If we draw a land, kick the Reclaim the Wastes. I can't really complain. Pretty glad I boarded out that 1/2 attacker for this 1/3 Nectar Pot, since it can block the Hellhound that they had turn 1. They're the aggro deck. We probably have a better late game. We also have that artifact with Kicker, the rare. That taps out a mana of any color, and if you kick it, you get 3 of them. So that can help us cast anything if we draw that. So I'm going to snap block. If they want to spend a trick or removal or whatever, cool. I don't care. My 1/3 is in here to block. I mean, put it in instead of what, though? That I wanted it, believe me. I can't cut forests. I have 3 reclaims, and most of my early stuff and a lot of my creatures are all green. So, like, I'd have to play 0 islands or 0 swamps. And with 3 reclaims, that just seems wrong to me. Good afternoon, Implode. I wanted a second Plains. I originally was going to build it with a second Plains, and then I realized I was going to end up with way too many mana sources. Remember, this is a stip draft, so I wasn't necessarily able to design the smoothest deck. Okay, no real decisions. I'm going to play the Brute to block. Hopefully kick the Reclaim the waste, go get a Plains and like an island, then play the Cleric, and then we'll have Warrior and Cleric to make a little army. Commander counts itself, so I don't really care if I lose the Brute. It's in there mostly to be a speed bump, because we are going to take turn 4 off here, kicking Reclaim, not adding to the board. Snap block. I know they have something, I just don't care. That gets us through the turn, we take no damage. Unfortunately, I can't get two islands because they don't exist. I mean, 2 Plains because they don't exist, so we'll go get a Plains and an island. I don't know, you gotta think if it's gonna do more or less later, Jeff or Pino. Thanks to whoever just donated. I saw we just hit another donation up to almost $1,200 already. Thanks to everybody supporting this charity stream, donating to Gamers Outreach. Cleric, so Warrior. So I'll happily play the Squad Commander just for 2 here. There's nothing wrong with that. And the 5/4 looks like a pretty good attacker on this board. Yeah, I mean, it's a double white spell that I want to cast, but remember, it's the only 1 card in my whole deck. Like, I just keep drawing it, right? That part's somewhat of a coincidence. Okay, so our choices for this turn are Balagid Recovery or Squad Commander. Squad Commander looks good. I'm going to attack with the 5/4. I don't think it's going to die in combat. They literally don't even have 5 power out. And if it does, I can always Balagid Recovery it or something. It's not like I don't want the second Plains. I did consider it during deck construction. I felt like Super Flood was just more of a problem. I basically can't cut the 1 swamp, the 1 island, or the 1 mountain for it, or any forest. So I have to cut like a spell for it if you want to play it. Which might be right. I'm not saying it's not. But again, I wanted a second Plains in this deck. I'm just gonna, so I obviously looked up their website and stuff like that for Gamers Outreach before I did this charity stream, but it's not like I'm personally super familiar with the organization or anything. But, you know, I've had nothing but good experiences with Team Fade to Karma since I joined them last year. So I'm just trusting them. So there's gamersoutreach.org if you want to check them out. I think I only have the 1 wizard, the 2/3 elf. Okay, so for now, I can Balagid Recovery. I can add this rogue. I think I want to Balagid Recovery these good cards if they die. I'm just going to attack and drop Snarecaster. I mean, it looks like a race they're doing okay because they chumped last turn, but I have a 5/4. They can't just chump that every turn. So this is really a race that I'm actually winning pretty handily. I'm not saying they won't have pump or other things, but it's not like we're under urgent pressure to do things. This is the first of 3 drafts, so this stream will probably go another 3 hours or something. Okay, so let's start with Confounding Conundrum, just see what we get, see if we get any better options for this turn. So that's an interesting one. I can at least bottom the Angel that I can't cast. I don't really want to bottom Bala Ged Recovery. I think if they trade with the Commander, that just means I can cast it again, so I'm cool with that. So I'm just going to attack with my big creatures. I'm going to play into Bala Ged Recovery, whichever one dies here in combat. Well, they just took it all. Okay, no problem. We're not dying on their turn, but that means there's no good targets for Bala Ged. I don't really want to get back Marasa Brute. So the plan now is Valakut Awakening end of their turn for 2. Ship the Angel, keep the Bala Ged Recovery. I can always even get back the Valakut Awakening if I want to, right? So I'll ship the Uncastable Angel here. Cool. Alright, I don't see any real options. Just going to attack again with the 2 creatures that if they trade, I'm happy. I can still buy them back with Bala Ged Recovery, so I'm not going to be unhappy if they play a Pump Spell or Removal or something like that. That's an interesting point, Joy Loge. I didn't think about that, but it's true. I drink a lot of caffeine, yeah. I just switched from downing a giant Starbucks to a Red Bull. I'm pretty addicted to caffeine. So, we can get back to either one. We have the Baloth to play this turn. So it's not like, oh, if we get back the 4-drop, we can play it. If we get back the 5-drop, we can't. We have a 4-drop to play anyway. So we want to get back whichever one we think is better. But I'm at 18, so the 4-drop going wide is probably the better one anyway. So I think I'm just going to get that back and play it. We have a Rogue in play, so we'll get 2 more 1/1s and a 3/3 this way. And they're at 3, so going wide looks pretty appealing right now. I think it's worth playing the land. I know it can trigger Baloth, but we could also spend a lot of mana on any given turn. I don't think this Baloth is going to need +2/+2 with them at 3. 2-0 in the stipulation draft. 11 rares, draft every rare you see, play every rare you draft, and we're in the finals of the pod. You gotta love it. You have to. You don't have a choice. You're forced to love it. Thanks, Monkey Butlers. Appreciate the generous $100 donation. Big donation for Gamers Outreach. Appreciate the support. Helping us hit that $4,500 goal. So even though I'm 5-color, I have a lot of mana sources and my deck's pretty slow, so I think we're going to be choosing to play first. And I don't have a lot of removal. This is the red-green one, but we probably want it for red. So, just turn 1, lay the green tap land, then we can play a red and cast the Bug Catcher. And then if we draw any land, we can cast a Relic, and then we're pretty good on mana. If we get stuck on 2, frown. I am planning to just do one of the characters for the cosplay. So, I mean, it could be Liliana. We'll take suggestions. Of course I'm a good actor to play Among Us. Okay, anything that we don't deliver on is just because we tried and couldn't organize it. Like from the last one, I wrote the rap. I'm going to be doing it during this stream. We took the stipulation drafts. I did the coaching sessions that I gave out. We couldn't get the viewer draft. We tried. You can ask Dangle. Like, he put in a lot of work. But it's too hard because everybody has different schedules from all over the world. But the plan for Among Us won't be like that. We're just going to announce a date where we're going to do Among Us during one of my normal stream times. And if you make it, you can get in the lobby or whatever. And if you don't, you don't. When we tried to organize the viewer draft, we drew names and then we had to get all 6 people on the same schedule and so on. Okay, so Bugcatcher can't block Skydiver. It can block Banneret, so it's attack for 2 to take 1 back. Do we want that? No, my hand is really slow and powerful. I don't think I want to attack for 2 to take 1 back. Voxy is definitely invited. Alright, so this turn we have 4 mana, nothing we can cast except Arbor Mage and Relic. Arbor Mage doesn't change much. Relic unlocks a lot of her hand, so I think it's pretty much a no-brainer. Same as last turn, I don't really want to attack for 2 to take 1 back. So this turn we can slap down the Aesthetic, and then we can attack for 3 with the Bugcatcher. This turn is pretty much scripted. The Aesthetic blocks both their ground creatures, so there's no need to hold the Bugcatcher back anymore. It's just a 1/2 blocker anyway, or it can attack for 3 profitably. Even though the race isn't going fantastic, we do have 6 life in our hand, and then Arbor Mage can push through a lot of damage on the last turn. So this is definitely a game if they don't have a lot of tricks. Like, if they're just planning to lay creatures, then this will go well for me. Alright, so a pump spell isn't really going to save their stuff, so I'm assuming they have practice tactics. I can't really do anything about that. So my plan is going to be to eat up as much damage as I can, and I have plenty of ammunition. I'm not going to run out of, like, ammunition. So I'm going to block the 3/3. Just let them tactics. I'll gain 3 life effectively by blocking the 3/3 creature. Then I can just play another Aesthetic, attack again, rinse and repeat. I don't really have any instance to interact with that, so there wasn't any real way for me to stop them from doing that. So I'd rather them do it on their turn and me save 3 damage than them do it on my turn and me not save 3 damage. And if the Aesthetic's not attacking or blocking, it's already dead. So now they're clearly just going to activate the Banneret, so I'm less inclined to block. That's not to say I won't block. I'm looking to extend the game. If I draw Plains, I unlock both these cards. So, I mean, I don't mind trading my Aesthetic for their 4/4 in their turn and extending the game. But I can also draw land, kick the Arbor Mage, force the 1/2 and something to block the Aesthetic. So now it's actually a hard choice whether to block with the Aesthetic or not. On the one hand, it helps prolong the game, which is what we want. And it's just a 5/4 for a 3/3 and their turn, not a bad trade. I can't play the spoils because it's blue and white. I need to draw an island or a plains to play the spoils. This produces 1 mana of any color. So the question is, do we want the Aesthetic in play so if we draw land we can kick Arbor Mage? No, I think we're better off prolonging the game. I can still kick Arbor Mage and force the Banneret to chump block the Bugcatcher. That's still a pretty good turn. I'll still eat the Banneret, the Bugcatcher will live. So if they spend the 5 here, Outrider trades for Aesthetic, we take 3. If I draw a land, I can still just go like Arbor Mage, kick it, eat your Banneret for free. Okay, so let's cast that, see what we get next. So Reclaim can go get us that Plains that unlocks our hand. The only thing is if I do it this turn, I can't play Scythe Cat anyway. So I think this turn I'm better off playing Scythe Cat. And then next turn I can reclaim for the plains, play it, and then I have spoils unlocked and stuff. Or Legion Angel to cast. Scythe Cat doesn't have a party type, so we don't need to play it first. Yeah, Confounding Conundrum is only in this deck because of the stipulation. This card is not good. If anything, its ability probably helps the opponent in Limited. Pick up land spells and stuff like that, if they somehow could play 2 lands in a turn. It's obviously good against some constructed decks. This is clearly a card designed to be like a Modern and Pioneer sideboard card. But don't play this card in Limited, ever. Thank you, Thomas CT. Appreciate that subscription. Okay, so I can reclaim... If I get a plains, that unlocks my whole hand. But if I play Legion Angel, it's not a great blocker. I can't throw it in front of Shepherd. They'll just pump. I can block Skydiver, and then they'll pump, and those will trade. I guess the Banneret won't be able to attack, and then I can eat the Banneret with the Arbor Mage. So let's do some counting. Assuming I play Legion Angel, they attack with just Shepherd, or Shepherd and Skydiver. I block Skydiver, they pump, I'm at 7. Next turn I kick Arbor Mage, eat the Banneret, and I go to 4. Okay, and they have to tap 5 mana, so assuming they don't have any cheap cards here, this actually doesn't work out that badly. If they have like a cheap trick, my plan is gonna go awry. But if they don't, I actually think this works out fine. I can't attack into their big creature. Draft 1, round 3. We're currently 2-0 despite the stipulation. Don't know if we're going to get to 3-0. We're here in a tough game 1. But we have a bit of a plan. If I trade the Angel for the Diver in their turn, I go to 7. Then I play the Arbor Mage, eat the Banneret. I go to 4. Then I can spoils and draw more cards. So, certainly a winnable game. Not saying we're gonna win, but it's certainly a winnable game. Okay, so now they're going to be able to double block. So they're going to kill whatever. And I'm not going to kill both their creatures because they didn't even draw a land. Yuck. Maybe I'll just cast Inscription here. I can, I can spoils, but then that's my turn. Unfortunately, I'm a land short of Inscription and Baloth. It's a pretty bad turn if I just play this to kill the 2/2 flyer. So, this turn doesn't look great anymore. I was hoping that they wouldn't have something to play because they had to spend 5 to pump with the Banneret. And then I could make the Banneret chump block one of these. Now I can force them to double block one of these, but that's not really great for me. I mean, it's probably right. I'm not saying I'm not going to do it. I'm just saying it's not great for me. I think I just roped through the turn. That wasn't on purpose. I apologize. I mean, we have spoils, but I would have played spoils main phase even if I was going to cast spoils. Donating the first game to charity. So that's 9. So now I have to gain 3. Still dead to their pump, but I don't really care about showing them spoils. So that was tight. They had a little bit more that would have been tough to beat even if I didn't pass through that turn. I would have probably Inscription the Raptor and just attacked for 2 on the ground and left the 3-2 back. So that might have still been winnable. But we get a good sideboard against them. They just beat us with Flyers and we have double Broken Wings. So that's nice. Take out like a big ground creature that's slow. And an aggressive ground creature. I can't board out the rares if you're wondering why I'm not boarding out some of these unplayables. You have not. Guy Lockman. Hey, we got another $10 donation. Thank you, Izzy Kun, taking us up to $1,300. Almost unlocking my donation to the charity stream, even though it's to y'all, not to Gamers Outreach. Y'all are donating to Gamers Outreach, so we're all in this together. And I will be donating 2 one-hour coaching sessions if we get 1,800 in total donations to Gamers Outreach. Okay, not great, not horrible. Two 2-1. We're going to win this next few games, Janice. Come on. This is a long way from over. The opponent has a nice blue-white aggro deck with Flyers, but we're on. We boarded in 2 Broken Wings, so now we have considerably more removal. So, and we see a decent amount of cards with this deck. So now that we have a Rabid Bite and 2 Broken Wings instead of just a Rabid Bite, I like our chances much better. I'm not saying I'm going to win, but I think we stand a much better chance. Do I want this trade? No, I have 2 more lands. Actually, I can Surge for 2 lands, and then the Scythe Cat's going to be huge, so that would have been a really bad block. So this can add black towards kicker, and then this is the 3rd. So we can actually kick Inscription next turn. Wow. This is going to be a fun one. So easy Vastwood Surge here. Doesn't really matter, I don't think much. Let's just get lands we don't have, so an island and a mountain. I mean, we don't have like a 2-drop to get back, but we'll kill their creature and make them discard 2 probably. I won't necessarily do it next turn. It might be better to put a 5/4 out. See what they do. But we can kick Inscription of Ruin. But for now, most likely, we're just going to attack with Scythe Cat and drop Aesthetic. This is a race we're winning pretty easily on board. This is red and green. That doesn't affect anything at the moment. So yeah, this turn, there's no reason to Inscription with Kicker. Discard 2 doesn't matter. They have 6 cards in hand. We don't have any 2-drops to get back. The creature we're killing would just be a 1/2. We'll just add a 5/4 to the board. The list on screen is donation goals. Like we've already hit over 900, so I'll be doing another day with 3 stipulation drafts again. If we hit 1,800, I donate 2 free coaching sessions drawn from the people in the chat. 27, we're going to set up an Among Us sec. You can read, but that's what they are. Okay, might as well put a counter on it, I guess. So let's see. So can we Rabid Bite and Black Inscription? Yes, we have exactly enough. So let's, I guess, first and foremost, Black Inscription. Can I kick it? Yes, I can, even though it's honestly not that impressive. We will kill the wizard and make them discard 2. Okay, no problem. If you're wondering why I didn't do that in the other order, Negate is not a card people play that often, but Jwari Disruption is. So if I could choose which one of those resolves, I would want it to be the black, Inscription, even though it was only killing the same size creature and making them discard 2. So I led that one because they had 2 mana up, and if they had the 4 spike, Jwari Disruption, the black Inscription is the one I would have preferred to resolve of the 2. That said, they have bounce or removal or they're dead. And most of Blue-White's removal is going to be like Bubble Snare and Nahiri's Binding, which will keep a tap this turn, but then I can kill and unlock the side cat. So, looking pretty good. So 8 over 7, so they get a 1. I'll just take the win. The debate would be whether to show them Broken Wings, because they were going to have to lose the Riptide, but it's fine. Doesn't matter, they're dead. Yes, Skyclave gives flying, and killing Riptide would kill them by more, but they're dead. There's no such thing as winning by more. The opponent is dead. Okay, so do we board any different on the wrong lethal punt? So, do we board any different on the draw? Little ground attackers are pretty bad against the Blue-White Flyers deck on the draw. Slow big green creatures are bad. These at least gain life. This gains life. These aren't that slow. Like Baloths, and just strategically, even though these are stip drafts, when you play against like a Flyers deck with a green deck, you want the top of your curve to be stuff like Baloth or something that gains life when it comes into play to help race Flyers. Stuff like Stomper is pretty bad against a Blue-White Flyers deck. Whereas like Canopy Baloth is 6 power for 4 mana. Aesthetic at least gains 3 when it comes into play. It helps you race. Little bit of strategy today. Way less than usual, but a little bit. Okay. Trying to 3-0 the first stipulation draft. We're here in Game 3, Round 3. Did not expect to win too many matches today with these stipulations. We're already 2-0. I'm not saying we're going to win this game. This hand looks okay. Think I need to plan to kick Reclaim to get an island and a plains. So what I'm going to do is play the... No, because then I can get a mountain and cast the Valakut to get rid of extra forests. I don't know what to do here. Maybe I just do nothing and see what I draw. I have Snarecaster turn 3, Reclaim turn 4. I don't have many early game red cards. I cut all those Wildfires. Even the red 2-drop I boarded out. So I think I just want to see what I draw. Because Valakut Awakening could be powerful in the late game. I still need a mountain, a plains, and an island. Reclaim can go get 2 of the 3. And unless the Reclaim gets countered, I shouldn't need, like, a tap land. That said, they keep not doing anything. I really don't want to play Reclaim here, get it countered and by Negate, and then not be able to do anything next turn. So I was planning to kick Reclaim this turn, but because they keep doing nothing and left all their mana open, I think I'm just going to switch plans and play the Valakut tapped. Because we saw Negate last turn, last game, and I need this to resolve to unlock my whole hand. So now I can Broken Wings the Shepherd with the ability on the stack so they don't even gain 2. Then, now while I really want to resolve Reclaim, I'm still going to play Aesthetic here. I'm going to assume that they're going to have to deal with my 5-4. I'm ahead on board. I'll get the opportunity to resolve Reclaim. There's so much more value in getting the 5-4 out. But I didn't want to play Reclaim last turn with Kicker when they had all that open mana. Then they could have countered it, untapped and played Shepherd, and I might lose this game. Now I'm going to pressure them. I'm going to hold on to the Reclaim until their mana's tapped. So again, they've got their mana untapped. So I think I'm just going to attack. They probably have the party deal too. This does not become a party type, so that's not really a concern. You see how they manually tapped? They definitely have Negate in hand, like 100%. So I'm not casting Reclaim now. Just pass to them. Yeah, the stip this draft was required to draft every rare and play every rare. Cool. So now I can Broken Wings, get rid of the Bubble Snare. They're going to negate that probably, but then I'll be able to resolve Reclaim. So this works out okay. So kill the Bubble Snare, end of their turn. If they're assuming they're not sniping, which I doubt they are, they're going to negate this. It would be kind of absurd not to counter something that's freeing up a 5/4. And even if they don't counter it, if they plan to trade the Barons for the 5/4, then they won't have negate up on my turn anyway, so no big deal. Okay, so now, can I kick it? Yes, I can. Can't add to the board, but we can unlock my whole hand, get that Plains and that island. We have a Cleric and a Rogue. If I draw my 1 Wizard, we might actually be able to party with the Squad Commander. Either way, if that's going to be 3 1/1s, that's pretty good. I don't know. I think I played this game really well. I don't know what the punt was. Hey, there it is. There's the Wizard. Oh, the land was summoning 6, so they couldn't tap it after it got activated into a creature, so I could have played Reclaim the previous turn. Is that true? This can no longer tap for mana once it becomes a creature if it came into play that turn. And it did come into play that turn. Wow, the chat doesn't miss anything. Okay, that's fair. I would have Reclaimed over leaving Broken Wings up that turn. That's fair. I did not realize that. Yeah, but they made it a creature and blocked the Snarecaster. So assuming it was summoning 6 that turn, I had a window. Okay, so I'm going to put out the Arbor Mage, turn on the full party. It's an extra 1/1 we'll get. I don't necessarily think I'm going to need to provoke things. And then we can play the Commander. Assuming they don't have Jurari Disruption, then this is going to give us 4 1/1s. They do have Jurari Disruption. What? We can still Bala Ged Recovery and try again next turn. Yeah, that's fine. It's a great card, but I'm prepared to race. I'm going to buy back the Squad Commander and play it again. So, I mean, you're talking 4 1/1s, and then the party ability will happen immediately. My creatures will have Indestructible. So unless this last card is really good, I think we're going to win this game. Well, I guess it could just be like another negate or something, but I'm not expecting that to be the case, of course. So let's make sure this leaves a white up, because it doesn't know what we're going to bring back from our graveyard, even though we know what we're going to bring back. Who wants a Broken Wings when we can have a full party Squad Commander? If it wasn't full party, that would be different. This pumps the team and gives them Indestructible if you're full party. And we have Rogue, Cleric, Wizard, Warrior. We are partying. And our creatures are indestructible, so we are not afraid to attack into the land. If they want to attack back, I can always chump with a 1/1 or something. So let's hit them for a couple of points of damage. They'll probably activate the land and block the Arbor Mage and take 2. But next turn, we have a very big indestructible Pump Swarm, unless they have a way to kill one of our creatures. And most of blue-white stuff won't work. I mean, Nahiri's Binding, Bubble Snare, those don't really stop this party from happening. There better be some donations if I 3-0 a stip draft. I'm just saying. I did not expect to win too many matches today. We literally drafted every rare we saw and played them all. That was the stipulation. This is 11 rares in the deck, 5 colors, splashing for cards that do nothing, like Confounding Conundrum, and we're 3-0 anyway? Yeah, unless they Wrath, I don't know how they're going to win. No flyer. Like, if they drop Shepherd and gain 4, then we're still going to win. If they don't have a sweeper, I really don't think they're going to win this game. Let's start by 2 mana, draw 3, gain 3. Don't mind if I do. Can I kick it? Not this turn, but soon enough. So for now, all we have to do is not die. Our creatures have indestructible. Next turn, we can give them all +2/+2. I need to make sure I have chump blockers. So I'm going to play this like on the more cautious side, I think. We know next turn we're kicking Vastwood Surge. So this turn we can play Baloth. So I just want to make sure I have some blockers back. The Snarecaster can block flyers, so that's a good one to keep back. So let's send the Commander. It's indestructible. And it's actually, is there anything that exiles an attacker? I don't think there is, but I don't want to risk losing this. But it's indestructible, so Practice Tactics doesn't affect it. There's nothing that exiles an attacker, is there? Okay. Yeah, I know it's lethal if their last card in hand is nothing. If I send it all, it's exactly 10. But I just don't even think it's worth the risk. If they Wrath, I have like an X card drawing spell in hand. And next turn, it's going to be super lethal. And I don't want to die somehow. Like, I know the backswing is unlikely to kill me, but this can go to an 8/8 by their turn. So I don't think it's worth it. I think I'm just going to deal them some damage that's practically free, hold back the reach blocker, and another token. Even though 20 isn't super likely drops, remember, this is going to turn into a 6/6 and then an 8/8. So they have 14 in play. So I just don't know what 2 cards they can have, but I see no reason to take that kind of risk. Look at my hand. Next turn, I can pump my team. If they don't play a sweeper, next turn I'm going to give +2/+2 to my entire team. There's just no reason to go for the Jugular here. If they play the sweeper, they can't attack with the Barons, and I'll just untap and play, like, draw a bunch of cards and Legion Angel. If they don't play Ondu Inversion, they're dead next turn. And it's going to be harder for them to kill me with this up and this up than it is if I tap out. There's no awards in Magic for winning as fast as possible. Yeah, but we don't need Party next turn if we have Vastwood Surge. And I'm not going to block if they just attack for 6 flying. I'm at 20. The only way the Snarecaster is going to block is if they attack with both. But remember, they can do things like activate this, put them all on this. So, like, if they did attack with both, the Snarecaster would block. Who cares if I lose Party? I give +2/+2 to everything. If they don't force me to chump with the Snarecaster, then I still have the Party. You're right, I didn't have 2 planes. But I would have been able to lithoforming and draw like 7 or something. So most likely we'd be able to do plenty after that, right? Alright, first draft. Stipulation. We 3-0'd, no problem. Thanks to people donating. We're up to 1420. Appreciate the 100 bits. Harry Houdini. Thank you for the donation to me, supporting my stream, and thank you to everybody donating to Gamers Outreach. As promised, I'm going to do my little rap bit after this first draft, which that was, before we get into the second draft, which is another stipulation draft. I've got a little guest I'm going to need for the first draft, and for the rap part, and I'm going to use the bathroom, so I'll be right back. We've got a special guest, DJ Krabby. DJ Krabby in the house, y'all. Joining us for a little MTG styled rap here. So, like I said, I wrote one verse. It's about 20 lines.
I think they want full screen, maybe.
Full screen? Oh, like my face or whatever in the cam? Fair enough.
Hi, everybody.
Alright, so we're just going to throw down for you here, a little MTG style rap. Can I get a beat, DJ Krabby? Thanks to everyone for the last charity stream. Raising money is easy with such a strong team. You earn me rapping, but it won't be about bling. Magic the Gathering is more my thing. Many of you asked for an LSV diss. Trust me, I get it. His pun's obnoxious. Like Reed Duke, we know that's a miss. We tell him to stop, yet he persists. Quantity over quality might be his game, but I'll take best of 3 over 1 any day. Longer games are less often the same, and that's why aggro formats are so lame. So how does a set get my endorsement? It's the mechanics that are most important. Cycling, kicker, MDFCs, I'm for it. Hexproof is completely abhorrent. Magic, like life's about interaction. Sometimes bad ideas will gain traction. I hope this rap brought you satisfaction. If not, whatever, your donations made this happen. If you like that, my album drops this weekend. It'll be in stores on Friday, $19.99 at Best Buy. You could also see me live. If COVID ever goes away, I'll be touring nationally, coming to a town near you.
You should take the lyrics, like post them up.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I'll put the lyrics on screen. I hope you enjoyed it. Like I said, I felt like it was a bit overhyped, but I thought it would be fun, and hopefully you enjoyed it. And DJ Krabby with the beat. And Rada Hazard, thank you for the generous gifting out 10 subs. Really appreciate it.
Well, I'm gonna go back to doing like crabs do and sleep.
The crab is departing us now, going back under her rocks in the ocean or wherever crabs hang. Yeah, I'm gonna post the lyrics, and yeah, tweeting them's a good idea. Let me go ahead and clip them right now, and then I'll put them up. And then we'll get into the second stipulation draft, of course. But I hope you enjoyed that. Like I said, it was fun. Thought it was a bit overhyped, but I also had a good time. I hope you enjoyed it. You knew I was going to diss Hexproof and LSV. That was automatic. Come on now. Thanks, y'all. Y'all have to ask LSV. Like I said, I don't know if we're going to hit 4,500 today or not, but there's a reason I called MTG Rap 2 the LSV diss. It'll be about the same length, but next time, instead of one paragraph, all 5 will be an LSV diss if we hit 4,500 again today. As far as his reply, you have to ask him. But of course, that's not going to disappear. We're going to record that and put it on the YouTube channel. So if anybody wants to hear that again or see that again, I don't know why you'd possibly want that, but if you do, it will be on the YouTube channel. No worries. The video will be saved forever. Dangle would never let that go away. So let me see. Let's reset the stream so we can get back into the next stipulation draft now. Hopefully your ears have recovered. Thank you, Rob Mercer. Appreciate the subscription. And let me see here. For those who want to see the lyrics, I'm going to put it up really quickly. Thank you, Continuous. Appreciate the $10 donation. So the lyrics are now on screen, as you can see. I'm also going to tweet it. And then we will get into the second draft. The book? No, it's actually Generation Dex. It's actually a Magic book. We were just using it as a prop, because for anybody who's new to my stream or hasn't heard the Reed Duke pun that we referenced in that rap, I'll tell that story real quick. One time, me and Elsevier were on a plane chatting, and, you know, we're chatting, life's good, whatever. And then at some point, I wanted to finish whatever book I was reading, because I had, like, a chapter or two left. So I turned to him, and I'm like, hey, I think I'm going to stop chatting now and read. And then he just says the word Duke. That's it. Nothing else. Because the last word of my sentence was read. I'm just like, hey, I think I'm going to stop chatting now and read. And then he literally just says the word Duke. So that was why we had the Reed Duke reference, and that's a book for a prop. Yeah, not his finest, but, you know. All right, so, again, thanks everybody participating in the charity stream. I really wanted to start that one off like I did, you know, thanking everyone for the last charity stream. Your donations and support have been incredible, both for my content and my stream, and as well as for charities whenever we've done that. You know, I always say I'll take my Twitch chat against anybody, and I mean that. I don't just say that because you're my Twitch chat. I watch plenty of other Twitch streams, and, like, the level of generosity in this stream, just, you know, support for each other, for my content, positivity as a whole, for Magic, y'all are truly amazing. And we're going to continue on today. We have 2 more stipulation drafts to do from the last one, from the last charity stream. These were all sent in by the viewers. So let's command stipulation and see what we have to do next draft. Somehow I 3-0'd that one. Don't ask. I don't know. I'm as surprised as anybody. Well, when I typed command stipulation, it didn't work, but I probably spelled or pronounced it wrong. But we 3-0'd the first stipulation draft, drafting every rare we saw and playing them all. Don't ask me how. And let's see if the second one's going to be harder. Can't use the first 4 picks of each pack. Well, looks like we're not getting the first 4 picks of all 3 packs as we get into the second draft of the day. Yeah, I mean, since I have to not play the first 4 picks each pack, we pretty much might as well rare draft. I mean, I'll discuss the packs a little bit. Obviously, this is more of a fun charity stream, but, you know, strategy's still good, too, and we can always do both. And, you know, if you watch my stream regularly, which I'm sure most of you do, you know I'm normally a spike. I'm normally focused on what's the best card, how do we maximize our chances at winning. Now, I'm still trying to win. I mean, we 3-0'd that first draft. And, I mean, the point of the stipulations is they make it harder, but we're still trying to win. In this case, the stipulation is I can't play the first 4 picks every pack. So what I take those 4 picks doesn't actually matter. So I might as well take the gems. There's no reason not to. This rare is quite good. I think I would probably take Vine Gecko over it. Maybe not, because it's a land spell split card. It's pretty expensive, but it's also pretty powerful. I probably would take the Mythic here, even if this was not a stipulation draft. My second choice would be Vine Gecko. I like that card a lot. Lowering the cost of Kicker is adding a mana, so that's like a really valuable thing. You're getting a 2-mana like 4/4 that also adds mana to your mana pool. I'm not sure if it's better or worse than the Awakening. I think the Awakening is a pretty good bomb. So I'd probably first pick Awakening, even stipulation of I can't play the Awakening aside. And, yeah, I'll throw it right in the sideboard so we know what I can and can't use. And then Vine Gecko would probably be my second choice. Well, I will rare draft now when I get the opportunity, the first 4 picks. After that, I won't be rare drafting at all because I need to put together a deck without using the first 4 picks from each pack. So the first 4 picks, we might as well just hate the best card in the pack or rare draft. And then the rest of the picks will be normal. We'll be drafting a normal deck starting in pick 5. Because we can't use these. It's not like last time where if we took a blue rare, then we want to try and take blue cards. This time we just can't use the first 4 picks every pack. So we'll just hate good cards, rare draft, and then starting with pick 5, we're basically drafting a deck. In Voxie's honor, we'll hate the crab. See, this is all about helping her, right? She doesn't want to get milled out, so this is one less person with a rune crab, right? So we'll hate the crab to protect Voxie. And then, I don't think it matters, whatever. And now it basically starts like a normal draft for the remainder of the pack. This is effectively going to be our first pick. Alright, so what's the best card in the pack? Could be, remember, we're not playing those 4 periods. So this is like a normal draft now, except we start in pick 5. So Gnarled Colony is the best green card, Windrider, Wizard, and I would take Stampede over Blade Master for sure. So it's Stampede, Wizard, and Colony. Colony is a distant third there, I think. I think Windrider, Wizard, and Blue-Red Wizards is better than Stampede and White decks, but when you're casting it. But Land Spell Modal is a really strong ability. So I think Stampede is the best card in that pack. Yeah, I guess I should have been looking at the signals from the previous 4 picks, but I wasn't. I won't lie to you. Well, we still can pick MDFCs. This is a playable. You are right that they go down a little bit in value because replacing lands is less valuable because that is very astute. Shadon, you are right. I mean, that's not to say MDFCs are bad now. They're still good. Like, this is still a land or spell split card. But you're right that there's going to be less value in replacing lands because we're not going to end up with enough playables, potentially. So that is very astute. Alright, so I think Veil is substantially better than Angel Heart Protector, even though the good point was made about MDFCs. I also can't really draft the hard way because we're just not going to have enough playables. So we're probably going to have to just play like white-blue, basically, even if that's what we're seeing. I mean, obviously I can drop one card. Like now, I'm not going to take Ox, I don't think, over a good like green or red card. But for the most part, we're not going to be able to stay open too much here. So I think I'm just going to take the red card. White-red aggro could be easy to put together if we, without using our first 4 picks each pack. So that I'm going to lean in that direction. At this point, we're clearly committed to white, and we don't have a second color. So I'm going to take Outrider over Fisher Wizard. If I knew I was going to be white-red, I would take the Wizard. But we can't afford to throw many picks away. We're 100% to play white, because we would literally not have enough playables to make a deck if we didn't play white without using the first 4 picks from each pack. And then I don't know exactly what else we're going to play. We can play white anything. But it looks like white-red is going to get there. So again, like, we can't really be switching colors because we just wouldn't have enough playables. So I'm going to go ahead and move the Veil out. Actually, I should leave it in the main because these sideboard cards are literally cards we're not allowed to use. Okay, so now it's the first 4 picks again. I can't play whatever I take, so I'm going to take the rare for the gems. But, hey, thanks BW for the generous 200-bit donation. Appreciate the support. Also, for any of you out there, don't forget, donate to Gamers Outreach, even if it's just, you know, $5, $10. You know, I'm not somebody who asks for donations day to day, but, you know, it's a good cause, so support the charity. And we'll unlock some fun things, too. As you can see, I've got them up on the screen. Okay, so we're going to take Inscription. We can't play any of these cards. The stipulation this draft is we're not allowed to use our first 4 picks. So, it doesn't actually matter. Keep drafting Inscriptions I can't play. And these 4 picks don't matter. Yeah, you are right, Satane. And that's another good point, and I will do that aside from when there's rares. I'd rather get the gems, but now I won't take a white or red card to increase my chances of tabling a white or red card. Like, even if we know I'm not going to get Songmad Treachery back, theoretically that helps get back a second red card in the pack if there had been one. That is astute. As usual, my chat the best chat. And yeah, now we'll hate Roost, and there's still some chance we can... Oh no, we can't use it regardless, but we'll hate Roost because it's busted and we can't play these cards. So this time we don't want to take a red or white card. There's no rare. So I guess I'll just take something, Bubble Snare, whatever. And now we're drafting again. Now we're drafting for our deck, actually trying to win. So we have a pretty aggressive deck going. I mean, I'm going to have to play pretty much everything, but the Celebrant's not going to be great in our deck. We are trying to draft Red-White Warriors. Maybe the Relic Axe will be fine, powering up like some really small creatures. I can't switch to black. That's not an option. It's just take like Sneaking Guide, Ox, Celebrant, or Axe. Think being it's a warrior, I'm going to take that over the Hound. I don't really like the Hound very much. Like, I'm going to play it because I don't have a choice, but I don't think it's a very good card. Think the Kite Sail is probably better than the Blade. I'm going to try and draft a pretty aggressive red-white deck here. I like the Pack Beast for it. These cards obviously don't matter. At this point, we're 100% committed to red-white. Like I said, I can't use the first 4 picks from each pack, was the stipulation here. So we can't draft the hard way when you have to throw away your first 12 picks, theoretically, over half your deck and a lot of your best cards. So we'll just hopefully pick up enough playable red and white creatures to fill out a little low-powered red-white aggro deck here. And then we'll see if we can continue our win streak. I 3-0'd the first stipulation draft, drafting every rare I saw. Now we're in the second stipulation draft, which the rule is we're not allowed to use our first 4 picks every pack. This is your favorite kind of deck too, aggro? I thought I covered that in the wrap. Longer games are less often the same. That's why aggro formats are so lame. We covered that today. Come on. Might need a Sentinel if we end up short playables. So Hound or Blast, they're both pretty bad. I think Blast is probably better. Ox is okay. Like, it's fine. Like, I'm not saying it's unplayable, but it's not very good. I mean, we still get a sideboard since this is best of 3. We can't sideboard in those 12 cards, but we can sideboard in that Disenchant. Okay, so now we're back to the first 4 picks of the pack. We can't use them, so I'll just take this for 20 gems. I don't know, True Silver. I haven't really evaluated which of these were harder to win with. My deck is going to be really low power now. So let's see. Somebody in the chat did bring up the good point. We don't want to take red and white cards here because we want to maximize our chances to table them. Or to table like a weaker red or white card because somebody else is taking the better ones. So we should just hate draft like the best blue, black, or green card in the pack since there's no rare to take for gems. I mean, this pack's not very good, but Feed the Swarm is probably the best card we can't use. Again, I'm not going to splash Linvala even if we somehow tabled it. And while, yes, it's true that a white player might take that and I might get pressure point back, it's still 20 gems. I'm just going to grab that. I don't normally rare draft, but we're literally not allowed to use these cards. This is pick 4. So again, now there's no rare, so we might as well take the best blue, black, or green card, which is probably the Geyser Mage, I guess. We don't have to think that hard about it. It's just a hate draft. And now we can get back to drafting our deck. Sadly, this pack kind of sucks. There's no good cards, really, but Outrider's fine. Paired Tactician, that looks good for a white-red Warriors aggro deck. I don't mind that. I think we have plenty of Warriors. We don't really have cheap Warriors, but we have Warriors in the deck total. So I think Seagate Banneret, we could use the early drops. That's a good 2-drop Warrior for us. We've got the Axe, the Tactician. We've got some Warriors Matter cards. I like that. Filling out that curve. Think it's a pretty easy Vanguard over Spellcraft. Again, we're a Warriors deck. That's a nice cheap Warrior, and our curve is not very good. Pretty happy about that, actually. Think the Sneaking Guide will be fine. Pressure Point or Axe. I kind of want both of these, but I think the Axe will be good. Don't know if we'll play the Knife. We might. We got a land spell modal or two, so. So we have 26 playables. I think I have like 1 or 2, not many land spell modals. I got the Stampede. So we'll probably play 16 lands plus like the Stampede or something. So we'll probably get to cut like 1 or 2 cards. Utility Knife's pretty bad, and I have some other equipment that's better, like the Axe. So we're probably going to end up cutting that. So remember, the stip is we can't use the first 4 picks from each pack. They're all on the sideboard. So let's just remember, well, for boarding in, it's going to be easy because they're all blue, black, and green cards. So, I mean, the Disenchant, we took late, like pack 2 or something, so we are allowed to board that in. And then whatever we end up cutting, we're allowed to board in. So, probably going to play 16 lands. It's a cheap aggro deck, but the Stampede is kind of a flexible 17th land. So we get 2 cuts. We have 4 equipment. Equipment's fine in this deck, but I don't really have Equipment Matters cards. I think Utility Knife's probably the worst of them. And then, what's the last cut? We could cut the Hellion. The Sentinel's terrible. We can just cut the Sentinel. I took it because we could have needed playables, but thankfully we can cut it. Okay. So, second stipulation draft. I mean, it's playable. It's certainly not a good deck, but, I mean, our curve is fine. We have removal, 2 blasts and a Spellcraft, Stampede. We've got these. We can kick them if we're flooding. I mean, I don't think the deck is good, but maybe we can win. I mean, this was a tough stipulation. I mean, we had to not use the first 4 picks every pack. Not just in pack 1, but every pack. I don't have the Stampede, so I can't possibly keep this. Cast virtually nothing. Alright, this is much better. Not that it's good. Turn 1 Hellhound. Even though we only have a 2-lander, I don't think I want to get rid of it when it's going to be in my opening hand. Probably just put back the 1/1 here, Guide. It's tempting to put back the 5-drop, but the thing is, this will bounce a land and let us replay it to trigger this again. And we already have 3 cheap things to cast, so I think I'm more interested in having that 5-drop to actually win with than I am a 1-mana 1/1 right now. It's close. You certainly could have put back the Hellion and kept the 1-mana 1/1 Rogue. Remember, though, I knew I wasn't casting at turn 1 or 2, because I have turn 1 Hellhound, which will deal 2 a turn, and then I have 2 2-drops. So that's the reason I put it back. Okay, fair enough. So, if I attack, they can block. That's a fine trade. I don't really want this trade, but I think it's worth trying to get in the 2 damage. Because then I have the Pack Beast to play to block the Blight Priest, and then I can Outrider next turn. So I think we attack here. The Hound is a bad card, because if you draw it anytime outside of turn 1, it's going to do almost nothing. But, I mean, if you're an aggro deck and you play a turn 1 2-power 2/3, that's not a bad thing. So, the reason that card is so bad is because in the late game, it's not a 2/3. But turn 1, I mean, it's a fine play. If you get lucky enough to draw your Hound in your opening hand and play it turn 1, it's not like they shouldn't kill it. They wouldn't necessarily want to go far out of their way to kill it, but Subtle Strike only kills small creatures. So it's not like the opponent's play there was bad or something. Okay, so we have Outrider, +2/+2, because we only have Warriors, but the Pack Beast. So we can make the Vanguard... Oh, it doesn't matter unless they have removal, because we can make the Blight Priest unable to block, since we're going to have 3 Warriors. So, actually, what is does that mean we pump the Vanguard or the Pack Beast? No, still the Vanguard, probably, because I don't necessarily even... No, we pump the Pack Beast, because if they have removal, we want them to kill the Pack Beast and not the Vanguard, right? Yeah. So we pump the Pack Beast, because if they have removal, that's the one we'd rather them kill. I mean, they already used a Subtle Strike. They probably don't have a second. I guess if they have a pump spell here, but there's not a lot. There's just, like, Might of Murasa, but... And that would have been +3/+3, and the Outrider only gave +2/+2. So if they had that, they would still have gotten to own our Vanguard either way. So this was fine. We didn't really have any good options as far as playing around stuff. And on board, we wanted to just play Outrider, pump, and attack, so I think that was fine. Land. If we draw land here, we win the game, because we kill this thing, and then we make this unable to block, so this is game over. I mean, unless they have a sweeper or something. Okay, so we could board in the Sentinel if we want a cheap flying blocker. We could board in the Disenchant. We didn't really see targets for that. Not much else, because we have no playables, because this was a stipulation draft. Subtle Strike's fine. I don't think it's amazing. I don't think it's horrible. I don't necessarily want to draft it too highly or get too many of them. But it's a solid playable, for sure. But I actually think Subtle Strike is, like, not great in this format. We drew the people last stream to choose the stipulations. So I don't know, you know, if they're around or not, but... Okay, this time I'm on the draw. I've got 2 lands for a Vanguard. I've got 9 white sources counting the Stampede. I can play things turns 2 and 3. I'm going to keep this. Hopefully we'll draw planes right away, and then it's a really good hand. But I don't think we're going to win mulliganing hands like this on the draw with our aggro deck. Lotus Cobra, what are we playing? Constructed? So this attaches for free, and it gives a warrior +2/+1. Not bad. Okay, so you know Lifelinkers are unraceable. I don't think I want to trade with the Cobra. Maybe I do. I mean, the Cobra's not like a super scary card. It can bonus a mana next turn or the turn after, and then it becomes pretty much useless. I think I just want to take the 2, put the Axe on the Vanguard, and chill. I mean, I'm not racing 2/2/2 lifelinks here. If they have removal for the Vanguard, the Banneret can still trade with the Cobra. Yeah. And I don't want to lose the Vanguard. Plan now, just play the Raptor, start hitting them in the air, try and hold off all these little creatures on the ground. I'll trade the Banneret for the Cobra if they attack, otherwise I gotta take the 4. But then I have the Outrider to hopefully blank their team again. I don't see a reason to attack. I'm only giving +1/+1. So they could like double block and gain 4. It's not a horrible trade, but as we're looking at a stalemate, hopefully, I think I'd rather just have the Banneret online. How much is this to move? 2? I could trade the Outrider for it and save the hit for 3 and turn off the other one, or I can take it. I mean, the counter's permanent. The only reason to take it is that the Axe on the Outrider makes that big enough to stop it in the future. But the Axe on the other Banneret is big enough to stop the other 2 creatures, so I'm going to trade a 3/3 lifelink for a 3/3, I think. I've still got plenty of creatures to move the equipment to. I don't want to keep their lifelinkers going. I don't see a reason to bounce a land. Even with landfall, we have 2 lands in hand. And then we'll just move the Axe. Actually, I think I'm going to put it on the Raptor. If they have removal, I can afford to take 1 more hit. If they don't, the Banneret plus its ability stops their team anyway, and the Raptor's going to be attacking. Thanks whoever just donated, putting us to 1,600. Appreciate all the donations for Gamers Outreach. Support a good cause, if you can. So we're super flooding here, but if they don't have removal, the Banneret really stops their whole team. So just going to hit them and chill. Can't pump because I need to be able to pump the Banneret so that it's bigger than their board. This only gets bigger when they play Cleric, so they might have a Cleric, they might not. If they do, I'll take 3 this turn. Whatever. Next turn with 7 mana, I can like move the Axe around. Okay, so they get to attack. It's lifelink again, but we can still block it with a 2/3, take 3. The grind continues on. Obviously, this game's starting to look kind of bad, but they don't have that much good stuff out. We're just really flooded. So hopefully we'll draw some decent spells. So that's cool, but do I want to play the lands now? If I play the Hellhound and pump the team on their turn without the Axe, that's not really great. I think I'm going to play the Hellhound and just hold back the Raptor. They're at 29. I don't really see an attack. And this, like, kind of stalemates the board again, if they don't have anything. Yeah, that's why Hellhound is bad. It looked good when it came into play on turn 1, but now on turn 7, it's like a pretty weak draw. I like cards like Banneret, because if you play it on turn 1, it's not great in the early game, but whatever, you used your mana and you got a body in play. And then in the late game, it can be really good. I don't like early drops that are just blanks once you hit turn 5. Thanks, Easy Mac and Steez. Appreciate the subscription. So it looks like they're 3-color Clerics. It's kind of weird. So, can I attack with the Hellhound? It can be a 3/4, not unless I move the axe to it. And then I won't have the axe on defense and the pump. I can have either one, but not both. So I think an attack here is pretty unrealistic. Well, actually, maybe I attack with the Raptor. And then if I move the axe +2/+1 to the banner, it makes it a 3/3, and then the pump is a 4/4. So it stops everything but the Cleric of Life Bond. I don't think that's working. Like, I'm an aggro deck. Like, I need to start attacking when I can. But I just don't think it's happening right now. It's weird. Like, they don't have that much going on, but I also have no idea how I can win this game. I guess if we get a giant stalemate and I have 10 lands out, I can double pump the team. Also not great. So I have no good block on that this turn, right? The Protector I can trade with. The Banneret's pretty bad for me. But I don't think I really have that much of a choice. Hopefully we'll draw a decent creature, and with that and the axe, we can have blocks next turn. Okay, another mountain's not going to do it. I mean, it is what it is. That's just a super flood. I mean, look, my deck sucks. It's a stipulation draft. I didn't get to play the first 4 picks from every pack. But that was also just a super flood. 16 lands. We're going to be on the play. All right. Ooh, we just hit 1,800. Thank you to everybody who's been donating, and I'm really happy we unlocked 1,800. As usual, I'm kind of rooting against hitting 45, because even though I want to raise money for a good cause, I don't actually want to wrap, and this time I'm guaranteeing an LSV disc wrap, so that's going to be kind of tough to do. But 1,800 I really did want to hit, because that's a $200 effective donation for me, or 2 hours of my time, however you want to look at it, because I will be donating 2 free coaching one-on-one sessions to viewers drawn randomly. So thank you to everybody who helped unlock that. I really appreciate it. So this hand sucks, but 5-lander, both kinds of mana on the play. It's only a 16-land deck. I don't think you're supposed to mull this. Just hopefully we'll draw spells. You know, we've got the turn 1 Banneret. The Molten Blast is good removal against them. Like, they're a little cleric deck full of 2/2s. So I think we're supposed to keep this. Obviously, if we flood, the hand's going to do nothing and lose handily. But if we draw like a 2-drop, if we draw a couple of spells, it's a really good hand. And remember, we're 66% to draw a spell every turn. We're not like supposed to flood like crazy. Our first 3 draws are supposed to be, on average, like the mode would be 2 spells in 1 land, and then our next 3 draws another 2 spells in 1 land. So we're supposed to, you know, more often than not, we're going to draw a lot of spells. It's only a 16-land deck, and we already have a lot of lands in our hand. So, okay. Can't do anything about that. Not great, not horrible. They do always have it, huh? Are they going to end our win streak? We're 3-0 so far in these stipulation drafts. Pretty cool getting to 3-0 that first draft. Don't know if we're going to win this. We have drawn spells. So far now I have a 4/5 to play, so that's good. That's not a spell, but it's okay. We don't have any 6-mana cards, so I will bounce a land. Hopefully they can't beat a 4/5. This is not going especially well. I don't think I want to miss a damage. I don't think the Banneret needs flying right now. Thanks for the $50 donation. I saw somebody just donated to put us to 1850. I missed who it was, but I really do appreciate it. The names all flash on the screen. I'm just usually looking at the game, but I really do appreciate all the donations for Gamers Outreach. Thanks for helping us raise money for a good cause today. I mean, I'm playing 16, and it's not best of 1, Nixius. Sometimes you flood. I mean, maybe we should have played 15, but, I mean, we have landfalls. We have those 2 copies of the 4-3 kicker haste thing. I think that 16 is pretty clearly the right number of lands. Flooding has always been one of the main ways aggro decks lose. So if I attack, they can activate Crawling Barrens. I can pump. If they don't have anything, they have to take it. If they do have something, it's pretty bad. So I think I'm just going to attack in case they don't have anything. If they have a trick, I don't get to play my 2-2 this turn. It's not great, but I don't want to miss damage. This game looks like the kind of game we're going to win in the air, maybe with Vanguard making things unable to block. We're going to win through damage. Yeah, Cobra's not a good splash at all. Cobra is a good turn 2 play while you have lands to play, and then it's a mana producer and a 2-1. I'm assuming they're not splashing for Cobra, that they're just splashing Cobra 2, but they also have some powerful late-game green card. Just splashing for Cobra would be horrible, but if you also have a late-game green card, I don't know how many green sources they have, I probably still wouldn't splash for Cobra, but it becomes more reasonable. Yeah, I don't splash very often in this format. I draft mostly 2-color decks. Okay, so this is going to be a 4-4, and I have 1, 2, 3 warriors, so I can't make it unable to block. But the Vanguard has flying, so straightforward enough. I'm just going to attack in the air for 3 and see if they have anything. Yes, Cobra is good for splashing, not a good splash. That is exactly accurate. Again, I'm not defending the splash of Cobra into Black-White Clerics. Hopefully they have some powerful late-game green card, and that's why they're splashing. I agree, splashing for just Cobra does not make sense. I can't make the land unable to block because it won't be a creature when the Vanguard attacks. They would have to activate it during my main phase for no reason or whatever. So there's a more powerful green card, single green. If you kick it, you get one of your good clerics, your lords or whatever. So I'm not saying they should have splashed for Paragon, but this makes more sense. This is a cleric, but it's also adding 1 to your other stuff. This is a really good card for a cleric deck. Also, there are green clerics. Like you see, they got the aesthetic and the Paragon, so their splash is starting to make a little more sense. You don't see a lot of Abzan clerics. You see a lot of Black-White clerics. But, I mean, Paragon's a really good card for the cleric deck, and that's a green cleric as well. So, I mean, they're not splashing for Cobra. They're playing 3-color clerics. Again, I wasn't there for the draft portion of theirs, but it makes more sense. Okay, so I have 3 warriors. I can make something unable to block. I need blockers, though. So what do I want to do? I can't really take hits from any of those, or they'll give it lifelink, and I can't race lifelink. This is looking pretty rough now. Hey, thanks, Jarg. Appreciate the $30 donation. Thank you for supporting Gamers Outreach and helping out this charity stream. I really appreciate it. So, I don't want to trade off the Banneret. So, the Banneret backstops the healer. I'll put the Sellsword in front of the Paragon. So I think I can still afford to send the Vanguard. I just can't pump it. And then, do I want to play the land? No, I have Pump Online. I have some Landfall. Like I said, I don't really see how we can win this game from here, but we needed them to keep not drawing the forest, basically. I could have maybe won if they couldn't cast the Aesthetic and the Paragon and whatever, but think that we're going to take our first loss on Stipulation Draft Day here. I'm not going to concede, because if we run off a couple of great spells, you never know, but I don't see much of a path to victory. So now I really don't want to trade the Sellsword for that because the Sellsword plus a pump stops the aesthetic. So this is pretty rough. I was going to trade the Sellsword for it. I guess I knew they had the aesthetic, so. But, I mean, we're just losing from all angles. That would have been a good one, but we did this before Zendikar, so DFCs didn't exist yet. But we already hit over enough to draw for another stipulation draft day, so that would be a good stipulation if somebody wants to fire that for the next one of these. Yeah, this is rough. Life gain and power too, because they're making 1/1s. They kicked this and got a 5/4. Okay, so I definitely need to trade with that because otherwise it's a life linker because of the healer. I need the Sellsword plus pump to take out the aesthetic. So I think I'm just going to trade the Vanguard for it. It's not really a flyer. I can move the equipment somewhere else. No, I can't pronounce anything. That's the joke. Command pronunciation. Nicely done, Ace of Swords. So, can we attack with any flyers? I need the Sellsword back to block the aesthetic. The Raptor's pretty much blocking the rest of the team. The Banneret's actually not needed if they don't have anything. I can't even pump it. But if they have nothing in the alpha, Raptor would eat like a healer or an expedition healer, and then the Sellsword's blocking the aesthetic, so I'm not taking that much. So I guess I can attack for one in the air. If they have removal, I'm dead. I don't care. I'm losing to removal anyway. And I don't really see them having a profitable ground attack other than trading aesthetic for my Sellsword and gaining 5 and making a 1/1. Oh, I forgot they have the Barons. Well, whatever. I can't beat that anyway. I mean, I know I got flooded both these games, but it's also a 16 land deck. I mean, I can go to 15. I still have the, I could cut a Plains. I have the Makindi Stampede. We can take a look at that. But remember, the first card out is not very good either. We didn't exactly have a ton of playables. This was a stipulation draft, after all. Let's take a look. So if you want to put a card in, we're going to main deck Disenchant or play Sentinel or play Utility Knife. It's a 16 land deck. We'll take our chances. I also have landfall creatures. I also have the 2/4/3s that kicked, gain haste. I mean, this deck is not like a flood if we draw 6. It's like a flood if we draw 8 and like good beats. Hopefully we won't draw 8 of 16. Thanks, Mr. Swiv. Appreciate that subscription. Just picks 1 through 4, all 3 packs. I ended up rare drafting and stuff because there's no reason to take red and white cards. That would actually be counterproductive because then I can't table them or I can't table the next best red and white card in the pack. So, I mean, I mostly just rare drafted and occasionally hate drafted. Alright, that doesn't have Death Touch now, so if they block, I can play Dauntless Unity. On their turn, I can't block and play Dauntless Unity because they might play a Rogue. So I'm definitely going to attack. I assume so, Genis. They didn't say anything about that, I don't think, but it'd be kind of lame if it was just take the multicolor cards and put them in the sideboard. So I'm going to assume I have to draft every multicolor card I see and play them all. Okay, 2 damage to the Skulker and keep attacking, right? What else can we really do? Yeah, I'm just going to assume yes, because otherwise there's not that many multicolor cards in this format, and like, what would happen? I would just waste a few picks and put them in my board? That would be lame. So I'm going to assume I have to play them. Okay, looks like we can't really do much now. 4-3 could match up okay against a 1-4, so I'd rather get that out. I know y'all keep saying to cut lands, and I keep drawing a million lands, but this is a 16-land deck. It's just a coincidence. Thank you, Beezer Boy. Appreciate the $10 donation. Alright, so they're clearly not attacking for no reason. I don't care about getting milled for 3, really, but you never want to let them get free mills, because that helps you get 8 in the yard, which turns some things on. Let's say they have, like, a Fairy Duelist. They give that Death Touch, and I don't have 4 power, so I'm not going to block. I do like the challenge, Genis, MTG. It was pretty cool 3-0ing the first draft. It's really hard to win under these stipulations. So I was pretty proud of that. Okay, so I'm still assuming they have, like, Fairy Duelist. But it doesn't really do anything right now other than gain a few points of life. Outrider's only +1, so, but I want to get I want to use 4 mana and not 2, and I want to get a 3-3 and play, not a 1-1, so I think I play it. The 2-1 flash. Well, that won't kill either of my creatures, so just going to pump and attack. If it's Duelist, that just fogs me. If it's the 2-1 flash, that can't block either of these. So we're good either way. Yeah, I mean, we couldn't really know whether it was Skydancer or Duelist. We knew they were going to have something, obviously. It wasn't like a bluff attack with the Stinger. Well, right on cue. So if I Stampede... Well, I still can't send the Banneret, or the Stinger's just eating it. Granted, I guess 7, 9, 11. So I guess they would be either chumping with the Skydancer or taking 11. But if I just attack with the 4-3 and the 3-3, then I can activate the Banneret, so the 3-3 kills the Stinger. So that's probably better than using Stampede this turn. Unfortunately, Stampede isn't the best against Death Touch. I mean, it probably could be if that's what you want, Evondel. Since this is a win, if you win it and you're like, hey, can you coach me on poker instead of Magic? Yeah, we could probably make that happen. I mean, it'll be harder because I don't really play online, but I could do a 1-hour poker lesson. So we have nothing better to do, so I'm just going to activate for 1 point of damage. I see you said joking, but, I mean, I'm not, like, really joking. I mean, normally when I coach people, they mostly play Arena, and I, like, explain things, and we talk about things, and they ask questions, and we go through all the lines and all of that. I don't play online poker, so that option won't exist. But I could probably just, like, you know, do a poker lesson, like, if you want to, you know, go through some hard hands, some interesting hands. I don't know. I mean, if you want to learn, if you're a beginner, then I could teach you concepts, like, you know, but if you're, like, you know, an advanced poker player, then I guess we could just go through some hands or something like that. Can't be about a sport neither of us have played. Sure. I don't know how to play golf. I'll tell you, swing that club, try and knock the ball in the hole. Okay, so if I Stampede, again, I still can't really attack Banneret into them. If I trade Outrider for Falconer, even though I don't really want trades while I have Stampede in hand, that's probably too good of a trade to pass up. So I guess it's attack with just Outrider. It also clears the way for the Banneret to attack past the Skydancer with its ability. So I think we just have to accept trading a 3-3 for a 4-4 flyer. They didn't block, so we'll deal them 4. Yes, you can, Godfries. You can buy an hour of coaching, and we can spend that time writing rhymes. I was pretty proud of that. I spent a lot of time last weekend going back and forth to those rhymes I wrote. You know, it's really not. It's not hard if you don't want it to be coherent, but obviously I wanted the lyrics on the rap to be completely coherent and talk about, you know, specific things. So it wasn't that easy to write, like, about, you know, LSV's bad puns and what makes a format good and things like that. Okay, so what are we doing here? I'm not assuming they have a duelist at this point, so I can put the axe on the Outrider, which will make it a 5-4. That's not really any better. It's just forcing a trade with the Falconer. If I Stampede and attack with both, they'll just chump Outrider with Skydancer and eat Banneret. If I Stampede and attack with just Outrider, it'll be a 5-5, so they'll have to chump it or take 5. So maybe that's the right play. It's kind of weird stampeding for just one creature when I have the axe, but if I give it +2/+1, they can still just trade the Falconer for it. If I Stampede, they either go to 1, or they chump it, or they double block it. So I think that's actually the right play, even though it's not feeling the best. Haha, that sounds funny, Godfries. Is that recorded? If there's a video anywhere, you know, we could play that on stream. It is Burnator, but I charge 500 instead of 100 for that hour. All right, let's see. So they have the 2/1 flash up. I'm not super close to getting decked yet, so we're not under a ton of pressure. Now that I drew a land, I can put the axe on the Outrider and then just attack with it. And I have the ability to pump it with the Banneret. So they have to block it with the 2/1 and the 4/4 if they want to kill it. So this actually is just a clear choice, I think. Now they have to chump it, and if they want to kill it, they have to double block it. And though we don't have a ton of other ammo, I mean, we're doing what we can. Boo. Alright, so if we kick that, it has haste. So they have a 1/4 death touch up, though. I guess all we can... And a 2/2 death touch. I mean, this is kind of going downhill. But... Actually, I have the Kitesail equipment. So maybe I don't want to trade the 4/3. Because I can give it +2/+1 and flying and just lethal them. If they have... Let's see if they milled that equipment. Because I only have a few cards left. Ah, they milled it. This is the card I was talking about. Because I have 14 cards left. And so if this card was in my deck... I could give flying to the Scorch Rider and +2/+1 with the axe, and then just hit them for 6 in the air if the Falconer is tapped. Unfortunately, they milled that. So I don't know how we can win this game. So I think I'm back to trading the 4/3, because that forces them to not have any Death Touchers, and then the Banneret becomes a threat again. Like, if they don't play anything else, another Rogue, the Stinger is now not Death Touch. Thank you, Couch Play. Appreciate that subscription. Okay, so if I attack, they can trade with the Falconer. Then they can start hitting me for 1, milling me for 3. So that's probably not really an option. So I think I'm playing lands so that I get closer to double pump and just passing for now. It's going to be tough with Anti-Cognition in their hand, too. I don't know if we really have ways to win. Synchronized Spellcraft, if that's still in there. Anti-Cognition only kills creatures. I guess they drew a Flash Rogue or something, I don't know. But I'm at 10 cards in my deck, so I pretty much have to block. Hopefully they didn't draw a Duelist. Okay. I guess they didn't realize that Stinger doesn't always have Death Touch. Maybe we're live again. I'm not going to play the Hellhound because Anti-Cognition has Scry 2, so I'm not going to let them Scry. I think that that card just has Death Touch so easily that they were just thinking it had Death Touch, but they didn't have a Rogue to give it Death Touch. Okay, so if I attack and they block, it's a chump block. If they take, they might take it thinking they can kill me on the backswing, but I now have 2 blockers to drop. So I'm going to attack. Hopefully they'll just block. But if they take it, I'm potentially threatening lethal next turn, so that's decent too. And we can still pump, but we can't let it use 2 red. So let's just make sure. Now I'm going to play a Hellhound. If this gets countered, I play the second Hellhound. If it resolves, there's actually no reason to play the second Hellhound. Unfortunately, they get the Scry too, so that's bad for me, but now I have to play it. But if they draw a land here, they can't actually attack with both if they draw a land this turn. Because then I would just chump and kill them. So we could steal this game. It's not impossible if they draw land. Well, now we win. They're at 2, unless they drew a counter. This has to be one of the greatest game wins in history, considering it's a stipulation draft. Everything they had and everything we had. I know it took the mistake when they attacked with the Stinger, but we didn't get to play our first 4 picks every draft, every pack. So, I mean... They don't have anything to disenchant. So, I don't think we're doing any sideboarding. We're 0-1 in this draft, 1-0 in games in round 2. 3-0'd the first draft. So, we already got a trophy in these stipulation drafts. I just rare drafted and stuff. Might as well get gems, right, Samig? We're doing these stipulation drafts because of all the generous donations from the last charity stream, helping out Rad. This time we're raising money for Gamers Outreach. It's another good cause. So, don't forget, listen, everybody's got very different financial situations. I know these are trying times for a lot of people. But if you're fortunate, if you're comfortable, if you are working and you can afford to donate, no donation too small. I'm a huge believer in crowdsourcing and everybody just doing their small part. Please consider a small donation to Gamers Outreach here. We've currently raised $18.90. We need to raise another... I set up these fun milestones. They're not really the reason to donate, but they are fun. If we hit 27, we'll have an Among Us day with the viewers. 3,600, you'll get to see me in a cosplay. And 4,500, what you really want... It'll be about the same length as the last one, but all 5 paragraphs will be LSV discs instead of just 1. Alright, so what are we going to do here? We can play Paired Tactician, and then we'll be able to attack with it and grow it, but then we're not attacking this turn. Growing it is nice, but if we play Kite Sail this turn and Fade Guard, then we don't miss attacks. We get to attack for 3 in the air and play something that makes more things unblockable. So I think... Next turn, we'll probably play Paired Tactician. This turn, we probably want to put out the Cliffhaven Kite Sail, hit for 3, and put out the Vanguard. Okay, so... I have to move this to be able to attack. I don't think that's worth it this turn. Oh, no. The Vanguard can just make that unable to block. So we can attack for 2 anyway. And then just play the Hellhound and the Tactician. Okay. Seems easy enough. Power less than or equals number of warriors, so that can't block. They may have the 2/1 flyer, but I'm okay with that. I've got the Kite Sail, so any trading with flyers is pretty good for me right now. Yeah, I don't mind trading with Skydancer, though. Like I said, I can always take to the air the whole game with the Kite Sail, so I'm going to have to accept trades with their flyers. Okay, so... This is power. We have 3 warriors. We can play a 4th. So we can't make the Dreadworm unable to block. So that's kind of rough. Does that take us off an attack on the ground? No, the Tactician can attack on the ground into it. So I think what we want to do this turn is move the Kite Sail over to the other warrior. And then we can attack with the Vanguard in the air and the Tactician on the ground, because the Tactician's going to grow. No reason to play the Pack Beast pre. That would just give them information. Because, I mean, Tactician for the Dreadworm is a good trade. And remember, if we didn't attack with it, it would just be a 3-2. So, I mean, we really traded a 3-2 for a 5-4 this turn. Well, that's scary. I didn't sign up for that. What does this do? It puts creatures from my graveyard into play on their side of the board. This is one of the best rares in the format. What are you people doing to me? This is a stip draft. You don't have to have Drana. Okay, so they can put in the Paired Tactician. At least they don't really have other warriors. So for now, I don't mind 2 for wanting myself to work through Drana. So I'm probably just going to play a land and attack with everything. Make the Stinger unable to block. I can't make Drana unable to block. I don't even necessarily want to. I have the Molten Blast to finish it off. So that's the plan for now. And then we'll put this on the Pack Beast, I guess. I mean, we're still chugging. I mean, we 2 for 1'd ourselves, but we're through Drana. For now. DJ Krabby was really good on the mic. Appreciate her services. Provided us that fancy beat. Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, now we can make a 4/3 flyer. As far as can we attack, if they take it and go to 5, they Drana us. I mean, they're not really getting any flyers or anything that scary, and then we kill them next turn in the air, so I think we can. We can, now they either trade Drana here for the Pack Beast or go to 5, and then we're going to play the Raptor, and then we're threatening lethal in the air, so. It's from my graveyard, I think. You return Bloodchief attacks. Defending player chooses a non-legendary creature card in your graveyard. You're right, it's in your graveyard. But they don't have any flyers, so. Even though I had it wrong, that actually makes me like to play even more. And just bring back Dreadworm. Unfortunately, they just had a trick, but. Okay. So, where are we at now? Do I play this land? Probably not. It could pump the Hellhound. We can threaten 6 in the air. That's not lethal, but we're not dying, and they're not bringing back flyers. They can get a Dreadworm back, so. Okay. I mean, this isn't going well, but it's winnable. If this card's a brick, if they don't draw removal or flyers, I think we're probably going to win the game. So, they're dead in 2 hits in the air, and I have a chumper on the ground. So, we're in a winning position. They're threatening to hit for 11. That's not lethal, so I think I'm just going to attack with both. Flying here. Oh, Axe is only +1/+1 because it's not a warrior. But again, they're still dead if they don't have anything. Both my creatures fly. They drew a flyer. And then they can get that back. Oh, no, I choose. Oh, but they don't have any other dead creatures, so they can get that back. Yuck. So now I have to top deck a removal to not to actually kill them. Unfortunate. Stupid Drana. But I've got outs. Synchronized Spellcraft wins the game. Molten Blast wins the game. We have 1 more of those. And they didn't mill either. So come on. We have at least 2 outs. So that's not an out. Deadly Alliance, Commando's Echo. Thwart's good, but I like Deadly Alliance more. Okay, so that doesn't help us. We can't kill them. Can we survive? Probably. We have to block these 2 creatures. We have an 0/1 on the ground to block the 6/5. And then the flyer to chump that. We have a warrior out. We need to try and be able to top deck Synchronized Spellcraft for the win or something like that. So, none of these have relevant types. So we're only going to deal 1 with that card to them and then 3 in the air. So that's probably not going to work. So I don't know if we have outs for next turn. I don't think moving the Axe helps. I mean, the dogs are the same size as the Raptor. When I play lands, they don't have a creature type. the extra toughness on my turn doesn't really matter much. And killing the Sky Dancer only helps them. They just put it back in play when Drana attacks. Unfortunately, when they top deck that Sky Dancer, they pretty much won this game unless we hit our removal. We still had 2 outs last turn in the 14 cards. Now I don't know if we have outs. I mean, we might. I'm not necessarily thinking of all the cards in my deck, but it's pretty rough. Okay, well, no real choices. I don't care about getting milled for 3. So we're just going to chump the 6/5 and take 1. Hey, Imperial DC. Nice to be on. Alright. Little bricked off at the end of a good game there, Verstrana. So again, we didn't really see anything to disenchant. We don't really have sideboard cards other than disenchant. I mean, Sentinel if they're like a cheap, aggressive deck trying to attack us, but this card's like, here's how I view Skyclave Sentinel. If you want a 3-mana 2/3 flying defender, which is not a very good card, then this card is good because when you draw it in the late game, it's a 4/5 flying win condition. So like, even though a 3-mana 2/3 flying defender is not a card you would normally put in your deck, if your deck wants that in the matchup. Like, if they have cheap ground attackers and flyers, so a 3-mana 2/3 flying defender is playable against them, just underpowered, then Sentinel's a good card because you have a underpowered but perfectly fine 3-drop or a great late-game card. But we're an aggro deck. We don't want a 3-mana 2/3 flying defender at all, so we can't really use that. If we play against like a blue-white or red-white aggro, maybe we'll board it in. Thank you, The Rock Bobster. Appreciate the subscription. Also, I know I missed them when they happened live, but thanks whoever just donated. I know some people just donated because the total went from 1890 to 1930. So thank you to whoever made those last donations. Okay, this is a good hand on the play. We've got a 1-drop Hellhound, 2-drop Pack Beast. We can play the Stampede as a land, and then we can pick it up later with the Hellion. So this is a pretty good hand overall. If we draw a couple of lands and a couple of spells, and this hand fills out nicely, should work out pretty well. Maybe we can steal a match in this stipulation draft. Alright, I don't know if I want to... I'm going to play Stampede as a land. I don't really want to trade Pack Beast for that, I don't think. I can kill it with Molten Blast. So, I think no real decisions here. It doesn't have Death Touch yet, so we get to attack for 2. And then next turn, we'll see what our options are like. We have Molten Blast already. We might draw a land. So no land. I can Molten Blast a Skulker. They might have the 2/1 flash. I could play the Relic Axe. +2/+1 to a warrior, or +1/+1 otherwise. I think I just want to use my mana. And I don't think I care much about flying this game. So I think I'm just going to Molten Blast the Skulker here. I haven't seen Subtle Strike yet out of them. I don't know if they're going to have it or not. And if they have the 2/1, they can trade it for either of my cards. I'm fine with that. So I think we just Molten Blast and attack here. The stip for this one was I couldn't play my first 4 picks every pack. Okay, if that's all they have, this actually works out pretty well. We get to put the Relic X out and hit them for 4, or play the Outrider and hit them for 4. No land. I would have rather drawn the land to curve up to the Outrider and the Hellion, but for this turn, it's not the worst. Wow, that's bad for me. What am I discarding? So they have a Skulker and an unknown card that's probably a spell because they missed land drops. Well, at least they didn't play an island until this turn. I guess it could theoretically be a swamp. Yeah, that Mind Drain is crippling right now. I guess I just keep Outrider? Like, if I draw a cheap creature first, I can play it. It's a warrior, so it can wear the axe. Guess I have to just keep Outrider. I really want to keep Hellion because I can get back Stampede, but that's probably too greedy. There is a chance they don't have another rogue to play, and a 2/2 won't necessarily stop Paired Tactician. I can put Axe or Outrider on it. So. Okay, so our choices now are Sellsword or move Axe. I mean, if they brick off, I think they're taking 5 a turn. That's clearly better. Let's move the Axe to a happy home for it and attack. Get in 5 while we can. Unfortunately, they milled that Kite Sail. Stop. Don't top deck anything good. These turns are key. Okay, so they could have drawn a land. They could have drawn Anti-Cognition. They have a few Flash Rogues. I don't really see any choices. I'm just going to attack and play my card. Brick. I need you to brick. Sweet. Brick. Brick. I need a win with this deck. Come on. Brick. This is a stipulation draft. You know how hard it is to win without your 12 best picks in a draft? You can't cast that. Did we win? We won! Sweet! 4-1 in stipulation draft land. Life is good. Now we get a meaningful round 3. What's up, DJ Krabby?
Yo, wait, so you got MTG cosplay as a goal?
Yeah. You ready to do my outfit and my makeup?
Oh yeah, I'll do your makeup.
I mean, I don't know if we're gonna hit it or not. We're at 1930.
How long is this going on?
This is the second. I'm gonna do a third stip draft, and that's it. So we've got probably another 2 hours on stream. And I set that one as the 3600. The LSV wrap dis is the 4500. So if we hit the 3600, you will be helping me, I assume, DJ Krabby?
Oh my god, yes. Dude, that is... Please, y'all, hit that goal. I want this. I want to see Ben in cosplay. You should have tweeted that, you know, let people know that this amazing gift could be ours.
Well, you heard it. DJ Krabby wants to do my outfit and makeup. So DJ Krabby says donate to Gamers Outreach. And by the way, for everybody who knows me and knows Rachel, like, she will be called DJ Krabby forever from now on. That's her official nickname.
Wait, what?
Can I help you, DJ Krabby?
Oh my goodness.
Well, this is a pretty good hand. So I don't think we need to play Stampede as a land now. Our most expensive cards really cost 4. I mean, we have the 1 Spellcraft. So let's just play lands and attack. I'm not super worried about getting stuck on 4 because I have multiple 4-drops to play. I didn't want to get stuck on 3 with multiple 4-drops in hand, so it was going to be a tough decision whether to play the Stampede as a land or not. But now I think we're happy to hold it. I will definitely be cosplaying as an MTG character. It can be like a Planeswalker or a card or whatever. We'll take suggestions from the viewers, from the donators for that. But it will definitely be an MTG character. Rune Crab definitely on the table. Okay, so land +1. We still don't have an attack. If we play the 4-3 and then we pump it with the Outrider, we do have an attack. So it seems like a pretty easy 4-3 this turn. Obviously, this game's not going well versus the walls, but if we give it +1/+1 a hit for 5 and drop the Hellhound and the Outrider, we then have 4 creatures out to Stampede. So there's a game here. I'm not saying we're going to win, but there's a game. Could be tight. Not going to chump yet. This turn I'm going to drop Outrider and Hellhound, and then if I need to chump one of them next turn, I have the Hellhound to do that. I really don't mind trading blows. I'm not expecting to win. Like I said, I might lose this game, but this is how I beat a blue-green kicker deck. I'm not saying they were wrong to attack for 10. Like, that was a good attack for them. But this is like a way I can win if I can sneak in that last damage with Stampede, with Spellcraft, etc. And my Hellhounds are going to run out of steam, so... And, I mean, hopefully they'll run out of kicker. Like, they can have one more kicker. I can chump and go to 5, and then if they don't have any more kicker after that, then these turn back into walls. And the Vanguard can make them unable to block, and the Spellcraft can finish them off without me losing a creature. So, I can still beat, like, one more kicker card, or them dropping a decent creature. If they have, like, into Royal Mage or something, like, we're going to lose. I mean, that's just reality. So, what did they do? Reclaim? Okay, that's fine. Oh no, they kicked Bubble Snare. Well, I have to chump, and I'm not going to double chump, so no real choices. Hellhound blocks 1. I can't beat much. I can beat nothing. I mean, I might have to double chump, but I got the Hellhound to do that, so we can attack with the Outrider, for sure. And then I'm just going to drop 2 creatures. And then, I guess if they kick something that doesn't do anything, like a Reclaim and attack, I can chump, on tap and Stampede for lethal. I mean, I can't beat much, and I'm assuming they have some stuff, but... So... Spellcraft's dealing 2 to them, thanks to the Pack Beast. So if they attack for 10, I have to block both of those. I can block with the Vanguard and the Hellhound. It looks like I'm a point short. Ooh, they didn't attack. Okay. If they have nothing, can I win? If I play Stampede as a land and Spellcraft as a spell, I can make one of these unable to block. I can Spellcraft the 2/2 away, and they'll take 2 and go to 6. And then that's lethal on board. So if they have nothing, I can go for the win. If I play Stampede as a land to trigger the Hellhound, and then I Spellcraft the 2/2 flyer, they take 2, party. I have Warriors and Pack Beast, so they're at 6. Then I attack with 4 2-power attackers, making Riptide unable to block, and then they take 6 and take exactly lethal. I think it's worth it. I think we're probably going to lose, but, I mean, we're not going to beat things otherwise, so maybe they just have nothing, right? Can we Xaxes them for lethal? Don't tap mana. Don't do anything. Die. Die. Yes. Another lethal in the stipulation draft. Woo. Yeah, I guess I should cast a spell first, because maybe I'm not playing the land and attacking if it gets countered or something. But I also was basically just going to concede. But I guess if they're holding nothing but like a negate, then they can't necessarily turn on the Riptides or anything. So yes, you're right. I should have technically played the spell first, in case it got, like, negated or something. Okay, so we saw Roost. That's fine to disenchant. And Bubble Snare. Okay, so disenchant's coming in. We're on the draw. I'll board out 1 land for this game. We still have the Stampede for a 16th land. And disenchant now has a couple good targets in Bubble Snare and Roost. The stip was can't play your first 4 picks each pack. All 3 packs. Pack 1, 2, and 3. Thanks to whoever just donated $10. Appreciate the support for Gamers Outreach. Pretty cool that in a couple hours we've already raised $2,000. Thank you for your generosity. No, I pretty much never main deck Disenchant, unless you had ways to loot or rummage it away when it was dead. But if you see, you know, 3 targets or 2 really good ones, then you can consider boarding it in. So if I attack with both, they can put the Familiar on the Banneret, force me to use the Pump. That's bad for me. If I attack with the Sellsword, I would trade it for the Nectar Pot. But if they put the Familiar on it, I'm going to get 2 for 1. It's not a good situation for me. think this is Stampede as a land and just add to the board. Obviously, this game is going poorly against a blue-green deck at the moment, but maybe they have mostly lands, nothing powerful in hand. I have some pretty good cards. I can use the Hellion to buy back the Stampede. I can use Dauntless Unity to pump my team. So for now, I think we have to accept that they've stalemated this board. And again, I'm just going to put out Hellhound and lands. I know this isn't exciting, but I don't need the 4-3 out. I'm not expecting it to attack or block. Their mana's up. And I might next turn, like, cast the 4-3, or I might end up playing Hellion. And the 4-3 can come down with haste later to get them by surprise. That's why I chose to just put the Hellhound out. Whereas Hellhound may end up attacking sometime soon. Okay, so where are we at? They have a 1-3 and a 2-1. I have a rogue and a warrior, so +2/+2. So a 3-4 either gets chumped or does 3. So that's easy enough. I am 1-1, and this is round 3, Johnny. So yes, and we won game 1 as well. But I'm currently 1-1 in matches, and this is round 3. Okay, so again, we have +2/+2. If we give it to the 3-3, that can attack as a 5-5. Is that good? If they want to kill it, they can double block, so we're trading it for a 4-4. That's fine. Better than not attacking with it. Because, of course, it turns back into a 3-3 at end of turn. And any damage we get in is nice. And we have a lot of creatures. So if we draw land, we can play like Hellion and Rider. And then we can like buy back Stampede. And then we have 2 different pumper teams. So any damage we can get in is pretty useful. Trades are not good for us. But that's not to say we're unwilling to make any trades. Hey, a $60 donation. Thank you, Courser of Crewfix. Really appreciate the generosity. Taking us to 2,000 raised for Gamers Outreach today. Thanks to everybody for your generosity from my chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, so what do we want to do? Trades are not good for us, but trades involving the axe are trades up, so that can be good for us. I can just take the turn off and put out the 4-3. Nothing wrong with that. Prepare for like an alpha. We have good double blocks, so I'm not really worried. So I think that's the right play. I mean, I'm definitely planning to sneak something and then move the equipment and hit on one turn to get in some damage. But I would rather do that on a turn, of course, where we don't have good creatures to put in play. Also, okay. So this turn, we could do that, or we could put the Pack Beast out. So we have Pack Beast, Axe, and Pack Beast, Axe, and Guide to use, basically. And I agree, we're not in that big of a rush to get the Pack Beast in play. So this turn, I like that. Yes, I know they have the chill, but we're going to have to work through that, so we can make them use it. Hey, they milled 2 lands. That was okay. Although we kind of want 1 more land right now. But a stalemate's not the worst, because, again, as the board grows bigger, we have Dauntless Unity, and we have Hellion to pick up Stampede. So, if we end up in, like, we both have 10 creatures out situation, it's pretty good for the deck that has 2 overruns. Because once the axe is on it, you can't activate. It's creature with power 2 or less. Speaking of, same as last turn. I don't have any little warriors to put it on right now. Let's Sneaking Guide something. I mean, this time I could attack. Well, yeah, this time I could have waited to attack first. But, whatever. Actually, kind of would rather move this one off, I think. It's kind of lame. A lot of work for 1 damage. But we'll take it. And a Hellhound with the Axe and the Sneaking Guide actually works really well, because if we have a land, we can just make it unblockable and then play the land. So that actually works out pretty well for us. So let's do that. Unblockable. I know they have Chilling Grasp, but what are you going to do? We're going to work through it, right? Now we play a land, give it 3 power. Drop a Pack Beast. Continue about our business. Okay, Molten Blast, 2 to a creature or destroy an artifact. Nothing to do with that. The grind is real. So this turn, do we want to play the Hellion? I mean, I have the Dauntless already, so I kind of just want to get all my creatures in play. So I think I'm going to play the Hellion and bounce the Stampede. Then next turn, I can just attack with everything and fire the Unity with Kicker. If they don't have a counter, then it should be a good turn. I'm definitely not going to play the Stampede as a land. We're 1 land away from casting it. But I wanted to get an extra 4 or 5 out. And this is an instant, so we can go to combat. If they don't Chilling Grasp, we can Glacial Grasp, we can attack with everything. If they have a counter, we're going to lose, but we'd probably end up decked anyway. Well, now that we drew a land, I can just land Stampede. It shows them, but they pretty much know something's up if I'm attacking with everything anyway. And +2/+2 is a lot better than +2/+1 for having creatures live to attack again next turn. So I think that's what's up. They're still at 24. They're going to tap something, but that was going to happen anyway. I don't think this is, like, game-winning incredible for us, but I think it's good. And then hopefully next turn we can finish them with the Unity. And if that wasn't enough, I mean, nothing was going to be, so what are you going to do? Second Glacial Grasp? Alright, now we have to actually evaluate. So now they're tapped out. I don't think sending the 3/3 and the 3/4 is even going to make sense. If they trade these 4/4s and 5/4s for my little creatures, that clears the way for next turn. So I'm just going to send the 4 that have a profitable attack. Even though I don't really want to trade off creatures, these are trade-ups. Like, these creatures are +2/+2 until end of turn. So we'll either deal them a nice chunk or make trades that are good for us. And then we have the Dauntless Unity for next turn. And if they end up low but not dead, we could theoretically finish them with the Sneaking Guide. Okay, I don't think any of this matters. So, some good trades. And we still have plenty of creatures out. So let's see what else they have. The grind is real. It's a pretty good one since it gets back any kicker card. It can get back Royal Mage, and then Royal Mage can get back something else. And they keep gaining 2 life every time with Familiar. Okay, so these are tapped for a turn. So this is clearly not the turn we want to alpha. So this turn, let's just give unblockable, axe it. I want the land to pump the Hellhound next turn, so I'm going to hold it, I think. Definitely not blocking. I don't know what's up with this attack. I'm not saying they can't afford it. They still have plenty of life. But I'm decking first. I guess maybe if they have more card drawing, they're worried about being the one who decks first. Okay. Again, we're just going to go for it. I don't know how it's going to work out, but I don't really feel like I have a choice. Hopefully things will line up in a way that Dauntless Unity is awesome. I can play the Unity on kicked and the Blast, or I can play the Unity kicked. Unfortunately, I'm a mana short of both, but I had to hold the land to pump the Hellhound, I think. So they only made 2 blocks. So they're taking 3, 6, 9. I obviously can't lethal them. If I just +1/+1 with the Banneret, though, I only lose 1 creature, and that makes the Rider bigger than the Sproutling. So that looks good to me. I don't even have to use my cards. I can just save them for next turn. I mean, I don't know if they can do anything. They have 2 mana up, but... I'm not super worried. Like, I was never going to beat them with the Sneaking Guide, sneaking in 1 creature a turn, because they're gaining all this life. So, I mean... I'm pretty happy with that exchange. I would have preferred they didn't have Into the Royal, but with Kicker, they would have drawn a card and gotten another 2/2 flyer. So we're doing what we can. Is that with Kicker? Okay, we're dead then. 2 counters on everything gives them easy lethal. So we have to concede. Yeah, they have a really nice deck. Okay, so game 3, we're on the play. Do we want another land in? It's not really an attrition-y matchup. I mean, this is a pretty 16-land deck. Stampede has the 16th land because we have 2 5-drops. That's it. I don't really want to stall on lands against them. I mean, Disenchant is worth having for Roost and Bubble Snare. I can take out like one of these 4/3s if I'm going to play 15 lands. I mean, if I want to go back to 16. I'll just gamble. Deck's pretty underpowered. Hopefully we'll draw enough lands. Still 16. Stampede is just a tap land. And I don't mind playing it as a land early because I have 2 ways to pick it up. Alright, not what we wanted, a slow hand, but of course we can't mull this. Most of our cards are cheap. Hopefully we'll just draw a 2-drop right away. Oh, I'm not worried about stopping the Drakes like on D like that. I guess I could have cast this. It's the same amount to equip to cast later. Although it equips for free, so that's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of another, I guess. Pretty sure we just want to put out our flyer, not kill their 2-drop here. We're not picking up a land. The 3-mana deal 2s aren't good, that's true. I could have took one of those out for a land, I guess. Okay, I don't really see any decisions. Put out the 4/3, hit in the air. Remember, I don't have, like, playables in my sideboard. It was, like, Sentinel against their non-aggro deck, or a land that we kind of need, not really. Like, it's not like, this is a stiff draft. I don't have, like, 10 normal playables in my board to switch things in and out with. Okay, so if we give +2/+1, that turns this into a 6/4. They can kill it, but they'd have to lose both creatures. That looks good. Oh, and then I'd blow them out with Molten Blast, and it would be really good. So, no decisions here. Let's just Relic Axe the Warrior on the ground, so it's big enough to attack through the Riptide. And then they can either take 8, chump it, or go for a double block. And life is pretty good for me, no matter what of those they choose. Alright, not great, not horrible. Replay it with haste. Of course, they can just block it with their 0/5 the one time I do that, but we'll see what they have. So, if I disenchant, and then I play this kicked, I hit them back for 6. I'm taking 7, and then they have 5, 7, 9. That's not 11, so I'm down to race. I mean, their deck has a way better late game than mine. If it would be lethal, I would obviously Molten Blast the 2/1 here, but they can't lethal me on board next turn, so I'm down to try and race. Not saying I'm going to win, just saying this is how I win, so I'm down to try. Okay, no help. So now we're trying to kill them in 2 turns in the air, assuming they don't have anything. The 4/3 can block, and I can shock. So I die to a kicker card if I attack with the Raptor. I don't know how else I win. I mean, if they have nothing, I could kill them in 2 turns in the air, because if they attack with these 3, it's 4/3 on Gnarled Colony, Molten Blast the Royal Mage, and take, like, 3, and then I win with the... Oh, no, the Raptor's only 3, not 4. It's not a warrior. That doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. I'm wrong. Because this doesn't give +2/+1 to the Raptor. Only +1/+1. I forgot about that. Yeah, I can equip the warrior, but then they'll chump it. So I can't send the Raptor. I'm just dead on board to the colony. So I think it's Relic. I know. 15 lands. We still drew 8. Unfortunate. With a few more spells, I think we win this game. I don't think I can do anything here. If they have nothing, it's still a fairly even board. But if I attack, I'm not winning. Obviously, if they have stuff, I'm just going to lose, but there's no way around that. So I'm at 4, so I have to block the colony. Or I just die. And then I have to Molten Blast the Royal Mage, so I don't have any choices. This is awful for me, but anything else, and I'm literally just dead. And I am dead. Disappointing, but a good game 3. Disappointing 1-2. I mean, obviously we drew 8 of 15 lands. I was a spell or 2 away from winning a close game. I'll take it. This was a tough stipulation. Would have been nice to draw 2 less lands, and then I think I would have won, probably. So, after an awesome 3-0 in the first draft, we got a 1-2. Pretty good games, at least, all the way through. Obviously, I'm not, like, you know, it would have been nice to win, but can't really complain. It is a stipulation draft, and that was pretty fun. And what is the third stipulation that we have to try and do? Draft every gold card we see and play them, I will assume. Oh yeah, I forgot free coaching sessions. So since that was unlocked, and the stipulation drafts, now before we get into the third draft is probably a good time to draw for those. So we're going to draw 3 people to pick the stipulation drafts. Just shoot a message to me or Dangle, but preferably on Discord or... No? Dangle says no. What are we doing, Dangle? You're the boss. Tell me what's up. Okay, no is acceptable. We didn't promise anything. We're doing this on the fly, except that we are going to do more stipulation drafts and coaching sessions. What do you want to do, Dangle? Also, don't forget, if you can afford to and you haven't already, please consider a small donation to Gamers Outreach. That's who we're raising money for this time. Help out a good cause. Just chilling for a second, seeing what Dangle is cooking up. Who doesn't eat magic cards? They're delicious. It's actually an RX bar. It's a peanut butter RX bar. I have not Sabinowitz. I didn't even know that existed. I love Oreos, so that's probably delicious.
Okay, but have we considered the possibilities of Ben cosplaying? I really want this.
Rachel says you should donate another $1,600 so that she gets to dress me up in a magic outfit and makeup.
Dude, what if you made like the top donor get to pick your cosplay? Ooh, just saying.
What's the percent of my vault? 2,207%. Thank you, whoever just donated $10 more, taking us up to 2010. Who's Rachel? All I see is DJ Krabby.
Ay.
I think I just called her Rachel, too.
Man, I wish I could donate that money.
Okay, so we are going to draw, but we'll do it after the third draft. So immediately upon the conclusion of the next stipulation draft, then we're going to draw for the stipulation drafts and the coaching sesh. I guess that makes sense because if we hit the cosplay goal, then somebody has to choose the costume, so we have to draw somebody for that as well. The Among Us is just going to be a thing where during one of the normal stream hours, we just run a game of Among Us, so we don't actually need anyone to choose anything for that. But if we do unlock this MTG cosplay that Rachel really wants us to unlock, DJ Krabby, then I need to draw a winner to choose which costume I dress up as. So, Dangle, as usual, is on top of things, unlike me, and points out that we should just do the drawings after the third draft, because otherwise we're going to have to draw again if we get to 3,600. So, let's get into the third stipulation draft. The stipulation this time, I have to draft every gold card I see and play them. It's not that many gold cards in this format, so hopefully we won't see too many. Thank you, Blistering. Appreciate the $10. We're up to $2,000 already raised for Gamers Outreach. We have reached 2020, which is a lot of generous donations for the charity, although this year hasn't really been the best. I'm not gonna say hitting the year 2020 is a good thing.
Do you think you're going to play a 5-color deck?
That's something to think about for the future, Blistering. Thank you, Ajani, for subscribing. Okay, so I don't actually think this card is very good. Like, even in Blue-Red Wizards, of course, you're happy to have it if you're Blue-Red Wizards, but it's no bomb. It's more of a constructed card, actually. Because, I mean, it's cheap, and it lowers the cost of a spell by a little bit. So, I mean, it's fine, but the stipulation is we have to draft every gold card we see. So I have to take Kaza here. If this was a normal draft, Kaza would not be one of my top choices. I would probably take, like, Blood Chief's Thirst, followed by Attended Healer, followed by Blackborn Rogue. I would take all 3 uncommons over this rare if this was a normal draft. If it wasn't a stipulation draft where I'm required to take Kaza, it would not be in my top 3 picks out of this pack. It is a fine card. It's totally playable. But I would take all 3 uncommons over it.
Yes, DJ Krabby's
Dangle already put the rap on YouTube. So if you missed the rap and you want to play it on repeat and you want to see DJ Krabby's sick beatboxing and my incredible flow, remember that album drops this Friday, so go out and support me. Be in local stores near you, you know, Best Buy, everywhere that carries top-notch rap like mine.
Yes, Harry Houdini. That's what's up. Let's get that cosplay, y'all. Let's do it.
Thanks for the generous donation. What's up? What's up, Hot Dog MTG and Harry Houdini, who also donates a lot of bits. I really appreciate the support, Harry Houdini. So, no gold card, so we can draft as normal. But if we have to play the gold card, then we pretty much have to play blue-red. So I'm just going to take Trap Finder here, I think. It's possible Low Mage's Domination is better, but here's the thing. We're not going to get to draft a 2-color blue-red deck. We're likely going to have to play 5 colors. So, or at least splash other colors and stuff like that. So, Trap Finder, if you're all the colors, Party isn't that hard to hit, and it's single blue. That's why I didn't take Lull Mages. Remember, if this was not a stipulation draft, I would take Rockslide Sorcerer here, and it would be fantastic. But I'm forced to take War Leader because of the stipulation. It's unfortunate, but the rules are the rules. Thank you, AbaQ. I see there was just a bunch of donations. Thank you to everybody who's donating. And thank you, Nutta Kamanuda. $25 donation. Really appreciate it. We're up to almost $2,200 raised for Gamers Outreach. So the stipulation this draft is I have to draft every gold card and play them. So that's why I took the Trap Finder over the Lull Mage's Domination, because there were no gold cards in that pack. And the Trap Finder is going to be easier to cast, and Party is not that hard to do if you're 3 to 5 colors. Okay, so we're now on white, red, blue at the moment. Fisher Wizard looks like an important card for us. Help smooth that mana out. Sorry, I'll make the milestones go somewhere else. Thank you, Mies Vanderpro. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for supporting my stream and my content. Okay, so I think Skyclave Clear, it's still a land spell modal, and I mean, we're going to have to draft at least 3 colors. So we can play white, red, splash blue. Can't really splash red with what we have. So Nahiri's Binding is probably the right pick. And I mean, if we're going to have to play 3+ colors, Tormenting Voices, and if red's going to be a base color, we need stuff like Fisher Wizard, Tormenting Voice, and Cleansing Fire to help. I don't know if it's called Cleansing Fire, but the 2-mana Destroy Land, search for another one to fix the mana. I don't want to necessarily have to play green. I mean, there's not that many gold cards in this set, so we really don't know how many we're going to see. When you have to draft and play every rare you see, it was kind of like we were definitely going to play 5 colors. But, like, the gold uncommons are pretty early picks, and so, like, we might be able to get away with just playing Jeskai, or we might see a black-green gold card. Moss Pit Skeleton means we have to play it. I mean, we could ignore it. We could put it in our deck and play, like, no swamps and forests. But we have no idea how many colors we're going to end up at this point. But we are required to play War Leader and Royal Chaser. So, like I said, Cleansing Wildfire, that's red fixing. So that's an easy pickup for us. DJ Krabby's probably working on her next beat. So, rogues probably won't be too hard. Oh, we don't even have to think about rogues, because Trap Finder's a rogue itself. So I don't want Sneaking Guide. So Sizzling Barrage is an aggressive card. I don't think we're going to end up using that. Same with Scavenging Blade. I guess I'll take Living Tempest. That we did this skip the first 4 picks last draft, the stipulation. Went 1 and 2. I mean, it was a close round 3 against a good deck. I mean, honestly, it was pretty fun. Okay, so here, I'm going to take Reclaim in case we open a green gold card. Because if we open a green gold card, we're going to be really happy we have these 2 Reclaims. If we don't, we probably won't play green. We can just play Jeskai, and we can make... I mean, the mana's not that bad for a 3-color deck with Tormenting Voice and Fisher Wizard and Skyclave Cleric and Cleansing Wildfire. But if we do open any green gold card, we have to take it. So then we'll have 2 Reclaims, and we'll switch to a base green red instead of a Jeskai deck. So how are we on Wizards for Trap? We have Royal Chaser, Fisher Wizard. But if we go blue-red, we'll probably end up with plenty of Wizards. I mean, we could play red-white just as easily and splash blue at this point. Okay, well, we opened a gold card. So it's only fitting. I guess if the stipulation was if you open a gold card, you have to play it, we were going to open Omnith, and we have to play it. But that's okay, you know. Black, we don't have yet. Maybe we'll be able to dodge black in this draft. We got the 2 Reclaims. You almost swear like I rigged this stuff, right? The stipulation is if we open a gold card, we have to draft it and we have to play it. I mean, I got the 2 Reclaim the waste, so 5-color green-red it is. So hopefully we won't see any black cards. We can draft whatever we want out of packs that don't have a gold card in them.
Wow, can't just accept that you might have, you know, a bad stipulation draft or 2. You gotta rig it.
Gotta rig it. So yeah, we could take Pack Beast. We don't necessarily need to. Is there stuff we want to double? We can double Reclaim the Wastes. That's pretty good. And we're going to draft more Reclaims. And we can also double Wildfire. I think the Stormcaller might be good for us. We already have 4 good cards to double. We have Tormenting Voice, Wildfire, and 2 Reclaims. And we're going to draft additional copies of them pretty aggressively. I think we want the Stormcaller. No gold cards, so we can draft whatever we want. So we probably want the Valakut Awakening. It's a pretty good pack overall. No, it's DJ Krabby, not Jork. Bubble Snare, Infiltrator, and Falconer will be fine. Amulet might be fine, but this can get us out of Screw and Flood and lets us extend our mana base, which we kind of need. No gold cards, so we either want Journey to Oblivion or, like, Into the Royal. Assume we want Journey to Oblivion. Oh, wait, there's another Reclaim. We'll probably table that. We already have 2 and plenty of fixing. I'm going to grab Journey and hope we table the Reclaim. Oh, we have to take Root Grazer. It's unfortunate. I was hoping to not see any green gold. Oh, we already have, sorry, green gold cards. Black's the one we're trying to dodge. Okay, well, whatever. If this was a normal draft, obviously I would take Thundering Rebuke, but Root Grazer's fine, and we have to take it, and we're playing 4 colors at the moment. 4-color Omnith. With Root Grazer Omnith as a combo, that's actually pretty good, right? I didn't even realize that. We're like drafting a constructed Omnith deck. Reclaim puts 2 lands into play in 1 turn, and so does Root Grazer every turn. Yeah, Root Grazer with Omnith is very good.
It's really funny.
Yeah, we're actually drafting like a constructed Omnith deck at this point. Alright, so there's no gold cards in this pack, so do we want Fledgling, GOP, Voice, Ascetic? I assume Fledgling. Oh yeah, Reclaim just searches, it doesn't put them in play, you're right. But Root Grazer does, so that works. Okay, I think we want Shepherd. This is a pretty good card for our deck. We're all over the place. 4-color good stuff. So what is this deck doing? The fixing is red and green. We're hoping pretty bad we don't open a black gold card. Probably not going to play that. We've got Clerics. Ooh, there's another Reclaim. Although we could take Skyclave Cleric. That's fixing without having a green. Reclaim might just be better, though. Well, we're not really going to splash green. Even though we're not necessarily going to have a ton of green cards, we're just going to play a lot of forests. Because we have Root Grazer, Omnith, and 2 Reclaims already. Alright, I'll take Relic. I guess that's better fixing than the Reclaim for us. Any party types? So it doesn't help cast Omnith, so we can't play it. If it helped cast Omnith, I'd be about it. Since it doesn't, we're just going to take Stomper. Pretty sure these cards are not going to make our deck. No, Base Camp is not gold. It's a land. It does help cast cards of any color, so you'd think we'd want it, but Omnith is not a party type, so I really just don't think it's offering us much. Yeah, lands have no color. Like I said, green is not a splash. I mean, we really don't have a splash. I mean, blue is going to be our lightest color, I think. So, there's 2 gold cards. So, Scoot Swarm is the best card in this pack, but taking it is not an option. We have to draft a gold card, but of course we can't take 2 cards with 1 pick, so we get to choose. Root Grazer looks a lot better for us than Brushfire Elemental. We're an Omnith deck, we're not an aggro deck. So, just take second Root Grazer there. So blue is going to be our only, like, real splash color, I think, our lightest color. Oh, hey, another good gold card. Don't mind if I do. What are we drafting? We're like 2 Murasa Root Grazer, Yasharn, Omnith. We're like, this is a stipulation draft. We're drafting, like, gold card ramp control. Like, I don't even know what's going on. This is awesome. I think my deck's really good. I could be wrong. I mean, we could turn red into a splash. It's not like we need Wildfire and Tormenting Voice for fixing. What if we end up like that, and we just play like base green white, and then we splash red and blue? Obviously, Kaza's kind of a joke, but what are you going to do?
See, you guys thought that Ben, you know, like, has his Magic career because he's really good. No, it's because he's lucky. Well, maybe not now. Spoke too soon. I'm sorry, y'all.
All I wanted to do was not open a black gold card. Whatever. 1 swamp in the deck. What are you going to do? Okay, so there's no black cards in this pack, so we can take whatever... I mean, gold cards, so we can take whatever we want. Is Rockslide Sorcerer good for us? 2 Reclaims. A few Wizards, not a ton. We also have those Tormenting Voices I can put back in if I want. This seems pretty good now that we're all 5. We pretty much have to take this, right? It's going to be like a 7-8. So no gold cards, so we can take whatever we want. Oh, we have to take Reclaim. We got to get all the Reclaims we can now. Fury would be helpful, but not over Reclaim. So probably won't end up playing Stomper. We just got another fatty, and we actually don't have that many land spells. I mean, I think this deck is good. The mana's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be horrible. Like, 1 island, 1 mountain, 1 swamp. And then we'll just play, like, something like, you know, 9 green sources and, like, 4 or 5 plains or something like that. And then we have some removal. We have Journey and Binding. Fledgling is going to be great in this double Root Grazer Yasharn Omnith deck. Well, there's a gold card we don't mind drafting. That's probably what I would take out of this pack regardless. That fits our deck nicely. Hello, card drawing spell. So base green white. So maybe we'll play the healer. Probably not, but maybe. So blue-red, hey, that's fixing. I mean, I'll take a pathway land for this deck. We have enough playables. That's a nice pickup. Well, now I have to take and play the Elemental. I mean, it's not the worst, but I really don't want this card. I'm not an aggro deck. I mean, I know we're landfall with the double Root Grazers, so it's fine, but it's really not good. Prowling Felidar, on the other hand, with the double Root Grazers, I'm happy to pick up. Don't think we have many rogues. Oh, yeah, but the Trap Finder itself's a rogue, so we don't actually need rogues. Whatever. I don't think any of these are going to make our deck. Okay, so we're a Landfall ramp deck. We've got Omnith, we've got Yasharn, we've got 2 Root Grazers. Not the worst for a stipulation draft, I think. Yeah, I probably should have grabbed Disenchant for the sideboard. You're definitely right about that. Alright, so let's say we do 1 island, 1 swamp, 1 mountain. I mean, we certainly don't need doubles of any of those lands. I have to play a swamp, unfortunately, in the skeleton, because we got unlucky and saw the skeleton in pack 3. 5, we're going to need more forest than that by a lot. We don't have any free green lands, the pathway's not green, and we have 3 reclaims. So, this concept I talk about from time to time with the fixing, no, I can't, Lee Archvist. The rule for this stipulation draft was I have to take every gold card I see, and I have to play every gold card I take. So, obviously, if there's 2 in 1 pack, I can't draft 2 cards out of 1 pack. But other than that, Moss Pit Skeleton was the only gold card in that pack. So, I was forced to draft it and forced to play it. I don't have to play a swamp in my deck, but it seems silly not to. I think my mana will be fine.
Huge Bungus, yes! Get those donations in.
Thanks, Huge Bungus.
Make Ben cosplay 2020.
Relax, Rach, relax. We're not even close.
Well, you know, that's what we gotta kind of hype it up, help, you know, move things in that direction.
Nobody wants me to cosplay.
Whoa,
Take it easy.
Everyone wants you to cosplay.
Alright, so I talk about this concept a lot. I count these reclaims as all my other colors, but not green. So we basically have +3 blue, black, red, and white, but we have to have a green to cast them. So we want like 9 forests. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16. So that's 15 lands, plus these 3 makes 18. Skyclave Cleric is a nice bonus land for us, actually. That's 19, so that looks right. I guess we want to be able to search out of plains, but we have 2, and like, whatever. If we can't search for plains because we already drew 2 plains, so be it. We don't necessarily need a land that bad. So, I'm guessing that's going to be our mana. So we can't cut any gold cards. And other than that, do we have any cards that are easy cuts? Anything we don't want? The healer's cuttable. Can't cut the gold cards. The Farsight Adept's cuttable, but we don't have a lot of wizards. I mean, it's not like we party hard or anything. We have Shepherd and we have Trap Finder. But also, both players drawing a card is good for me, because I have double Root Grazer, so, and I'm a 5-color deck. So I kind of like what this offers us. We could cut the Protector. We have a few other clerics. But then, of course, that also makes the healer worse. Can't cut the gold cards. Would never cut any of these 5s. Would never cut the Felidar. So it looks like our only choices that are realistic as far as cuts are Expedition Healer, Stormcaller, but that's just going to copy a Reclaim a lot of the time. And it's a wizard. I think Protector should probably get cut. I know Binding's double white, but we do have like 3 reclaims, 2 plains. We have Yasharn to go search out of plains. You can also make 2 white with a Root Grazer. For anybody who's never seen this trick, on my like 4th turn, let's pretend I haven't played a land and I have 2 forests and a plains out. I can tap the plains for mana, tap Root Grazer and return the plains to my hand, play the plains on tapped, and tap it for a 2nd white. So Root Grazer actually is kind of like double white. If I have 1 white, this gives me a 2nd white. It's a pretty cool trick for anybody who's never seen that come up. I think I'm just going to cut the clerics. I'm going to cut the Expedition Healer. We still have Skyclave Cleric and Shepherd of Heroes and Spring Mantle Cleric. So we still have 3 clerics for triggering party. So I think that's the play right there. So let's do it. What's my record going to be in the stipulation draft? We 3-1 the first one. We 1-2 the second.
Oh,
2-1, 3-0. You have so much faith in me.
3-0.
I think the deck's pretty good, to be honest. But, I mean, it's still kind of a rough stipulation.
Okay, I have an idea. If you 3-0, you do another draft.
No, I'm worn.
What about if you...
This is the last draft. No, this is the last draft either way.
Yes, Alpaca Beard. Woohoo!
DJ Krabby just wants more time for us to get up to 3,600 for the MTG cosplay. No. Meanwhile, I want less time so that I don't end up having to do the MTG cosplay.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're saying that you want to put in less effort for this charity? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what you're hearing.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
All right, so we're on the draw. We have plains and mountains, so this is close. We have 9 forests. We already have skeleton in hand, which is practically a mulligan right now. But if we draw a forest, which we have 9 of, it's a pretty good hand. I mean, we have Root Grazer turn 2, War Leader turn 3, Felidar with the Root Grazer binding. We unlock this whole hand except skeleton with 1 forest. So I don't know if we're supposed to keep this or mulligan this. It's super close. I think it's a keep. We're on the draw. Well, if we... okay. We need to draw another Plains Guest Binding, true. But still. We can cast a 4-drop. We could have 3 lands out, and then tap 1 and bounce it with the Root Grazer and replay it. So we can cast Felidar, even without drawing another land. So, it's not that bad a hand. Oh, sure. The goals went there for the draft portion. Let me move them. Good call. I saw there was another donation right there. Thank you to everybody donating to the charity, helping raise money for a good cause. Yeah. I moved the donation box out of the way. We moved it there because that was a good spot for it for the draft thing. The milestones. Okay, so we did draw the land. So I have 4 mana this turn. I can Root Grazer a land and play. And then just cast Prowling Felidar, I guess. Do I want to attack? I really don't want to lose this Root Grazer. What can they do? They can Rogue Duelist and then eat it. That's bad. It's not worth that risk to deal them 2 damage. So I'm just going to go ahead and give myself 4 lands, get my Landfaller out, and life is good. Red, blue, green, white, turn 4, turn 3. Don't mind if I do. Okay, so we can only play 1 land this turn. We have the choice to pick up a land or just to put it in play. I can't kick the skeleton because we don't have black. I can't make double white because you can't bounce that land because it's not a plains, it's not a basic. So it doesn't look like we're going to have a great turn. I think I'm just going to attack with both and play my creatures. They're tapped now, so they can't do anything. I don't see much of a reason to hold on to that Stormcaller to... Unfortunately, you can't return this because Root Grazer only returns basics. Unfortunately. So I think here, I'm just going to play creatures. End of their turn, I'll return a land with the Root Grazer. This way, we'll have a land to play to trigger the Felidar again. If we draw plains, then we'll end up being able to do the binding trick. If we draw a swamp, we can kick the skeleton. Other than that, we're just trying to add to the board for now. It would have entered tap because it's a tap land as well. It's true. Doesn't work for both reasons. Alright, Roost is great, but I feel like I can potentially beat that from this position. So I'm going to pick up a land. Make sure I can trigger landfall. So now we're going to play the swamp. We can also put the forest in play. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be tricky, because this puts lands into play untapped. I'm going to play the forest, and then I'm going to attack, and if they block the Prowling Felidar with the Riptide, I can sneak the swamp in play and eat it. Any trade on this board seems like a pretty good trade for me, so I'm definitely going to send those 3. Do I want to risk losing the Root Grazer for a 2/2 flyer? I think I actually do. Root Grazer's great, but it's kind of done its job. I know I can keep triggering the Felidar, but the Felidar is going to be bigger than everything else anyway. So I think I'm just going to send everything. If they want to double block the Root Grazer to kill it, that ties up 2 of their 3 blockers. And I trade it for a flyer. So I'm going to send everything. It's a scary double block for them anyway, but also if they make it, they make it. It's already done its rampy accelerating job, and it would tie up 2 of their 3 blockers. So now I'm going to put in the swamp, get an extra damage. Can I kick it? Yes, I can. All colorless to kick. I agree. I love the design of Root Grazer. So I think I have a disenchant. It might have been the last draft, but we'll keep an eye on enchantments and artifacts. So far, there's Roost or Flyers. Sorry, Broken Wings hits Flyers. Disenchant does it. There's another good target. So both Broken Wings and Disenchant are stuff we want to check for during sideboarding. I might have skipped on the Disenchant. I think you're right. Okay, if I kick this, that doesn't trigger anything. I mean, it's obviously right to do, but then I can cast Nahiri's Binding, but not this turn because this puts them into play tapped, the copies. Or I could play this unkicked because this one itself comes into play untapped and then Binding right now. So I unlock Binding this turn if I don't kick it. I get more mana over the long run if I do kick it. I can bounce a land and replay it. That just doesn't accomplish much right now. Can't bounce the tap land because it's a non-basic. And the Felidar got locked down, so I don't need to trigger that. Yeah, I think we can just attack with Relic. With the Skeleton this turn and kick Relic. There's nothing out we really need to Binding. I mean, I just, like... What am I going to... Binding doesn't really change much. Maybe I could have gotten an extra 2 damage. But I'm way ahead on life, and it's not that easy to keep triggering Riptide on my turn. So I don't think that there's much of a need to Binding Riptide. I think I'd rather Binding some fatty they play or something, potentially. This wasn't that much about the mana from the Relic. It was more that I didn't want to Binding anything last turn. Like, now I'm going to Binding the 4/4. Yeah, Felidar Skeleton is nice. The plan now is going to be pick up a land, then I can Binding the 4/4 and attack with the Skeleton. And then if they kill it, I'll just put it back on top of my deck after killing 2 Flyers. So, let's see. Do we party? Probably not. We have a Warrior, a Rogue. That's it. No Wizards. No Clerics at the moment. So, yeah. 4/4 good enough to Binding, I think. And I think I'm going to attack with all 3. No real reason not to. I don't really care if Rootgrazer dies. It would tie up 2 power blockers. Then they can, like, 0-5 on 3/3 and chump Skeleton. I get a free kill. I'm cool with that. Yeah, I have the Cleric, but I can't pick it up. That's not how it works. Rootgrazer only picks up basics. Thanks, Ri-Fi. I did work kind of hard on it. As did DJ Krabby on the beat. LSV Diss Track, you got to get to 45. I'm not saying to spend $2,300, but, you know, it's donating to a good cause, and if you want to see LSV dissed. I should not have played that land. Now I don't have the ability to get Skeleton back, but whatever. Any land in the whole deck puts a counter on Felidar and lets me get Skeleton back, so it's not like that's that hard to do. So what do we have? Rogues and Warriors. No Cleric or Wizard. Oh, there's a Cleric. And that'll make Trap Finder unblockable. I don't really think there's any decisions. I'll happily trade Skeleton since it can potentially come back. So Trap Finder's unblockable and Skeleton is a free attack, basically. I chose to put a land in play instead of bouncing a land. It was a mistake. I should have just bounced a land and held them, basically, since I have all these Relic mana out. I should have lands in hand for landfall. Again, that was a mistake. No Wizard. I do have Wizards. Not that many, but I think I have a couple. Kaza's a Wizard. Stormcaller's a Wizard, but I already traded it off. Farsight Adept. So I have 3 Wizards. 2 left in the deck. Okay, so this turn we don't have any party cards to play, so Trap Finder can't attack. A 2/2 flyer doesn't stop the Cleric. And if they do have some kind of trick, whatever, it's not that important. how bad I want the skeleton. I mean, it has to be worth a draw step. But I have, like, Omnath. I have card drawing. Like, I have a lot of potential good draws. And any, I get in 2 damage with the Trap Finder. So, like, I don't even know if it's really that worth putting the skeleton on top. But I guess at 26, drawing a 5/5 is probably worth it. So, I'm not going to party anytime soon. They just killed my Cleric. So, I think I just trade the 3/3 for the 3/2 here. I don't want to trade the Trap Finder because they're at 7 and that's 2 damage anytime I draw a party type. Yeah, Skeleton's not a party. It is a recurring 5/5, so that's a different kind of party. But, I mean, we're losing on board now, but we're taking 2 a turn at 24. And we have Omnath. We have Yasharn, which wouldn't win the game, but would be a good draw. We have the draw 3, gain 3 party card spoils. Cleric here will be a 7/8. I need to start holding lands because of Valakut Awakening. I forgot about that. And Brushfire. Fearless Fledging. So I definitely need to start holding lands. But my library is pretty loaded. If I draw a Claim, that pulls 2 out and puts them in my hand. Also, if they trade off with the skeleton, anytime I draw land, I can always get it back, so I wouldn't say we're in bad shape. It's just a game. But I definitely need to not just randomly play lands. If I draw any lands, I need to hold them. Whoa! Atomic Sheeple? Are you psychic? Okay, well, for now, I'm going to attack with Skeleton. If they trade off with it, it's pretty good for me. It kills 2 creatures. And then, of course, I can always get it back anytime I play a land, because of the Felidar getting counters. I mean, I'm still good. Firstly, it's a 4-mana 4/4 draw card, so while it's not necessarily worth this crazy casting cost, 4-mana 4/4 draw card's a good card. And then if I play a land, I gain 4 life. Now it's right to play the land. I'm playing it to put the skeleton back. That's one of the main reasons to hold lands. They're just going to bounce Trap Finder, I guess. If they bounce Omnath, I get to draw a card. Oh, that can bounce your own creature, so they freed up their Gnarled Colony. Nice play, nice play. I forgot about that. Okay, so I don't think I want to attack with Omnath. It's not really a good trade. So, yeah. Just going to take this, play a 5/5, and chill. I do have another Root Grazer to turn on the second ability of Omnath, but that one just adds mana. It doesn't even matter. So basically the point is anytime we play a land, we can gain 4 life. The only way to put 3 lands in play in a turn is with both Root Grazers, but I already threw one of those away. Which, of course, the third ability would be totally game-winning. But we have to... Oh, no, sorry, it doesn't even do it to their creatures. It's just 4 to them, so yeah, who cares? So Omnath is just gain 4 every time we play a land. But that's still pretty strong. Okay, so do I want to trade a 5/5 for a 4/4, even though mine's recursive? I would say no, but we did just draw a 7/8, so we are helping to clear the way for that. So that probably makes the answer yes. Oh, and also it gets counters, so it's going to put the skeleton back on top. So the answer is definitely yes. So now they can lose 2 small creatures or 1/4/4. I don't really care which. I don't know whether I want to kill the growing 4-3 or the 4-4. Probably the grower. I don't think this game's ending anytime soon with me at 22. Boo. Pay 4 colors and a green? No thanks. How about black, red, blue, green, white? And yes, I know I could have played that pre-combat for the Trap Finder, but it was more important, of course, to get the 5-5 back, I think. We did not miss 2 damage. The skeleton was not dead yet, so if we play this pre-combat, we get into it with the Trap Finder, but we don't get the 5-5 next turn. It is true that with everything they've just done, I kind of regret it, because a 5-5 is not really going to be enough, I don't think, to win this game. But I didn't know they were going to have Chilling Trap into 4-5 flyer here. So, do we attack the 7-8? No, they have a good double block. That doesn't really help us. So this is going downhill. I mean, we certainly could draw our way out of this. If I draw, like, the gain 3, draw 3 card, that might practically set us off. A land gains 4 life, so if we draw land, we can buy a turn, potentially. Okay, so when we play that land, we get 4 life. I don't really want to put the skeleton back anymore, I don't think, maybe. I can send the 7-8 and the 5-5 only. Is that even good? I mean, if I trade with the Sentinel, I'm happy. So we can pretend the Sentinel's not in play, other than the fact that it stops Omnath. So other than that, they have a 4-4 and a 6-5. So they can profitably double block the 7-8, but not by that much. It's trading with a 6-5 that's growing anyway. And then they can also profitably double block the 5-5, though, so yeah, we can't really do anything. Yeah, Roost is great. No question. Yeah, Omnath has already been, like, again, it's not like Mythic that dominates the board like it does in Constructed with Oro and Growth Spiral. But remember, it's 4 mana, 4-4, gain 12 so far, or gain 16 or whatever. Draw a card. So, I mean, obviously that's not necessarily worth the casting cost, but it's a powerful card. 4 mana, 4-4, draw a card, gain 16 is a good Magic card. But the Root Grazers don't really... We have to have both out. And even then, it just does 4 to the opponent, which would be good with them to slow, but it's not that big of a deal. The second ability just makes mana, which we don't need. So, I don't think there's much I could have done differently that would have worked out a lot better. A few plays I could have made that would have worked out a little bit better with hindsight, but not much that would have really swung this game. Like, if we still had a Root Grazer out, who cares? We could trigger the Omnath for mana that we don't need. So, hopefully we have some Broken Wings or Disenchants. We do not. That may have been a punt. I mean, Living Tempest is pretty good against Double Roost. Maybe I want to bring that in if I can. I don't know if it's going to be able to make it. I mean... What are we cutting? I mean, the Blightblade is pretty bad against them. But I don't have many rogues. Oh, but the Trap Finder itself is a rogue. So, okay, yeah. So we'll take out the Blightblade for the Living Tempest. Yeah, Roost is the best uncommon in the set. I completely agree. Roost is totally broken. Alright, I'm going to draw because they're blue-green kicker. We're 5-color. What's the rush? I agree. I think Roost is the best uncommon in the set. New drinking game. Yeah, don't let LSV find out about this hand. I'll never be able to make fun of him again. But this was a stipulation draft. Okay, again, no real choices. I mean, I can attack this time. There's no way they can kill it. And then I'll put in play 2 lands and cast the Prowling Felidar. Good one. Okay. So I'm 1 land away from kicking the Relic, and I kind of need blue and red in order to play this Royal Chaser. Not that it's especially good, but playing it on kick this turn is not really accomplishing anything, so no real decisions, I don't think. Yeah, Root Grazer's sweet. I love the design of Root Grazer. Completely with you. Do we want to journey that? It's not Roost, but it is good. I guess not really. That's not stopping the 4/5 after this turn, so I'm just going to kick this. I'm just going to organize a viewer game of Among Us where it's just going to be an open lobby for all viewers who want to play during one of the normal stream times. So that's the Among Us goal. Just a game of Among Us with fans. Haha, I would never betray us, Reborn Drago. Never.
Wait, it would be Among Us with your chat?
Yeah.
That is so cool. Dude, I'll sit in the lobby, try and get one of those games. I haven't played Among Us before.
Go back to making beats, DJ Krabby.
Hey. You don't know what I'm working on. It's even better than beats.
So, no real need to journey either of those this turn. If we play the land, the Prowling Felidar can now attack. No reason to not attack with the flyer. We can still play the Skeleton Kicked. So, this turn, I'm always very nice to Rachel. I'm not super nice to DJ Krabby, though. She's trying to get y'all to donate so that I have to do an MTG cosplay, I have to play Among Us, a bunch of things that I wouldn't normally do.
Whoa,
I mean, one could say she's trying to have fun and raise money for charity, but one would say, go work on your beats, DJ Krabby.
Whoa, what is this assuming my intentions here? I don't appreciate it.
Yeah, maybe we journey the Bubble Snare. It's an option. But I think we're far enough ahead that we really just want to journey like something big and then attack. I am being kind of crabby today. Thanks for the 100-bit donation, Shark. Roost on kicked? I like that. What, you want to have mana, double Roost, and other kicker cards? Okay, what are we doing here? They played that Shell Shield last time, so I'm kind of worried they're going to play that kicked. And we know they have all spells in hand, so I'm kind of afraid. They can turn the Riptide into a 5/8. I could Journey the Roost, because then that forces them to do that. I could also Journey the Bubble Snare. But unlocking the Root Grazer isn't that exciting. It just lets me keep pumping the Felidar. Journey the Roost seems like a good play. Yeah, I agree. I like Journey the Roost. Because Shell Shield isn't permanent, right? Just creature. So they have to respond if they want to get a 2/2 flyer. And then the +0/+3 will go away at end of turn, and then I can attack next turn. Clearly I can't attack now. Let's just kick it. I'm playing the lands because it's growing the Felidar. And back to you. Yeah, I wasn't happy when I opened the skeleton. I thought we had a beautiful gold 4-color Omnith deck going, and then we got past skeleton like 3rd or 4th pick pack 3. But whatever, it's 1 swamp and 1 black card. Yeah, they could. You already caught yourself and swallowed them here. They could shell shield the Riptide, but not the Roost. Okay, so let's assume they might have a kicker card like Into the Royal or something. That's gonna reset the Felidar anyway. Is there any other kicker that would like kind of own me? Like, is there a reason for me not to send Skeleton and Felidar here? I play a land first, because that gets me the 7th power, which means I take out 2 of their creatures. It's a stip draft, Seth Erickson. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's much. Into the Royal wasn't great for me, but that would reset Felidar and be bad for me anyway. So, I'm going to attack, see what they have. I know they have all spells in hand, so of course I think they're going to have something. But Felidar's going to take out, like, Riptide and whatever else. Yeah, so they're just Into the Roiling. Which, again, not great, but I get to replay the Felidar, start working on it again. The Skeleton trade for the Riptide is good, because the Skeleton comes back and the Riptide stays gone, so. Of course, the Felidar is much smaller now, but what are you going to do? Five still really big if we get that back. That's a pretty good draw. All right, so let's grab back the 5/5. Clearly, we're not attacking this turn, and hopefully they can't interact with our board, because now we can use Root Grazer, at least grow the Felidar every turn. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have played the land first, but it was pretty important because they could have just double blocked the Felidar when it was a 6/7. When I grew it to a 7/8, that basically forced them to bounce the Felidar instead of double blocking it. And that mattered a lot because the Felidar will grow again, potentially. Alright, no real choices. Kick the 5/5. We don't have an attack yet. Do you need to draw some of that card drawing? Not that I have a lot. I mean, Spoils would be good. Yashard and Omnith are both clearly good. Valakut's Awakening if I ever stop playing every land I draw. Not that I've been playing them frivolously. I've been playing them because of Felidar. Can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. So that doesn't help me right now. So I'm guessing this is just an attack with the 5/5. If Felidar was a 4/5, I'd probably send it, because then it would kill 2 things. I guess I want to kill the 2/2 flyer so that I can start attacking in the air for 1 every turn. And then the 3/2 that I'd most not want them to get back again, because they probably can't return things from the graveyard as easy as from in play. So I'm going to hit the 2/2 flyer and the 3/2, I guess. Oh, they're just going to Chilling Trap, so none of this matters. I mean, this is a really good blue-green kicker deck. It's disappointing to start with a loss with the stip draft, and I think my deck's decent, but, I mean, it's not exactly like I'm getting rolled by some pile. I mean, they have double Roost and all this good stuff. I don't actually think we've seen Royal Mage out of them in Game 1. I'm not saying they don't have it. I mean, it's a common. But I don't think I actually saw that. think we can really do anything for now. Yeah, they've had their cards. If I draw a Reclaim, I'm going to be able to Seagate Stormcaller and copy. Can I copy the 4-mana version of that spell, or do I have to just play it for 1? They do have a lot of card advantage. I mean, decking them is not inconceivable if the other Roost is towards the bottom. Well, you can copy the kicked version. Okay, so first we play Stormcaller kicked, and then we play Reclaim kicked. Cool. Well, we're doing things. I guess I didn't even need to kick the Stormcaller. Just no more lands left in my whole deck. Well, the one pathway, because we can't search it out. So now I can play the Brushfire, turn it into a 3/3 and attack with it. They'll trade like a 3/2 for it. That seems fine. I mean, it can't really do more than that. Both Root Grazers are basically already dealt with. I think our best path to victory is actually decking them. Like, we have Omnith, we have a recurring 5/5, and they're at 11 cards in their deck, and we're still at 20 and under virtually no pressure. That doesn't mean we don't want to, like, attack and stuff, because forcing them to stay on D is valuable. Like, they can attack for 2 and take 1 back. But I actually think decking them is probably our most likely path to victory this game. I'm not saying it's going to work. They probably have plenty of business left in there. But I think that is our most likely way to win. So lands to grow Felidar. Can I kick it? And no attack yet, I don't think. They have a good double block on Felidar, just losing Scythe Cap and not losing Sentinel. We're currently 0-0 in this draft. This is round 1. Third stip draft of the day. Pretty sweet deck, I gotta say. As far as stip drafts go, I mean, the 2 5-color decks have been pretty cool. The lame red-white aggro without any of my first 4 picks wasn't, like, super exciting. So we can play that, play a land, get our counters. 6/7 still doesn't have a profitable attack. Does the 5/5? Yes. So I guess this turn is pretty easy. We'll just attack with the skeleton first. So they're choosing a chump to keep it locked down. I think we don't play a land this turn then. Actually, wait. I guess I can't attack into the 2/2 flyer until this fledgling has 2 counters. The thing is, with the 2 Root Grazers handled, I'm only going to be able to trigger landfall a few more times. So I guess it's probably worth it. Still have that pathway for 1 more trigger. Yeah, I really need these Root Grazers to power up all my landfall for the long game. I mean, they killed them. It wasn't my choice. We did 3-0 with the Play Every Rare deck. That was pretty sweet. You just draw like that party, draw 3, gain 3. Because my whole deck is gas. There's not even a forest or plains in my deck. So the ground attack isn't happening. This doesn't have trample, right? So I probably want to chump that with the 1/2 flyer now. It does? How does this have trample? Oh, the gnarled colonies. Yuck. Well, then it doesn't really matter. 4 blockers. Am I just dead on board? Three have to get through. Yeah, I think I'm dead. 4 blockers. Even if I eat up maximum trample, 3 have to get through. So I'm dead. Good games, good games. Opponent had a really nice blue-green kicker. I don't go 3-0 3-color that often in this format. I like all the 2-color decks. Like, I draft, like, a lot of, like, black-white clerics, blue-red wizards, black-blue rogues, red-white warriors, green-blue counters matter, green-blue kicker, black-green counters matter, white-blue and red-black party pretty hard. Good games, Beholder. Yeah, your deck was awesome. That was a beautiful blue-green kicker. Double roost and all that. Thanks, Bye Canary. Appreciate the 3 months of subscription. Doesn't look like there's going to be too much of a happy ending here for this. And I think this deck is kind of sweet. I mean, last round we had good draws, but B. Hollander's deck was just incredible. This time we don't have our planes, and we're getting mauled. Guess I have a big creature for next turn. Just put out Stormcaller now. Blocking Skeleton against Black-Green Kicker is not ideal, but I have to just try and slow them down. The Cleric's already big enough to block a 5/6 indefinitely. Unfortunately, I can't block Constrictor. Remember, y'all, I thought we covered this during the wrap today. In case you forgot. Many of y'all asked for an LSV diss. Trust me, I get it. His puns, obnoxious. I guess I don't have to manually pay here since those lands can only add blue, black, and green. Thanks, Still Got Outs. Appreciate the subscription. What's this Wii stuff, Ydeve? Alright, let's see. So, I can go get a plains and a mountain. I can only play 1 this turn. Am I dead on board? If I play 1 blocker, I'm dead. So, yes. If I don't kick it, I guess I can play Farsight Adept and hope I top deck something. I guess that's better than literally conceding, so... Don't want to tap the Swamp because Moss Pit Skeleton's actually castable.
Make bed cosplay.
DJ Krabby.
What's up? What's up? Here, I should like get this propped up somewhere.
She's working really hard here for Gamers Outreach.
Hey, you know what? That's exactly what it's about. It's for the kids.
Is it for the kids, or is it because you want to see me squirm? I see you've been making them beats.
Yeah, just music's in my bones.
That's why you did become a DJ after all.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, I don't think this matchup's that bad. I mean, my opponent's deck looks fine. Nothing like Hollander's incredible blue-green double roost kicker deck. Nothing to sideboard in, really.
Yes, Bolander, that's what's up.
Hey, thanks for the generous $30 donation for the charity stream. I appreciate it, B. Hollander. Alright, so we're going to play. The deck's pretty slow. Pretty good hand. If we draw one land and a bunch of draws, then we have Yasharn. We don't have mountains and islands yet, but we're only one reclaim away from Omnath.
Here, just like gently rotate a little bit in this direction. There we go. There we
The
go.
thing about the plains, it's not that we wouldn't want more lands, it's that we literally can't fit them in. I think I'm going to discard the forest. I know it's greedy, but I don't want to discard the far side of that, my play for this turn. It draws another card, so it means we're pretty likely to find a land in a bunch of draws. And it's good for us to get the wizard out. It's good, and I mean, I don't want to discard Omnath, even though we're nowhere near casting it. Literally, like I said, we're a reclaim away, and we have 3. So I think that's the right play. Of course, I got a little punished for the greed, but not that punished from here. We can play Root Grazer, and then Yasharn, and so on. So yeah, I don't even think I'm going to play the Cleric as a land, because next turn I can do the Root Grazer trick I told you about, and make land 4, and then put Yasharn in play and go get another Plains and Forest. So if Root Grazer lives, we're good. Okay, and so I'd rather just play the island, but had I not drawn the island, I would have tapped a land, Root Grazered it back to my hand, replayed it, and then tapped the 4 mana and played Yasharn. Now I'll just play the island and play Yasharn. Players can't pay life or sacrifice non-land permanents. Okay, so that's a different ability to cast spells. We can put a land in play. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. We can't attack into a 3/4, so... So we're going to kick the 5/5 skeleton. Do we put a land into play in a turn? Probably not, because if we draw a mountain, we'd rather the land's in our hand. If we don't, we can just play a land and cast skeleton anyway, so there's no need to do that. Sweet. So now, how much can we do this turn? We can play 2 lands thanks to the Root Grazer, so we can make the mana. So we can play Omnath and Skeleton. So, that's cool. Now we have a second land come into play. We're going off now. I'm confused. Oh, it's the first land that came into play after Omnath. Okay, my fault. I had to play the mountain first to cast Omnath, so that wasn't ideal. It wasn't, like, horrible or anything. Do I attack with Yasharn? Right. I mean, I should have had a Plains up to cast Cleric since I left the Swamp up to cast Skeleton. But I didn't, like... It wasn't, like, a major punt. Like, I had to play the mountain in order to cast Omnath. I think I want to attack with Yasharn. I'd be happy to trade it for Beetle. If I trade it for Mucklord and the Beetle gets a counter now, they don't get the 1/1 token. Seems fine. I can't play Skeleton. I mean, I can play it on kick, but I don't want a 2/2. But there was nothing I could do to play Skeleton this turn. And Omnath, right? I had to play the Mountain to start the turn to cast the Omnath. So yeah, I couldn't get mana off Omnath this turn, I don't think. Okay, what did they do? They just put counters on things and made 1,000,000 1/1s. What is this rare? Are all my opponents just gonna have busted decks today? Number of counters on it. Yuck. Well, there's no reason to play 2 lands at a turn now. I'm just gonna cast my cards. I'll take my 4 life. I mean, I guess it's a stalemate. I'm gaining 4 life a turn. I mean, I need to attack in the air. Do I have any ways to break open the ground here? What does my deck do? Fledgling would be good. Trap Finder? Yeah, we have Cleric, Wizard, and Rogue, so Trap Finder would be maybe useful. Second Root Gracer means we can play 3 lands in a turn, and then we can trigger Omnath for 4 to them. Journey. Alright, my library's not that bad. Hopefully we'll draw some good cards. Yeah, I agree. We bounce a land end a turn. We want the lands in our hand, not in play. We may play them again, because I clicked the wrong ability. Well, I guess I should have still played one, because then I could pick them up. And we still gain 4, right? Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, if it's the first time it is resolved, yeah. So I can gain 4 on my turn and theirs. So we should be bouncing lands with Root Grazer and playing lands. Okay, so with Trap Finder, it doesn't give unblockable to the other creatures. But whenever any creature that's a party type connects, I draw a card. So for right now, pretty sure I'm attacking with Skeleton, and that's it. There's no, like, profitable trades for them, right? I mean, anything they trade for Skeleton, I'm pretty happy about. And it's not a party type, so there's no need to play the Trap Finder first. I mean, that's cool, but, you know, it's not like they get endless 1/1s. They have a lot, but if they're going to lose 5 at a time, that's okay. And then we definitely play Trap Finder, end a land, and then we'll just pick up a land end a turn. And now, anytime we draw a party type, we can trigger the Trap Finder's unblockable, and then hit with the Trap Finder and draw an extra card. So that's pretty good. So if they don't have any removal, I like my position. They're hitting for 3 and gaining 3, but we're gaining 4. And then anytime we draw a party creature, we get to draw an extra card on the turn. Oh, we don't have a warrior. Cleric, Wizard, Rogue. Rogue. We don't have a warrior. I'm silly. I mean, there are warriors in the deck, but I have to draw one. I don't know if I have many. I have the Warrior Lord. Might be my only warrior. I wouldn't say we need it badly. It doesn't give unblockable to all my creatures or anything. It just means the Trap Finder gets to attack and we get to draw a card. Alright, let's return the basic. Okay, that's pretty cool. So we can pick up another basic and then draw 4 new cards. That looks good. So now I can hit for 1 in the air. I can attack with the Brush Fire, but they'll just block it with a 4/5. The Pathway to Gain Life, sure, but that's not changing anything. So it looks like I might as well just play this as a red so that I can cast this flyer now and hit. And that's all we can do for now. They don't have any untapped flyers, right? No. All creatures, yeah. But they still don't gain unblockable or whatever. So it's basically just hitting with the Trap Finder every turn. Okay, I don't need this rogue, so for now I'll throw that there. Oh, it's Menace. Yuck. I need my 1 Cleric and my 1 Wizard. Omnath is gaining 4 life a turn. So I guess I can't block the 5/5. Okay, that was a bad attack with the Royal Chaser. I mean, whatever. We have a million life. But, yeah, that wasn't a good attack. So we're definitely going to Binding the 3/3 lifelink, I think. That's scarier than the Skeleton. Plus, they can always sack whatever we Binding. So, to the Shadow Cat, unless I bind it. So I think we want to bind the lifelinker. So for this turn, hit for 1 in the air, drop Brush Fire, bind the lifelinker, and pass the turn. I don't really see anything else we can do. Well, I can't even get rid of it. If I bind it, it still gives menace to everything. I mean, I didn't really need to get rid of it, but if I did, it would still give menace to everything. Binding doesn't shut off static abilities, only activated. This at least takes them off a 3-point swing every turn. I mean, they're not gaining life. They were only gaining that life through the Gloom Hunter. Not saying I'm going to win. I'm just saying, like, it's possible we can start hitting them in the air. I have the Griffin if I get lucky and draw that soon. What is this thing's abilities? So they can lose other creatures to the Shadow Cat to grow this. I guess. I mean, I don't want to take all of this damage here. I guess I want to try and trade with this thing. If this gets off the board, that's good for me. I don't really think I need this Brush Fire Elemental. Just throw that in there. There goes our 4 life a turn. Should still pick up a land because we might draw a landfall creature or something like that. And then I don't think we want to chump block with our only flyer. We still have the little creatures covered. I mean, we're definitely losing now that we're not gaining for a turn. But I don't think we need the Royal Chaser back. Okay, so I have 2 wizards, so I can trade off a wizard. I only have the 1 cleric, but are they really going to kill a 1/3 instead of a 3/3? And if they do, I have Shepherd left in my deck. So I think we can make, like, this block. They're my least valuable creatures. I have 2 wizards. I only have the 1 cleric, but if they kill the 1/3, I keep the 3/3. And then I also have Shepherd left in the deck. Yeah, these were nice decks. The blue-green kicker deck and the black-green counters deck, I mean, these look like precons. These are very nice versions of these decks by my opponents. Definitely still a game. I'm not saying we're winning, but the Trap Finder's unblockable every once in a while. We have 4 in the air. Again, I'm not saying I'm going to win, but if they're bricking off, I think it's a win-a-bowl game. I don't think it's looking good, but I think it's win-a-bowl. Sack a creature, put a counter on it. They have lots of 1/1s to feed it. So I guess now that we have the extra cleric, just chump the grower. Oh no, it has menace. Cannot. So we'll chump the Baloth. We need to draw the warrior or the draw 3, gain 3. The landfall creatures would be pretty good with the double root grazer going. Thanks, Mirrorless Soul. Alright, that's a decent draw. I'm going to assume at this point I need to be willing to throw away the 1/2 wizard. This next turn is not going to be easy for me. So I'm going to attack with the 3/4 flyer because I don't really want to throw that away. Yeah, this is not looking good. Do I want to draw 5/5? No, I need to draw better than that. I need to draw the card drawing spell, gain 3, draw 3, or something like that. So we can grow the fledgling to a 3/3, bounce a land, and play a land with the double root grazer. Let's just see what happens. They don't have the thing that gives trample to everything out. So as long as we can chump some of the bigger things, we might not die here. And then we'll see. So let's say, like, that's a double block that's safe for creatures we don't want to lose. I'm more than prepared to lose Trap Finder. I guess I have to block Shadowcat or I'm dead. 4, 5, 9, 13. Ugh. So I can't block the Constrictor. That's a dream that I can't do. So let's see. This is bad. Doesn't have trample, but I have to put 2 things on the Shadowcat. So let's say, like, a Root Grazer and the 1/2. And then something has to block the Baloth. And then am I taking lethal if I block, like, random little creatures? It's now 3, 8, 10, 14. Yeah, I can't win. Good beats. Oh, those were some pretty good games against some really good decks. Obviously, I like winning more than losing, but I'm not going to complain. 4-4 on the stipulation draft day. Those were some tough stipulations. We still got a 500 record. And we lost to some really good decks this draft, frankly. Yeah, the stipulation was fine. I don't actually think my deck was bad. I mean, look, it wasn't great, but I think that deck was fine. Their decks were awesome. We practically played against Blue-Green Kicker pre-con and Black-Green Kicker pre-con. Those were just great decks by our opponents. So,
oh, wait, so you have one more game remaining?
Nah, I'm not going to play the third round for nothing here. I think we're pretty much done, but what we're going to do is draw some winners. So we wanted to chill with the giveaway stuff because that stuff was kind of hard for last time. But I really appreciate everybody's generosity today. $2,300 in 5 hours is nothing to scoff at. Thank you for contributing so much money to Gamers Outreach. They really appreciate it. We're going to draw 5 people right now. 2 are going to win a free 1-hour coaching session with me if they want it. So we'll be messaging you, and then it's up to you. But, you know, anytime I'm free, you know, you can schedule with me on your time. So hopefully, you know, the 2 people who win that will like it and enjoy it. Thank you to everybody who contributed. We're also going to draw 3 people for the stipulation draft suggestions, where you get to pick what I do next time we do one of these days with 3 stipulation drafts. So, Dangle, are you still around?
Remember, y'all, there's still time.
There's no time.
There's still time.
All right, do we know how to do drawings? Do I do it? Do you do it? What's up, Dangle? Got to draw the 2 winners for the free coaching sessions. Which, again, like I said, that's my donation, basically. And then, okay, so let me see how to do it. I'm not going to do only people who donated. Everybody who hangs out and participates is contributing to my stream and to the raising money for charities and to supporting my content. So this time we're just going to... everybody is available if you're in the chat now. You might have to type something to get in the drawing. I'm not very good at this stuff, as y'all already know. So I'm going to go and see how I use Nightbot for this, if possible, because I don't know how anything works.
Guys, it's going to take like another 3 hours. We've got time.
Don't worry, I'm not going to just randomly do it. If you have to type something to get in, I will tell you and give you a window to type something, of course. I'm trying to figure out currently how to do a drawing via Nightbot, which we have, so it should work, but... Okay, so I'm in Nightbot. Giveaways. Here we go. So the keyword is how you enter, and some people probably don't even want the one-on-one coaching. So what I will do is give a keyword to type to get in for the drawing. First, let's draw the stip drafts. So if you have ideas that you think would be fun for me to do the next time I do these stip drafts, I want everybody to be able to do it. Okay. So I'm gonna make a keyword.
Krabby.
Okay, in DJ Krabby's
No,
honor.
It's a K. It's a K.
It's going to be Krabby. So if you would like to be in the stipulation draft drawing, we're just going to fire off 3 people. You have to type Krabby now to be eligible. I'm going to give like a minute. If you win this drawing, you get to pick. Just shoot a message to me or Dangle. It doesn't have to be now. You can message us at a later date in the Discord. If you come up with a cool suggestion for a stipulation draft. I know this isn't like a huge deal, but they're fun, and you'll get to see me draft whatever you suggest. So if you'd like the ability to suggest a stipulation, then I'm very bad at this. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Did you just restart it when you hit that?
I might have.
Oh my god. Benjamin.
Well, nobody knew it was coming.
No, well, because there's like that whole list of wrong people, then you click that button and that.
I know. I don't know what's going on exactly. I'm so bad at this. But this is reset eligibility. I didn't hit that.
No, I know you didn't, but maybe just changing one of the things. Okay, guys, if you typed Krabby, type it again just in case.
Wait. Nothing's happening right now. Don't tell them to type it more now.
You're... Okay, because of that thing?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's not... I'm going to refresh and see.
Does it go through, like, the whole chat? Like...
I don't know, Rach. I don't know how anything works. I just draft the cards. It even says 4 eligible users, but it's showing a ton, like... Okay, it's working now. So, people who type Krabby, if you want to be in the stipulation draft, I apologize if you already typed it. I'm just typed Krabby right now. I'm gonna start the drawings in like 10 seconds. It's not that big of a deal, obviously. It's not like some $1 billion prize, but it is kind of fun. It is kind of sweet. I enjoyed those stipulation drafts. So if you want the ability to pick what I do next time we have stipulation drafts, type Krabby. It's working. Now there's 79 eligible people. So I'm just going to let it catch up. I'm going to give it a second. You only have to type it once. If you've typed it once, you're in. You don't get, like, you know, double if you type it twice.
Well, I mean, that's assuming that the first time you typed it was after the reset, if that happened.
Okay, and so we're going to draw 3 winners. So if you are drawn now, shoot a message to me or Dangle in the Discord or now or whenever you have an idea for a sweet stipulation for the next time I do stipulation drafts, and we will take down your name and the stipulation and then you'll get the shout out and the credit, and I will draft whatever you want to see me draft. Dangle is right. It's a better idea to message him than me, but you can message either of us. Okay, I'm going to start rolling. Shinshire, you are our first winner. So shoot a message to me or Dangle here or on Discord if you have a stipulation in mind or whenever you come up with one. I'm going to just draw again right now. Reed Snake. In honor of the Reed Duke pun, it's only fitting that Reed Snake is one of our winners today. It shows me how long you've been following, which is basically since I started streaming last year, over a year now. Thank you, Reed Snake. I appreciate it. I also see you're a subscriber. Thank you for your support. And feel free to shoot a message to me or Dangle when you come up with a stipulation for the next one of these, Reed Snake. Thank you. And the third is J Turbo Banana, another longtime follower. Thank you, J Turbo Banana. Bobana. Appreciate it. So those are our 3 stipulations. Now I'm going to set up another one for the coaching sessions. So if you would like, let me reset everything.
See if we can get some cats in the stream.
Okay, so if you would like the ability to win a free 1-hour coaching session with me, then type coach to be eligible. And I'm going to do a drawing. We're going to draw 2 more winners. Like I said, this is kind of my donation. Even though it's not money to Gamers Outreach, obviously it helps, add hype and the charity stream and all that. And hopefully y'all donate a lot of money. And then I will donate 2 free hours of coaching to my community. So if you'd like the ability to win it, type coach. Just going to give it 30 seconds to a minute. And then we will draw 2 winners. Thanks, Brendan Morales. Appreciate all your support. I know you've been a long-time follower and subscriber, and you've donated a ton. I really appreciate the support for my stream and content. Also, before we go, of course, if anybody wants to donate to Gamers Outreach, please consider doing so. Really appreciate the support. Even if we're not going to unlock any more goals or anything, it's a charity. They could use the money to help kids who are struggling, in hospitals and with serious illnesses, be able to have some fun, play some games, and take their mind off of what they're going through. I know everybody has different financial situations, like I always say, but if you can afford it, don't think like, oh, you can only throw $5 on it. Crowdsourcing is how we got to $2,300. There was not a ton of big donations. There was a ton of people who donated $10. So if you can support it, please consider making a small donation to our charity that we're raising money for today, Gamers Outreach.
But also consider a $1,300 donation to support Make Ben Cosplay 2020. Great outreach program. Would love to see.
Okay, I'm going to assume everybody who wanted to get in is in, and we're going to draw 2 winners. Shoot me or Dangle a message. With this one, make sure you shoot a message soon, and then we'll figure out, me and you will schedule the session. So we're going to draw 2 winners for a free one-on-one coaching session. Number 1, we got Wardenista, longtime follower, actually right when I started streaming, January last year. Congratulations, Wardenista. Please shoot a message to me or Dangle so you can receive a free 1-hour session. Woo. And the second one, Still Got Outs. Another long time, subscribed earlier this year, but I see Still Got Outs is super active all the time, following and subscribing for a long time. And I'm glad to see Still Got Outs win. I know that's a reg in my stream, so congrats, Still Got Outs. Appreciate the support. Nobody else still has outs, because that's the last of the drawings for today. But you do still have outs to donate to Gamers Outreach, of course, anytime. So they're a charity, so they'll accept your donations anytime. But shoot me a message or shoot Dangle a message if you're any of the 5 people with either the 3 stipulations or to schedule the coaching with me. Really, really appreciate all the support as usual. Thanks to everybody who hung out today. I hope you enjoyed this. The stipulation drafts were different and fun. The wrap was fun. Tomorrow we'll be back to the normal programming, which will be 3 best of 3, but no stipulations. We'll be discussing the strategy a lot more and making spike-like content and not stipulation-like content. And for now, I'm going to sign off, but I'm going to raid somebody like I always do before we go. Who shall we raid? Who's on drafting? I see... MTG Nerd Girl, Echo 5 Bravo. You cannot hit 4,500 later to make me rap. Thank you, HT Rajan. Appreciate the subscription. I think there was another subscription or two while I was doing the drawings. I really do appreciate it, even if I wasn't able to give you a shout out. Thank you to everybody who does support my content. Big thank you again to everybody who donated to Gamers Outreach today. $2,300 is a lot of money from just one random streamer on a 6-hour stream. So, you know, even though we didn't hit the stretch goals and the big numbers this time, I mean, that's a lot of money. It's not like we raised $200. $2,300 really is going to help their charity, and that's a lot of money to raise. So it is very much appreciated. Good job as usual. I actually don't see Ham TV on. I don't know if they're coming on right now.
They are. Jeff Hoogland under him. See, above Cedric Phillips.
True. I didn't see them. Okay, well, who do you want me to raid? Dangle says Nerd Girl, so we're going to raid MTG Nerd Girl because Dangle is the real boss of this stream. So thanks again, everybody, for all your support. I'll be back on tomorrow. There won't be a wrap, but there will be great limited content. I know some people were probably in for the first time today. This is not normal for us. Normally we do very focused, strategic, slow analysis, spike-based limited content where we discuss all the picks and all the plays. So today was definitely something different. I hope everybody had a good time. Glad we raised $2,300 for charity. Really appreciate, you know, everybody's generosity. And I'll be back on tomorrow with the normal scheduled programming.
Bye.
Have a good night, everybody.